With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen all this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Fighting through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon fans and friends, and welcome into Los Angeles, sunny Los Angeles, California here. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here beside my good friend DeFi, and we are getting ready to kick off Championship Sunday of the very last North American Regional Championship of this season.
Yes, as the sun rises here in the Sunshine State, we are going to see which trainers are going to rise with it, rise to the top, and take that crowning glory here on Championship Sunday. I am so excited to take a look at these battles. We have some fantastic matches for you. As we talk about our 2024 season schedule, we often talk about Victory Road. It's a journey. Amanda, look how far we have come. Here in Los Angeles, you can see the road looking back and that short trek ahead going towards North American International Championships in New Orleans, June 7th to 9th, all leading up to Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships.
That's right. These trainers, they've been competing all season long. They've been trying to earn these championship points. Of course, that is one of the things that people are going for here. First place is going to award you 200 championship points all the way down to 50 for the 64th. And here in North America, we need 500 points to be able to qualify for Worlds. And again, this is like the last regional competition for a lot of these people. So this could be one of the last chances, at least before the North American International Championships.
And there is so much on the line. There is a reason you want to push for those leaderboards. It's to get that travel award, along with a little bit of glory and a little bit of bragging rights. We can take a look at Dunebug, easily the most talked about trainer, if not in the world, most certainly in North America. Over 1,500 championship points. We also have lots of other really top trainers. Lyle Jeffs III, Nighttime Clasher, Rise to Occasion, who is here looking to really cement his place in towards the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, talking about Nighttime Clasher, he's over that 1,000 mark. He got some of those championship points actually when he traveled over to Europe to compete, winning that Liverpool Regional Championship. You can see these are some of the European trainers who have also been making waves this season. At the very top of that list, we have Status Stan, the first trainer to break over 1,000 points over in Europe, and then other really well-known names. We have Colin Six, Arceus Aurelius, our Dortmund Regional Champion, Scapo 99, one of the most well-known players in the EU region, actually probably competing up in the Europe's last regional competition in Bologna.
Yes, and we saw Palasha on there. So many of us wanted that Shadow Magnezone to make an appearance here in North America. It was on 3 of our predictions, but no such luck. I don't think it could really cross the pond. It didn't quite make the journey, but we still had a lot of fun yesterday and today.
Yep. Speaking of Palasha, already qualified for Worlds, did most of it actually by regional competitions alone. Let's go ahead and look at some of these other people who have also qualified for Worlds, seeing seeing a lot of big names on here. LNDS Steiner, he's been unstoppable at that point, and Lamarto Galde doing very well as well. I mean, going down this list, there's so many well-known names. Are there anyone that's really sticking out to you, DeFi?
Oh, of course, Andres 96. We love seeing all these trainers. I also just really love how diverse the list is. We're seeing so many trainers qualifying from Latin America, from Europe, from North America, and it is great to be able to see all these different trainers. It is going to be a stacked world competition in Honolulu.
That's absolutely true. Look at this list. It just keeps on going. Some of these players are here even this weekend. We have Out of Pocket going on, Bopper. We saw Caleb Peng's already been qualified. Getting into the Oceania region as well. Rocket Claire I'm seeing on this list. Jakobovich, and of course, we have like some of the trainers who have just started to qualify even in this regional alone.
Yeah, and of course we're going to have It's Axon defending his title as world champion. Who's going to be able to take down the reigning champ? We will have to find out. And who else is going to add their name to that list today? And maybe it's one of the trainers we're going to be seeing up here shortly. But first, let's recap a little bit. I want to talk about some of those really fun plays yesterday. Now, I like me some spicy picks, and I don't think I can think of anything more spicy than this Lunatone. Battle Bill thinking, this is a rock slide, most certainly, and you can see that look on his face. I think I lost my voice screaming yesterday. Look at that, look at that.
Yeah, Bill was saying, I did not know the confusion counts for a Lunatone. I thought there was nowhere near a Moonblast. Let's move on to that top matchup of the day. This was a very fun one with Tiwa Stealth versus Existing Monkey, charging up, getting up to 2 serves here. Wonderful counting to be able to get this first one to knock out the Cresselia, then immediately after that to be able to knock out the Umbreon, easily taking that in. I think it was Existing Monkey's first top cut performance.
It was, so congratulations to Existing Monkey, who we're going to be seeing playing very shortly this morning. Now, this was my personal favorite matchup, the most hype matchup of the day, Haydonus Actual versus Elite. Haydonus making all the catches, all the plays in that game 3. I really enjoyed how he used his double flyer strategy as well, making all these catches. It wasn't quite enough, but Haydonus actually continued on his run through the losers bracket. We'll be seeing both him and Elite playing here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think Haydonus did everything he possibly could do, trying to get catch after catch, but in the end, not enough to really take down Elite there, awarding him that extra medal around his neck. And it's funny that you brought up both of those trainers as well, and you liked his strategy, because we're doing something a little bit fun and different. We're talking about the most valuable Pokemon for a lot of these trainers coming up. I'm going to go ahead and start with mine. I really thought that Rise to Occasion had a dark horse pick with this Umbreon, and maybe I should call it even a double dark horse pick, because it was running Dark Pulse and Foul Play as its charged attacks.
Exactly, and he was talking about it in our interview yesterday. So very interested in that. I really was impressed by Haydonus's Talonflame and Altaria strategies. I remember specifically where he really smirked at the camera when he loaded up 2 flies. He really felt, well, he was cooking. We also have, of course, Jim talking about Elite's Azumarill, and of course, Soph talking about a Shady Equation's Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, speaking of these Pokemon, let's see if any of them are actually falling on that day 2 usage list, because a lot of times, day 1 is the most popular picks, but this is where it really gets down to the nitty gritty and how the different players are utilizing specific Pokemon. Annihilate has snuck back up to the top here with over 62.5% of the players of day 2 using it.
Tied with it is that Shadow Gligar. Clearly the 2 top Pokemon in this meta. We're also seeing Lantern high up. We're seeing that Shadow Whiscash. I'm curious though, there's not a Lickitung in sight on this top 12 graphic. Maybe with the new move updates we were able to tease a little bit yesterday, will Lantern and Whiscash make a little bit of a falling off the top 12 brackets in the future?
You have to wonder. Some other things that I found really interesting on there was the fact that Abomasnow, Umbreon, and Azumarill all made it into that top cut pick.
Exactly. I want to see which trainers are going to be utilizing these Pokemon. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket, starting with the winner's bracket run. We have Mormon Matt versus Existing Monkey going to be the first battle we see today. HK Assassin 16 versus Frostfire, Rise to Occasion versus Dr. Roast Beef, and Elite, the California King versus a Shady Equation.
Yeah, and I know you were saying too, you love a good loser's bracket run. Let's see some of the trainers that are in that loser's bracket as well, who are still being viable, still want to be able to crown themselves that regional champion as well. We have Chemcoop playing against Out of Pocket, Mango against PDX Dragon, Dilap versus Haydonus, and Elum versus Man in the Planet.
Which one of these trainers is going to join our list of North American regional champions today? We have some repeats, obviously. Dunebug making a record 3 appearances this season. Lyle Jeffs III making 2 appearances, but they're not here, so we're going to be able to get a new picture, a new photo to take that final place, that final jewel on the crown in Los Angeles here today.
You know, you did talk about a lot of repeats. Elite was on that list already. Maybe it'll be another repeat again. We're gonna have to see for sure. If you aren't already, make sure that you are following along on the channel so you can see who will be crowned the last champion in North America. And while you're at it, you know, go ahead and make some posts. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and maybe we'll feature some of them on the stream as well.
Yeah, so be sure that you are following the channels on YouTube, on Twitch. Be sure you're looking at that hashtag #PlayPokemon, that /Pokemon. We have so much we really want to hear in the conversation. Who's going to be taking that last slot? Who are you rooting for today? Let us know in the chat. We definitely want to see it.
Yeah, one fun fact that we heard a little bit earlier on in the broadcast was that actually 10 of the people who are in this finals are members, citizens, if you will, of Toph Town. And speaking of Toph, we're gonna go ahead and kick it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Amanda. My name is Toph, and I'm here with the amazing Wholesome _. And before we get into our battles this morning, we just have a quick reminder of how this tournament format is gonna go. Check it out.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And there you have it. That is going to be your format for today. We are very excited to get underway. We're going to be starting over in the winners side of the bracket. Can't wait to get these battles underway. That said, there's a lot on the line here, so because this is the last North American regional tournament of the season, a lot of trainers are either capped on their locals or locals are no longer available for where they are. So this could be a lot of trainers' final opportunity to lock in those championship points. Let's take a look at our day 2 matchups before we can get started, see what we have for preview. Current pairings, we will have Mormon Matt facing off versus Existing Monkey, followed by HK Assassin versus Frostfire, Rise to Occasion versus Dr. Roastbeef, and Elite versus a Shady Equation.
Certainly some heavy hitters in here. We have Elite and Rise to Occasion. Both have won regional championships before, as well as some new names. Existing Monkey, never top cut before. Same with Dr. Roastbeef. So we'll have to see how they stack up in this winner side of the bracket.
And so let's see what they're playing for here. Lots of prizes on the line. Not only the respect, the prestige of the champion title, but lots of cash prizes and booster packs as well. First place, $2,500 and 72 booster packs.
Yeah, that's almost a full travel award right there. A lot of trainers were mentioning during interviews yesterday that they had actually just passed that championship point threshold to qualify for Worlds. So at this point, they're really playing for either more championship points to potentially get a travel award, or like you said, this cash prizes and booster packs.
A lot on the line. That said, we do have our trainers ready on stage. Let's kick it over to them and introduce our first set of battlers. We're going to be featuring Mormon Matt versus Existing Monkey here in Winners Round 1.
All right, and both of these trainers have competed at regionals before, but certainly not to the extent of some of those other names that we saw in the winner's side of the bracket. Mormon Matt, of course, last year was top 3 in Salt Lake City. I believe that was his first regional ever, making a huge splash onto the scene. Existing Monkey, this is actually his 2nd tournament ever after being top 25 in Peoria. And, you know, he actually made a huge splash yesterday here in LA. He was actually 8-0, didn't drop a single game en route to day 2.
All right, so a lot of momentum on the side of Existing Monkey, but he's going to need to get through Mormon Matt, who is no stranger to top cut here. Let's take a look at his team and his achievements. Starting off, we did see a top 4 performance back in 2023 at the Salt Lake City Regional Tournament. He's back here in day 2 for Championship Sunday, running the team of Vigoroth, Annihilate, Altaria, Skarmory, Shadow Quagsire, and Cresselia.
And he absolutely loves that Shadow Quagsire. You see that plushie actually conveniently placed right next to that picture there. And he was saying, you know, there's a lot of mud boys to choose from, but Quagsire really has the coverage that you might need to fight against something like that Altaria. As for Existing Monkey, as I mentioned, this is actually his first top cut appearance, 2nd regional tournament ever, and he's doing fantastic here.
He's running a team of Icy Wind Abomasnow, Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, Carbink, the Psychic Umbreon, very distinct Pokemon there, and Lantern. We saw many times in day 1 that Umbreon matched up versus Pokemon like Annihilate, able to land those super effective Psychics. Can't wait to see what he has in store for us here in this matchup.
Certainly an unconventional moveset, but you know what? At this point, we've seen it all from these Umbreon players, and it's no surprise to see a newer face on the scene trying to maybe surprise his opponents with something they're not quite so familiar with.
Well, we'll have to see what's going to be the case here. Is it going to be the momentum of Existing Monkey? Is it going to be maybe some of the spice that he's bringing? One thing that I wanted to call out specifically regarding the teams is I saw that Abomasnow on the side of Existing Monkey. Very interesting because he's going to be facing off versus Mormon Matt, who has not 1 but 2 counter users, the Vigoroth as well as the Annihilate. You don't want to face that Skarmory either with super effective Steel Wings. Let's find out what happens here though. So we're kicking off Championship Sunday in style. Game number 1, here we go.
All right, Mormon Matt's got the Cresselia lined up against Existing Monkey's Lantern. Existing Monkey not happy with that, switches right away into the Umbreon, and Mormon Matt counter swaps with the Skarmory.
All right, well, we're going to see this Umbreon in action here. Pretty nice swap if you take a look at it. Has quite a bit of play. Does not want to take a Brave Bird, but will certainly be able to have no problems taking any of these Sky Attacks. Foul play number 1 comes through here. Does some nice chip damage into the Skarmory. You're going to need 3 foul plays to knock out. Could be a case for Dark Pulse. Unfortunately, not there for Existing Monkey.
Yeah, Sky Attack coming through here, and this matchup is pretty neutral. It might just come down to who wants to invest those Protect Shields and fight for switch advantage.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We'll have to see actually how this, not Whiscash, this Quagsire is going to be is going to be doing in the back. Shadow Quagsire does have some interesting movesets here. Aqua Tail is very spammy. It's also able to get to that Stone Edge, which can be devastating to certain of these Pokemon, but it'll be curious to see if it actually matches up versus that Gligar or not. Here comes the charged attack. It is going to be the Brave Bird. Will it go unshielded? Yes!
Yeah, Mormon Matt does land that. That's huge right there. Able to maintain switch advantage, and this is actually looking a little bit tough for Existing Monkey. You look at this Lantern, and you look at what Mormon Matt has remaining. He very wisely brought the Skarmory here, and now he has 2 answers for this Lantern in a pretty comfortable spot, I would say.
You have to feel good if you're Mormon Matt. You avoided the Lantern matchup with your Skarmory. You were able to maintain switch, and with that Brave Bird, you actually debuffed yourself to get that Lantern less farm. Here's a quick switch now. Here comes the Quagsire again. It has that Aqua Tail. It's not enough to one-hit knock out, but it will do some devastating damage. As a reminder, this is shadow on shadow damage. You're doing 20% more damage, and this Gligar is taking 20% more damage. Look at that Aqua Tail.
Yeah, it does do quite a bit of damage. Existing Monkey not looking very happy with this matchup, but the one saving grace here is that there's not a lot of fast attack pressure on the side of Mormon Matt, so that potentially provides some opportunities for Existing Monkey to overcome here.
Absolutely, and we actually see the Protect Shield coming through, wanting to get this next Aqua Tail off. Keep in mind, you are pacing a little bit faster here with this Quagsire as compared to that Gligar. Here comes the first Protect Shield from Existing Monkey. Shields up the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, one shield up on both sides. Going for the heavier hitting dig here. If this lands, this could definitely help him flip the game. He's in a very bad position here. And Mormon Matt actually lets this go.
Okay, 1 HP. Will you be able to get that Aqua Tail off? Yes, indeed. This might pull the second Protect Shield. Mormon Matt does not have a lot of fast attack pressure here. Mud Shots are going to be resisted. Also, the Psycho Cut's not a very heavy hitting attack at all. Now this Gligar is actually looking quite strong. May be able to dish out a lot of damage. damage.
Quagsire goes down, and Mormon Matt down to his last Pokemon here, but this Cresselia does have some energy here, and Mormon actually shields this up, thinks this is going to be the hardest hitting charge attack left in the game, and that's a bit of good news for Existing Monkey. Might be able to land some Thunderbolts down the line.
Shields are down at this point, but Lantern has a lot of work to do. That is a bulky Cresselia hanging out in the back. No way to hit for super effective damage. I could have even seen Existing Monkey maybe trying to catch an attack to save some energy for later, maybe land a dig towards the end of the game. Here comes the first charge attack from Existing Monkey, though. This is the Thunderbolt. It's going to do a little bit more damage than that Surf. Cresselia having no problem taking this. I think you're going to need 2 more charge attacks at this range, so.
Yeah, I think Existing Monkey probably needs to land 2 Surfs or a ton of Sparks and a Thunderbolt. Mormon Matt already able to fire off this first Grass Knot, probably 1 more plus a couple of Psycho Cuts, maybe not even needing the Psycho Cuts, but almost at the Grass Knot here, and I think this might be the end of the line for Existing Monkey's Lantern.
Look, great game by Mormon Matt. Was able to maintain switch, had great alignment as well. You love the way that he built his team here. Great textbook game number 1 from Mormon Matt. That is Existing Monkey's first loss in the entire tournament. He's going to have to recollect himself and figure out a way to respond to Mormon Matt's very dominant game number 1.
Yeah, that was actually a great team read from Mormon Matt, both before and during the battle, right? He brought the Quagsire. Existing Monkey ended up having not only no answer to it, but actually being ABA weak to that Quagsire in some ways. Not a great matchup for Lantern, not a great matchup for Gligar. And then, of course, in the mid-game, brought the Skarmory into the Umbreon to kind of guarantee that he would have 2 counters left to the Lantern.
That's right. Let's take a look at our replays. We saw here towards the end of this middle matchup, the Skarmory into the Umbreon. The Brave Bird lands, able to maintain switch as well as debuff himself. Less farm for that Lantern. Great recognition by Mormon Matt.
Right, and here's the end of that matchup. This Gligar trying to do as much damage as it can, but unfortunately didn't have a Protect Shield left. Great energy management by Mormon Matt, and knows he can outpace this Lantern to the final 2 charge attacks.
Alignment can go a long way, but you need to make the right plays, and Mormon Matt absolutely did. So, is there a Pokemon on Existing Monkey's team that you would like to see as a response to what we saw in Game 1?
Well, it's actually pretty tough for him. I mentioned that he didn't have a great answer to Quagsire last time, and it looks like his only hard answer is that Abomasnow. Annihilate also does quite well, but if you look at Mormon Matt's team, just like you were saying, it's pretty hard to justify bringing that Abomasnow with 3 relatively hard counters. So I think it might be maybe Annihilate, and then probably you want to bring the Umbreon for some neutral play as well, and then maybe the Gligar just because you resist those fast attacks. I would say some combination of those 3, maybe another Pokemon as well if you want to drop one.
We did not see Mormon Matt bring either the Vigoroth or the Annihilate there. I'm curious to see if he maybe brings one, expecting the Abomasnow. Solid answers as well to that Umbreon, but let's not forget the Umbreon is running not the Dark Pulse, not the Last Resort, it's the Psychic, making that Annihilate matchup a little bit scarier.
I definitely expect to see Existing Monkey bring Umbreon throughout the rest of this matchup, however it goes. And like you said, it's just going to come down to how he wants to adjust to that Quagsire.
Yeah, when we look at the potential counters for that Umbreon in general, probably the most logical one would be that Vigoroth, but we saw Skarmory fill that niche very nicely. So let's move into game number 2. We're going to have Mormon Matt actually with the mirror matchup of the middle matchup from game 1. It's going to be the Skarmory into the Umbreon. No energy advantage at this time, but let's see how these Steel Wings add up. Will Mormon Matt maybe want to do a Brave Bird and dip? First off, we're going to be seeing the Foul Play come through from Existing Monkey.
Well, that's certainly a viable strategy because Mormon Matt's Quagsire is just so safe into Existing Monkey's team. But let's see how this plays out. Last time, like you said, we saw Mormon Matt go for the Sky Attack first and then the Brave Bird to finally take out. Looks like he reached for the Brave Bird here. This looks going to do quite a bit of damage as Existing Monkey chooses to let it go.
Absolutely, the chip and dip strategy. Here comes the Brave Bird, unshielded, a lot of damage into the Umbreon. A quick swap now into the Quagsire. This is the Shadow Quagsire, going to be taking a little bit more damage from these foul plays, but still able to hang on, no problem, and puts this Umbreon in a much more manageable range that 1 charge attack may be enough to knock out.
And here comes the Annihilate. With that little bit of chip damage, potentially these counters are going to start adding up quickly. And this is actually maybe a good thing for Existing Monkey because before, his Lantern in the back would have had absolutely no play, but now it might be able to realign itself versus a Skarmory.
Exactly. It's actually going to be very important for Mormon Matt to try and win switch here. However, Existing Monkey is in the driver's seat if he wants to invest these Protect Shields, just like we're seeing with the advantage of this fast attack pressure with counter, same type attack bonus counter, can really dictate the matchup. Probably going to see 1 Night Slash thrown if you're not able to farm down. Yes, indeed, a charge attack priority. This is really risky for Mormon Matt if he shields this one. We might be at 1 HP, and as a reminder, this could be 1 HP. Will this knock out the Quagsire?
Oh,
yes, it did! The shield gets no value!
Oh my goodness, and all of a sudden, Existing Monkey in a dominant position. So much energy on this Annihilate, still some health as well, might even be able to get to another charge attack.
That is devastating for Mormon Matt, trying to desperately get off that Aqua Tail, trying to get that last Protect Shield, but fainted with the charge attack and got 0 value from the shield. This now puts him in a desperate position, trying to maybe go for a farm down no. Instead, goes for this Sky attack. Like you said, so what this means for Existing Monkey is he's going to be able to align his Lantern versus the Skarmory, which is the dream matchup. We see a quick swap out into the Cresselia now. This is going to bring back the Umbreon, desperately trying to get to these foul plays. You still have a lot of work to do as this Umbreon.
You do, but I think if you can land 2 foul plays, that's probably going to be enough. I think you need to invest a Protect Shield because you're actually quite low as this Umbreon now coming out of that matchup with Skarmory, so definitely want to get some damage off.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's still a Protect Shield on the side of Existing Monkey. Are you prioritizing saving that shield for the Lantern to shield a Grass Knot? Oh, this is actually not the Moonblast, it's just the Grass Knot. This is not enough to knock out. You get to the foul play here. This is so great for Existing Monkey, so.
And this foul play is going to connect, not quite enough to take out, but going to do quite a bit of chip damage, and it's going to be very easy for the Lantern to finish off this Cresselia if necessary.
I'm not sure that you can actually Psycho Cut down. No, you cannot. Here is the next foul play from Existing Monkey. Great plays. I love the response here in game number 2 to even the series versus Mormon Matt. Lots of value out of that Umbreon, and now you've got your Lantern aligned versus this Skarmory. Just need to get to the Surf, and that is going to be a good game.
Really nice adjustment for Existing Monkey. Again, the Abomasnow is too risky, so this is one of those situations where you have to kind of outplay in those neutral matchups, able to tie up the series here.
All right, so if you mentioned it as what's going to be the response to that Shadow Quagsire. We saw, just like you said, the Annihilate come in, able to provide that fast attack pressure and to dictate the pacing of how that middle matchup is going to go. We saw Mormon Matt, as a reminder, trying to take that second Protect Shield from Existing Monkey, get some more value out of that Quagsire, but keep in mind, it was at 1 HP. Even with a shield, all charge attacks still do 1 damage, knocking him out there. Let's see if we can actually see it. To start this, though, we had the first foul play come through, so here it is.
Yeah, and here is actually that Night Slash taking out the Quagsire. You see the reaction on Mormon Matt's face. It's so difficult to tell if you have exactly 1 HP. If you have 2 HP, you still survive there, but unfortunately, Quagsire just didn't have enough juice left in the tank.
Yeah, maybe still some play for Mormon Matt towards the end of the game, but opting to go for that Grass Knot versus the Umbreon rather than the Moonblast. I think he was expecting a shield, knowing that you want to get another foul play off. Well, one way to get another foul play off is to not get knocked out by that Grass Knot. So yeah, a couple decisions there from Mormon Matt that ended up biting him. And this, we now have ourselves an even series 1-1. Keep in mind, though, we are still in winner's bracket. This is a best of 3. The winner goes on to the next round of winners. The loser will drop down to the loser side of the bracket. Existing Monkey, this was his first loss in game number 1 of the entire tournament. I love seeing the response, so.
All right, well, let's talk game 3. What are you thinking? Are you thinking any adjustments from Existing Monkey? Do you think he sticks to that Annihilate Umbreon core, or is there something else that you think might change things up?
I like the Lantern. I like the Annihilate. I'm not sure if he's going to be bringing the Umbreon still. Mormon Matt, I'd like to see a response to the Umbreon, though, with perhaps the Vigoroth. Let's move into game number 3. So, and what a polarizing matchup this is. It is the Altaria into the Abomasnow. What a read by Existing Monkey. Not bringing it in game 1 or 2, but finding the Altaria in game 3.
All right, but what a read by Mormon Matt, thinking that Existing Monkey doesn't have the Umbreon this game, which he actually doesn't. Now he doesn't have a hard counter for this Cresselia, so gonna have to see how he chooses to deal with it. Might just stay into this entire matchup.
Yeah, you can't hard swap in your Vigoroth either because the Annihilate is just waiting for it. So we actually see Existing Monkey swapping, just staying in this matchup, getting that debuff. I like this. This Moonblast is not going to be enough to even pressure any sort of shields whatsoever. Bringing in the Lantern. We've seen this before, though. As a reminder, this Lantern actually can now, after the debuff, hang on versus 2 Grass Knots. So this is very, very interesting to see.
That's a great point, but this Cresselia is still out of range of a Thunderbolt. Probably need to go for 2 Surfs, but I see what Existing Monkey was going for. I definitely want to preserve some of that Abomasnow for the Altaria down the line. Here comes that second Grass Knot. Just like you said, not going to be quite enough to take out, so potentially going to open up some more farming opportunities for Existing Monkey.
Existing Monkey needs to be mindful of the move counts here. Keep in mind, with Grass Knot, it's going to be 6, 6, 5 as far as fast attacks go. Here comes the first Surf. I think that you're going to need 2 charge attacks here. I don't know that 2 Surfs are going to do it. It's going to be very close. Let's see if he goes for the Thunderbolt. I think with these Sparks, now you're absolutely in Surf range, but Mormon Matt making a response, bringing in the Altaria, able to absorb this resisted energy. Existing Monkey, I don't know that his switch clock is just up yet. This is going to allow this Altaria to get some nice farm, and I don't know if you're going to be able to get out, or even if you want to get out, just you know, kind of settling for this surf now is Existing Monkey. You've still got your Abomasnow, but it's now going up against an Altaria with energy soak.
And I'm expecting Existing Monkey to take advantage of the fact that this Altaria is locked in. Oh, actually, just throws the Icy one straight away. I thought he was going to go for the farm down, but now Mormon Matt has a decision to make. If he wants to get off this Sky Attack, he has to shield, chooses to let it go.
All right, yeah, actually just sacrifice the Altaria, essentially. You're now putting it all on the Vigoroth, hoping that there's not that Annihilate in the back. I have some bad news for Mormon Matt, though. It is lurking. It is waiting. The Fighting Ghost-type Pokemon Annihilate ready to absolutely dominate this Vigoroth. Here comes the shield as well, knowing that you have to put it all on this Vigoroth. It's going to be your most valuable Pokemon at this point, hoping for something like maybe the Umbreon. We saw it in the first 2 games. Not this time. It's the Annihilate. This is disaster for Mormon Matt. All of the charge attacks are resisted. I think we're simply going to see a battle of the counters. Yes, indeed. Counter all the way down. All Existing Monkey needs to do now is take out this Cresselia. I think Mormon Matt sees the writing on the wall.
I think I saw them say GG's to each other. No shields up on this Cresselia, and I think they're kind of packing up, maybe chatting a bit about the game. Maybe we'll get to hear some of this audio later, but I think once Existing Monkey saw the Vigoroth come out, he was very happy and knew he had this game in the bag.
This was tough for Existing Monkey, too. That is a bit of a morale drop early in that first game. When you lose your very first game of the tournament, you're not accustomed to that feeling of, oh, I just lost. What do I do? I don't have the momentum on my side anymore. But the resilience there of Existing Monkey, making the reads in game number 2, making the alignment calls in game number 3 to bring that Abomasnow. I'm impressed, Soph.
Yeah, first loss of the tournament, just like you said, was that first game. And, you know, he showed that yesterday wasn't just a fluke. He didn't go 8-0 on accident. He had the resilience to come back from that 0-1 deficit to take the series 2-1.
Let's take a look at our highlights there from game number 3. I'm excited to see this played back. A lot of kind of crafty plays from Existing Monkey. As a reminder, we had the Surf ready to go. Nice little overfarm, but guess what? Mormon Matt with the catch, bringing in the Altaria, trying to open up some win conditions to maybe come back in this game. However, once that Altaria was gone, there was no answer for this Annihilate whatsoever, and that was going to be a GG, simply just countering down the Vigoroth with all the energy to throw into that Cresselia to close out the game.
And just a terrible team composition for Mormon Matt, leading Altaria into Abomasnow, has the Vigoroth for Annihilate in the back, but I like what he did in the mid game there, tried to take advantage of the misaligned switch clocks. Unfortunately, wasn't misaligned quite enough for him to be able to get off that Sky Attack against the Abomasnow.
And it wasn't a walk in the park in that game 3, just to what you were saying. That middle matchup was a little bit difficult for Existing Monkey. He has no great, oh, I'm just going to respond to this Cresselia with a safe swap. He actually stayed in, got the debuff with the Abomasnow, got some Powder Snow damage, and then recognized, all right, my Lantern is not in double Grass Knot range. All I need to do is just tank these charge attacks, get some value out of my Lantern, and I should be able to maintain alignment and close out with Annihilate. So great recognition of the overall, not only the beginning, not only the middle, but forecasting the end of the match as well.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't bring the Umbreon in that game 3, which is actually a little bit of a surprise to me because it just looked so safe into Mormon Matt's entire team. And Mormon Matt maybe anticipated the lack of that Umbreon, was happy to just safe swap the Cresselia, and there was no hard counter. So actually really well read, I would say, by both players in that matchup.
Game 3, Existing Monkey was one step ahead. We saw Mormon Matt bringing the Vigoroth to be that response to the Umbreon. We brought it in the back, probably knowing that Umbreon had been the safe swap for Existing Monkey so regularly. However, like you said, swapped it out for that Annihilate. That's the last thing that you want to see. Great read by Existing Monkey.
Maybe some 4D chess in that matchup. Both players kind of anticipating what the other was going to do, and you know, Existing Monkey did come out on top. But like you said, this is the winner side of the bracket. Mormon Matt is guaranteed to at least be in the top 12 of this tournament because of his performance yesterday. So we'll have an opportunity to see him later.
All right, so well, we have Stephanie standing by with Existing Monkey. Let's take it over to the stage.
Thank you, Jim. I am here with Existing Monkey, who has a monkey on his team that is certainly, is more than existing, it's thriving. Tell me about that Annihilate play.
Yeah, Annihilate is so strong with counter Night/Shadow Ball, especially when it gets on that Vigoroth as it did in Game 3. And also, like, its energy goes everywhere, so it's a very strong Pokemon for me in that set.
I definitely agree. It makes it tough. We've been seeing more Vigoroth, but with all those Annihilates out there, definitely tricky to bring the other Anger Monkey into a tournament. I also wanted to talk to you about, this is your first Top Cut tournament. How does it feel to have made it so far?
Feels amazing, honestly a little bit surreal. All these matches, they're really intense. Really lucky to make it this far, honestly. And hoping to go further if I can, yeah.
We're all really excited to see how far you take it today. Tell me a little bit about how you prepared for this tournament. Do you have anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, so again, thank you. Shout out to ETMs, Tovetown, all my friends that have helped with team building and practice battles. And I think they really helped me a lot in preparing for this.
Speaking of Tovetown, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to Soph and Jim for the next round of battles. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. And Existing Monkey, what a humble trainer. So great to see him. You know, he's actually already in the top 6 of this tournament on the winner's side. And, you know, like you said, hoping to go even further.
Yeah, you stole the words from my mouth. Humble is the vibes that I'm getting there from Existing Monkey. He's not taking anything for granted. He recognizes how challenging it is to get to the stage and that there's still more ahead of him. So I'm very curious to see as his story continues to evolve and some of his future battles. Anything that stuck out to you, though, as far as the response? Was there any standout moment, maybe in Game 2 or Game 3 that was the turning point for Existing Monkey?
Well, obviously the turning point in Game 2 was the KO through the shield.
Yeah.
But I think even prior to that, I was really happy with how he chipped the Quagsire with the foul play first and then brought in Annihilate. As he said, the energy from Annihilate does go everywhere. So if you're able to get a counter down on something like Quagsire that has no fast attack pressure, I think being able to shield, farm down, come out with a ton of energy. He ended up doing the Night Slash at the end, of course, but that kind of play is pretty much top tier Annihilate play, I would say.
So if you were repicking your Pokemon on the rise or maybe your caster predictions, I feel like you'd be slotting in Umbreon pretty quickly into one of those, yeah?
I think so. So many players in Top Cut, and I think on the winner's side, neither of them is running the conventional Last Resort moveset. But speaking of Umbreon, let's get to the stage. We have our next players ready to go. Neither of these players actually has Umbreon, though.
No Umbreon, but we do have a Bastiodon here. So we have on HK Assassin side that Bastiodon, really a bulky team if you look at some of those Pokemon. The Bastiodon, the Cresselia, the Altaria. We actually saw those 3 Pokemon featured in singular games, and I think some of those actually went close to timeout as well. Not something that we see often, especially in the Great League format. But yeah, let's take a look at both of these trainers here. HK Assassin, actually, I believe, coming all the way from Wales, if I'm not mistaken, here to participate in this tournament. I asked him, hey, what brings you to LA? And he says, I'm on vacation. I want to play some Pokemon.
That's right. Oh, he actually was top 16 at LCQ in 2022. That was our last chance qualifier in the UK. He's actually played several tournaments in Europe, but hasn't managed to top cut, but able to, you know, make that jump once he comes to North America. And taking a look at this team, as you mentioned, a couple very bulky Pokemon in the Cresselia and Bastiodon, and then a couple more heavy-hitting Pokemon like Annihilate and Feraligatr. And I want to mention, this is actually the same team that Out of Pocket brought to Indianapolis and is running in this tournament. He actually beat Out of Pocket with his own team in round 1 yesterday.
Frostfire having a very successful 2024 season. No stranger to Top Cut. You can see all of his achievements just there. Having a lot of momentum on his side going into this tournament. He's running the Shadow Gligar, the Skarmory, Shadow Whiscash, Charjabug, Azumarill, and Lickitung. We've seen that Azumarill get a lot of action. In fact, we interviewed Elite about it yesterday. He mentioned it has great play versus things like Annihilate that we are seeing all across the board. A lot of good neutral matchups, and with not a lot of grass in the meta, I expect to see a lot of play from this Azumarill. So we're moving into game number 1. This is still on the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to be seeing the Altaria into the Lickitung.
Very neutral matchup here. Like you said, both Pokemon very bulky. Looks like HK Assassin's making a little bit of an adjustment compared to yesterday with no Cresselia, no Bastiodon in the back, just those heavier hitting Pokemon.
We talked about the Azumarill. We see it on the side of Frostfire. The 2 targets that are so great for it, the Altaria, you get to avoid that matchup for HK Assassin, but the other target, like we mentioned, is that Annihilate. Alignment could be very key. Now at the same time, Annihilate still is able to hit with that Shadow Ball, so you might have some opportunities to fight back, especially if shields are up, but let's see how this first lead matchup plays out, Sophie.
HK Assassin didn't bring any answer to that Azumarill, really, so it's going to be tough. Like you said, just going to come down to how this lead matchup plays out. Does either player want to invest or protect shield? Usually you don't want to shield your more bulky Pokemon like these 2. Body Slam coming through, putting the Altaria very, very low here.
Yeah, I think this Altaria will be able to get to this final Sky Attack, but no, not before Lickitung reaches this Body Slam. HK Assassin opting to just let this go, trying to find some farm. It'll be interesting to see. Do you maybe want to try and bring in the...
Shadow Claw down, I love it,
the Shadow Claw down. This is going to be double resisted damage. I'm worried that you're going to still get to this Body Slam. I don't think the Power Whip. The question becomes, do you shield here, or do you just let this go? Wants to shield the Body Slam, but this is so much energy you get in return.
Yeah, has more than a Hydro Cannon coming out of this matchup. A little unfortunate unfortunate to have to shield that body slam, but Feraligatr we know is not the tankiest Pokemon out there, and here comes that Azumarill to meet him. This is actually a very good team read from Frostfire. Well, he doesn't want to bring the Gligar in, obviously.
This is really tough for HK Assassin. You only have resisted charge attacks to throw into this Azumarill. Hydro Cannon, a great community day attack, but you can see doesn't do that much damage to the Azumarill. It's risky to bring in your Annihilate, though, because you don't want to tank one of those play roughs. Here comes the next Hydro Cannon. Again, a no shield from Frostfire.
Kind of just muscling through this matchup. Hopefully those Shadow Claws are starting to add up, but I think this is one of those matchups where the Shadow Feraligatr has a little bit of a better matchup. Play rough coming through, HK Assassin maybe regretting shielding that body slam because these play roughs would definitely have hit harder.
Well, good recognition by HK Assassin. He knows that he's not going to be able to get too much play out of that Annihilate into the Azumarill. He's putting all his Protect Shields into this Feraligatr. Feraligatr has a ton of play versus that Gligar, but I don't know if he's even going to be able to see the Gligar up against this Feraligatr. This Azumarill one fast attack away from the play rough. So do you shield this Hydro Cannon simply to get off a play rough at this point?
I think you do. It feels bad, but you know, you've seen HK Assassin invest both Protect Shields already. It's okay to invest one of yours. I don't know how much more play this Azumarill is going to get. It's going to be very close whether it gets a counter down, but I think the Gligar doesn't know it yet, but is going to be able to close out this game up a shield.
Is there anything that this Annihilate could really do well against on Frostfire's team? The Lickitung's out of the way. At this point, I think everything is going to be a counter to Annihilate, especially this Shadow Gligar. You can see it reaching this Aerial Ace. The Annihilate already taken some wing attack damage. This is going to put a big dent in that Annihilate, and one more wing attack will do it. That's going to be a good game. Game number 1 going to Frostfire 14.
He looks a little bit relieved there. Like you said, the Azumarill was really a key player there. You have to wonder if HK Assassin might pivot towards something like the Cresselia or even the Bastiodon to take care of that Azumarill.
Well, Bastiodon certainly is a risky pick against Frostfire's team. Not only do we have that Shadow Gligar that we just saw hanging out in the back there, there's also that Shadow Whiscash that can be devastating over on the side of Frostfire. Let's take a look at our Game 1 replays. After the Altaria went down, it was disaster for HK Assassin. We saw a nice farm down here translating to a lot of energy for this Feraligatr, but keep in mind, no destination for that energy, just only resisted going into that Azumarill. And in the back half of this matchup here, Annihilate going up against one of its mortal enemies, the Shadow Gligar, able to almost knock out with his Aerial Ace, and one more wing attack closed game number 1 for Frostfire.
And Gligar is certainly one of the best counters for Annihilate in this central meta, and you have to wonder, I mean, as HK Assassin, I think you have to expect the Azumarill to come. Potentially, I think one play he could have done is, again, no shielding the body slam from the Lickitung and just kind of hoping you could hit things with energy or, you know, resist the fast attacks on the Azumarill there.
Well, I love the balance of Frostfire's team because HK Assassin may be thinking, okay, well, do I bring the Cresselia with Grass Knot to go up against that Azumarill? Frostfire has a Skarmory. Frostfire has a Charjabug as well. 2 nice picks into that Cresselia to kind of counterbalance it. And with how neutral that Lickitung is, it can actually be a pretty good response to it as well, especially if you're willing to invest some Protect Shields. So HK Assassin's going to need to make some reads here to come back in the series. Frostfire only 1 game away from making it to the next round of winners.
And he's certainly very practiced with this team. This is actually the team he ran in Orlando just a couple of weeks ago to Top Cut, and this is not a great lead for HK Assassin. You've got regular Feraligatr into a Lickitung.
Yeah, you don't like this at all. I do like this Cresselia in the back for HK Assassin. Certainly has some play, especially if it gets aligned versus that Azumarill, but it's gonna be only charge attack pressure from this Feraligatr. These are non-same type attack bonus, the non-stab Shadow Claws, double resisted going into that Lickitung. Lickitung, on the other hand, really just needs to land a Power Whip here. I'm curious though, oh, goes for the bait, and HK Assassin falls for it. He's gonna be shielding up this Body Slam, so.
Yeah, just like game 1, using a shield on a Body Slam from Lickitung, a little bit unfortunate, but the Power Whip would have threatened a lot. Over farming here, oh, and actually trying to catch the Power Whip from the Lickitung, actually catches a Body Slam instead.
Yeah, that's really the charge attack you want to throw into this Cresselia, to be honest. Is your best answer to this Cresselia the Lickitung? I could see even Frostfire just staying in, knowing he still has that Azumarill in the back to handle that Feraligatr. This could just be a matter of, oh, well, thank you, HK Assassin. I wanted to see that Cresselia right here.
Psycho Cut coming through, and this Body Slam is going to land on Cresselia, but this, you know, Shiny Cresselia is pretty bulky Pokemon, and this Lickitung has been shifted. I don't know if Moonblast is quite enough, so it looks like HK Assassin is going to go for that double Grass Knot.
Great call. So if you need 2 charge attacks to knock out here, no sense in throwing the higher energy Moonblast. Just go for these Grass Knots. But keep in mind, this Lickitung has done so much damage here already. Taking this Cresselia that, again, it swapped in when the Lickitung was roughly half HP, and it's now taken this Cresselia down into the red. I think you can afford to overfarm a little bit, but these are still super effective licks coming from this Lickitung into the Cresselia.
But this is still interesting because now this Lickitung is going to go down. HK Assassin might be able to align the Feraligatr with the Gligar and the Bastiodon with the Azumarill. Keep in mind though, he is down in shields, and Frostfire might be able to get this wing attack down, but not before taking a charge attack.
Not swapping out and having that extended matchup did bring switch clocks back up, just like you said. So again, HK Assassin technically has switch advantage at this point. Will get the alignment that he wants, but he actually forces back in the Feraligatr. This is going to allow Frostfire to have a response. He does need to use a Protect Shield to save his Gligar for later in the matchup, but I expect to see maybe an attack thrown just start. This may force that final Protect Shield, and then Frostfire has the hard punish with the Azumarill. Great plays by Frostfire to take this final Protect Shield, and it's disaster now for HK Assassin.
Yeah, you really needed the Feraligator's energy to go onto that Gligar, but by switching out, you allow Frostfire to kind of just run away and absorb all this energy on the Azumarill. Again, Feraligatr, it's not going to get bubbled down, but these Hydro Cannons just aren't going to do the damage that they need.
Look, Hydro Cannon, a great charge attack, and you want to protect all of that energy that this Feraligatr has aggregated throughout this matchup. So I get using the Protect Shield, but when this Azumarill is lurking in the back here, there's no destinations for this Hydro Cannon. You can see easily is able to tank 3-4 of these Hydro Cannons, no problem, and all you need to do is get to one charge attack. Maybe even an Ice Beam would have been enough to KO there on the side of Frostfire. Plays it safe and goes for this play rough. This is going to bring in the Bastiodon. I expect HK Assassin to try and overfarm and get as much energy as possible. May even need to make a catch here later on with this 1 HP Cresselia that he still has on his side.
And I expect HK Assassin to try to go for the full farm down. I think your only play here is to try to double Stone Edge the Gligar, but looks like the switch clock is coming up on the side of Frostfire. He's reaching for that Gligar. It doesn't have any energy, but Bastiodon with that Smackdown just doesn't generate the energy that it needs.
Keep in mind, these are going to be double super effective digs. One's going to be very close to knocking out. I think as HK Assassin, you need to make a winning play here, and that's catching a dig. Will we see a catch? No, not this time. Farms down the Cresselia. Gligar loaded with energy, throws the dig into the Bastiodon. So this is going to be a lot of damage, but will it be enough to knock out? Let's find out right now. Boom, here comes the dig.
Oh, it actually doesn't take out, and this Bastiodon is going to be able to get to the Stone Edge, but keep in mind, there's still the, oh no, but it's charge attack priority. Aerial is coming through for Frostfire, and he's going to be able to take this series 2-0 to move on the winner's side here.
How fitting, a Gligar knocking out the Bastiodon with the double resisted aerial ace. Great plays by Frostfire, a clean 2-0 sweep. That Azumarill so powerful. If you're able to get it aligned versus that Feraligatr, which we saw in both game number 1 and game number 2, fortune certainly favored Frostfire there. You love to see it.
That's right. I think the Feraligatr had a lot of flexible play against Frostfire's team, but like you said, just kind of walled by the Azumarill in that kind of matchup. I mean, it's not the worst, but you definitely need to have shields up or some other kind of advantage, and unfortunately, both of those games didn't have the shields that he needed to deal with that situation.
Absolutely. So let's look back at our game number 2. If we recall, early on, we actually had the Feraligatr into the Lickitung, and you're thinking, okay, this is a bit of a tough spot for HK Assassin. He does get some nice chip damage, but the key moment for me was bringing in this Cresselia, because actually Frostfire a bit weak to that Cresselia in the back. HK Assassin bringing it in, allowed Frostfire to get tons of value out of his Lickitung, neutralize that Cresselia, and then sweep with his Azumarill Gligar combo.
Exactly, and you have to imagine, actually the charge attack from the Cresselia that landed on the Gligar didn't do a whole lot. What HK Assassin really needed to take out that Gligar was to land a Hydro Cannon, and unfortunately when he gave up switch advantage, I think it was pretty much over from there.
Yeah, and we mentioned as well the winning play that needed to be made there was that catch, using your Cresselia as that sacrificial swap to try and catch a dig from that Gligar. Unfortunately unable to do so, and we saw just how much damage that dig landing into that Bastiodon did. Maybe 65-70% of its HP. That's absolutely devastating, but congratulations to Frostfire on a tear. 2-0, great team. He had all the responses there in that series.
Well, you know, Frostfire's highest placement ever was a 4th place finish in Sacramento earlier this year, so maybe California is his state. He's doing great. He's on fire, one might say, and you know, I hope to see him continue. He's improved so much, even comparing last season to this season, so it's really great to see that growth.
Yeah, and I know I sound like a broken record here, but I'm very impressed by Azumarill. In many cases, we've seen a meta evolve over time, and it gets to the point where it starts to feel a little static. Every now and then, trainers can say, okay, I'm seeing this Annihilate, I'm seeing these Altarias that have cemented their spot in the meta. What is a Pokemon that responds so well to them? And that's exactly what we saw. As a reminder, in game number 1, I believe we had not only Altaria, but also Annihilate as well, which those are the 2 key targets. So great on Frostfire, not only for just bringing the Azumarill on his team, but bringing it into those key matchups as well.
Great team reads and meta reads by Frostfire, obviously. Let's see what he has to say. Maybe he calls out that Azumarill. Take it away, Amanda.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm here with Frostfire 14, already heating up some matches near the beginning of the day. Those were some pretty incredible matches. You're on the winner's side. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling great. This is the first time I'm ever on the winner's side and actually won my first match. So this is like, it feels good, especially after Orlando where I made day 2 and then I 0-2'd. So it feels good to like come back and actually like win in day 2.
Yeah, that's a good start, right? So right before we were doing this interview, I saw you hugging someone. There's been some congratulations. You want to talk about your support group that is here with you?
Yes, yeah, I have my mom come out. My big motivation was that if I make day 2, then I'd have family come out. So I really wanted them to come out to see me play. So I'm really happy that they're here to celebrate this with me.
That is awesome. And I also saw on social media before you came here, you were unsure if you were going to come. It was maybe a last-second decision or something, but you were like, okay, I'm gonna be here in Los Angeles. It looks like it's really paying off for you.
Yeah, I was like, I was a little just stressed about my points. So I was like, I gotta make a run. I gotta make sure I get the qualification for NAIC, especially with the new meta coming up.
And so I heard the casters talking a little bit about your picks. There is an Azumarill on the team. Walk me through why you chose this Pokemon and if you think it's going to be your most valuable Pokemon for this tournament.
So far, Azumarill definitely has been for me. It saw great use in that last match. I just think it's really anti-meta right now, I guess. There are a lot of Altaria with all the Wish Cash around. Umbreon's usage is going up. Annihilate is everywhere. There really aren't that many electrics. Like, there's maybe, each team has like one answer, which is like a Lantern or maybe a Bug. But other than that, Azu is usually like pretty free to roam around.
That's great. Really great insight as well. Last question, is there anyone you want to shout out or thank while we got you here earlier on in the day?
Yeah, I wanted to thank my NEB family for always supporting me, and especially I had help with this matchup. I was really stressed out about it, especially the Bastiodon, because it's so difficult to handle sometimes. So I had great help from people like Yakko, Lyle, Pocket, Bosox, J-Mills, and Ash's Killno, and 8 the Great. Sorry, I was stressed out. I needed a lot of insight, so it feels good to accomplish what I came out to do today.
Well, we're very happy for you as well. Congratulations on your run so far. Good luck for the rest. Like we said before, this is just the beginning. We're going to go back. We're going to watch over some highlights, and we're going to see how the rest of this tournament develops.
The Obama snow is crazy, bro. Like, oh my God.
I was terrified of this fast speed. Yeah. I made a whole plan for it. I was like, oh, good for
it. Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last-minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle, Jeffs, and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Championship Sunday in the golden sunny state of California. I am Stephanie Christine, also known as DeFi 250, and I am just overjoyed to be joined by Amanda Lundberger.
That's me. Yes, we are very excited about this tournament. I was just watching the thing with Out of Pocket and the little things that he was talking about. He's in this tournament. He's actually in the loser side of the bracket, but still going to see if he can be the champion here in Los Angeles. And I like that he said that he looked up to Elite, another trainer who is also in this tournament, but on the winner's side of the bracket. But neither one of these trainers are going to be our first matchups that we're going to be watching today.
No, we are up against another very well-known trainer, which is Rise to Occasion. One of our very first regional champions in the first season where Pokemon Go was in the championship series. He won in Milwaukee, so that was very exciting. And he's really just a titan, a legend.
That's right.
A true legend in this community, up against Dr. Roast Beef, also on the winner's side of the bracket. I have had the absolute pleasure of interviewing both of these trainers yesterday, and I am very excited to see what they are going to be bringing to the table.
Well, one thing I'm hoping that Rise to Occasion is going to be bringing is going to be that Umbreon, that double Dark Goods running Foul Play and Dark Pulse as its charge attacks, which I find very interesting because, of course, it's not going to do as well in that Umbreon mirror match, but it does be able to hit things for a little bit harder when necessary, but still have that fast pacing to Foul Play. So we'll see if it really comes into play with them against Dr. Roast Beef.
let's go ahead and take a look at their teams and see how these two trainers are going to stack up against each other here on Winners Round 1. Taking a look on the left-hand side, like I mentioned, Rise to Occasion, running a very standard team other than that Umbreon. Like you mentioned, a double Dark Horse running double Dark charged attacks. Along with that Dugong, also very interesting. Dr. Roast Beef instead opting for a different ice type.
Yeah, going ahead and going for that Shadow Alolan Sandslash instead. I mean, we did talk about, I mean, it has a lot of staple picks on Rise's side, but I do want to point out that Wigglytuff because we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Charm users just aren't as common in this meta, especially with so many Skarmories around. However, I don't see it on the other team. Talking again about Rise, look at all of these top cuts here this season. We have Knoxville, San Antonio, Toronto, and then of course NAIC. He was a finalist last year. New NAIC coming up very, very soon. And the team composition that we have going on here is that Wigglytuff I was talking about with the disarming voice, Icy Wind, which is always going to lower the attack of your opponent, and Icy Wind also up on that Dugong above. But really, yes, that Umbreon Snarl with Foul Play and Dark Pulse.
Yes, and Dr. Roast Beef, this is his first achievement here. So we're kind of seeing that kind of standard, the Titan, the Legend, versus someone who's a little bit more up and coming. We've seen Dr. Roast Beef at other tournaments, but this is his first real breakout performance. And I am loving that Clodsire with Mudshot, Stone Edge, and Earthquake. We rarely see poison typing here in the championship series. I think we mentioned yesterday, Venusaur, really the only one that's ever won a tournament this season.
Right,
and that was
at the very beginning.
That was early. So I'd love to see Clodsire really make a run for it, or maybe like a little waddle for it, I think is more to describe its movement.
Yeah, I mean, I think with all these charger bugs that are going around, also to Lantern to a certain extent, even though Lantern can hit back with those surfs, Clodsire is just a wall to that electric type Pokemon going on as well. It does have to fear a little bit of other things, but if you're looking for a Pokemon with a lot of bulk, I know that some people have really tried to utilize this to success. We're jumping right into the battles, everyone. Winners, round 1, Rise to Occasion versus Dr. Roast Beef. We have some ice on the field.
Yes, it is getting cold here in Los Angeles. Brr, as the snow is flying on the field. We have again that Dugong versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Both of them have a very strong ground type charge attack that they are going to be using, really utilizing that Drill Run, which provides them excellent coverage. It's going to allow them to hit for some nice neutral damage against each other.
Yeah, I mean, the Dugong Drill Run will be favored to the Alolan Sandslash because look how much damage that does. Super effective. Meanwhile, it won't be doing quite as much on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash's side. It's going for the next one here. We'll have to see. Rise to Occasion already used one shield. I don't know if he wants to use another one early on in this matchup. It looks like he's not going to. He's already pacing to the next one. Gonna go ahead and throw the Icy Wind here. A little bit, not really even a bait. I think he's just maybe trying to lower the attack.
Yeah, lower the attack, perhaps. No, recognizing Dr. Roast Beef is probably going to shield this anyway. I might as well lower the attack of my opponent. Dr. Roast Beef very patient, trying to get a little bit of extra energy, waiting till Rise to Occasion is just before the charge attack, and Rise actually opting to shield, going down 2 shields early in the matchup and actually throwing another Icy Wind. Now, I'm not sure if Dr. Roast Beef is going to be able to get to another move, so I agree with this, just letting the Alolan Sandslash go down and allowing something else to come in. And that something else is going to be the Azumarill. Are we going to see an aggressive bubble down?
I think that, yeah, that is definitely the play that Azumarill has to go for here. Rise to Occasion wants to give off a little bit more of an impact. I mean, if you look at his backline there, the Lantern's going to clearly be coming into the Azumarill, and I think at this point, Rise is just saying, I don't need to lower the attack. Neither the Play Rough nor the Ice Beam is going to be doing that much damage to a fully healthy Lantern. In it comes, starting to spark away, but Dr. Roast Beef responds in kind with that Play Rough.
Yeah, so Play Rough still is going to be Azumarill's best bet at doing damage to the Lantern. And then we can take a look at this backline matchup, the Clodsire versus the Shadow Gligar. Now, Clodsire, I mentioned, has that poison typing, which makes these digs super effective. So this isn't exactly something that Clodsire is excited to see. However, it is not as if the Drill Run is going to one-hit knock out a Clodsire. There is not very much that can.
Yeah, and also there are shields up on the field for Dr. Roast Beef's side. Wonder wonderful counting here by Rise, going ahead and going right until the next Stone Edge, and now throwing the first drill run. Will this get the first Protect Shield, or will this go? No, yes, it is going to get it. This dig is not going to connect, but there is another one that's lined up. I don't think the Stone Edge is enough to knock out.
We will have to see. Stone Edge is a very powerful move, but Clodsire is known for its bulk, its staying power, not its attack. So even though that did a lot of nice neutral damage, Gligar really is just benefiting from its flying typing here, because as Clodsire is throwing those mud shots, not like Gligar can just kind of comfortably stay in here and get a lot of farm. Take a look at all of that damage, and then Rise to Occasion going for that Aerial Ace just to secure that knockout.
This play by Dr. Roastbeef, I'm not bothering to throw there because he didn't want the Lantern to get any more farm either, but Rise to Occasion says, that's okay, I don't want the Azumarill lined up with my Gligar anyway. I'm going to switch out because that switch timer is up. Already at another play from Dr. Roastbeef, and this is going to put the Lantern down into the yellow.
Yes, but Rise to Occasion already at a Thunderbolt, and that is going to be more than enough here to knock out this bulky Blue Bunny Pokemon right there of the Azumarill. Yeah. Thunderbolt does a lot of strong, super effective damage, knocking the Azumarill out, and Rise to Occasion claiming an early Game 1 victory.
Yeah, very well played by the opponents there, and very interesting, a little bit of the strategy going into this matchup as well. With the Ice types in the lead, Rise to Occasion knew that his back lineup was like going to be kind of reliant on what came in, and as you can see, that Lantern probably wouldn't want to be matched up with a Clodsire without any shields, because the Earthquake would do so much damage, and that Gligar would have just been helpless against the Azumarill on the other side.
I really do like the Clodsire into the Lantern. I also really like it into something like the Annihilate, do it into the Wigglytuff. I do think that Clodsire has some interesting play. It just has to really be able to find its targets, and Gligar just isn't one of them, because the dig does hit really hard, threatening something even as tanky as a Clodsire.
Yeah, so if you are Dr. Roastbeef, I agree with you that I think that has a lot of targets on the other side. There are a couple things that kind of make it more difficult. Obviously, that Dugong, which we did see, Lantern can be able to hit back Gligar. So it's a, it's a kind of an even footing for that one. I do think overall that Azumarill is a really great pick, but of course Rise knows that as well. That's why he almost has to bring the Lantern, because otherwise Azumarill can pretty much run almost unchecked against Rise to Occasion's team.
Yeah, so yeah, like you mentioned, I think that Azumarill is going to have to show up every time. I think that Lantern's going to have to show up every time on the left. We're going to have to see how these trainers are going to decide on their other two. What am I going to pair with this Pokemon that kind of has to show up every single time? That's where some of that real strategy and that those mind games are going to come into play.
Absolutely, and you can see both of these trainers kind of having a look at the field, wondering what the other opponent is going to bring in. Rise to Occasion's being very meticulous here. He's kind of punching it in. Looks like he's about to lock in a team composition. He just needs one more win on this to advance in that winner's round. But Dr. Roastbeef, I've seen it before. We can have some reverse sweeps. We're going right into game number 2.
And there is that Lantern and the Azumarill, the two Pokemon who we said are going to have to show up. However, Dr. Roastbeef playing like we talked about, that ABB. He brought two Pokemon that can stand up to Lantern, being the Charjabug as well as that Clodsire.
I mean, this whole matchup is very close. We've seen these before. Even if you're kind of hard countered in the swap, it doesn't mean you're going to lose lead, lose game. However, it looks like Rise to Occasion really has this lined up really well for him. Going for that heavier hitting dig, this will do a ton of damage to the Charjabug should it go unprotected. And it looks like Dr. Roastbeef is going to go ahead and do that last second shield.
Yeah, wanting to maybe get just a little bit of extra chip, knowing I have this charged attack. It's going to be resisted, but it's going to get that Shadow Gligar just a little bit lower. Perhaps getting the Shadow Gligar down into like bubble down range for the Azumarill.
That is a good point. Once again, Rise to Occasion say, okay, the first one's not going to go through. Are you going to use both shields here in this middle matchup? And you know what? Dr. Roastbeef is, because he recognizes how important it is. He doesn't want to get that Azumarill lock on that Lantern one more time, but that Gligar is getting desperately low. Rise to Occasion has to use at least one shield to maintain this switch for himself.
Yeah, but that using a shield, he's already at a charge attack, gonna get to that dig before Dr. Roastbeef is able to get to another X-Scissor to secure the knockout. Now, Dr. Roastbeef sacrificed both Protect Shields here, but still ended up losing that switch. This Azumarill only needs 2 bubbles, gets a little bit of advantage, and then we're gonna have to see, can the Clodsire take on both Pokemon? But here, Rise to Occasion, you can see, was planning for that Clodsire. Clodsire having that ground typing is very weak to Dugong being an Ice-type Pokemon.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion knows that this Stone Edge would do a lot of damage. He's almost at the Icy Wind and the Drill Run. Both are going to be doing a nice amount amount of damage to this Clodsire, but I like this play. With no Protect Shields remaining and this Clodsire kind of stuck in this battle, he wants to make sure that that next Stone Edge is not going to be hurting the Dugong as much, going for that Icy Wind first, and as you can see, it's going to be, it's still going to do a lot of damage to the Dugong, but not as much as it would have before.
No, not with that one stage attack debuff. We are going to see the Stone Edge go ahead and connect with the Dugong, but see, only taking it down to about half health. So the Dugong is going to go into this next matchup. It'll still be able to take on the Azumarill, kind of soften the Azumarill up a little bit, and we're going to see that Lantern come in for that final knockout.
Yeah, I kind of thought maybe Rise to Occasion would farm up a little bit more, knowing that that Stone Edge was still kind of far away, but I think he knew at this point he would still be able to at least reach one more Icy Wind. This is not going to do a lot of damage to the Azumarill, but what it is going to do is lower its attack for the rest of the game. There's no more Pokemon for Dr. Roastbeef to swap out of, and now in comes that Lantern to just finish up the job.
Yeah, so even though this Azumarill is floated on energy, doesn't matter. You need so many play roughs to be able to knock out an Azumarill at this point. So I think Dr. Roastbeef just kind of recognizing, I'm not going to waste time throwing these charged attacks. Rise to Occasion, you have claimed victory and are going to move ahead here, completing winners round 1.
Rise to Occasion continuing to rise up in this championship series. They're taking that convincing 2-0 sweep against Dr. Roastbeef, but we are in that winner's side of the bracket still. We're just showing that that portion at now. So what that means is Dr. Roastbeef still in the tournament. He's going to be knocked down to the loser's bracket, and I'm sure we're going to see a little bit more of his games later on in the day.
Yeah, I really thought maybe there was a chance because I saw that ABB strategy. A lot of times when you lose the lead, when you're playing that strategy, there you have a little bit of wiggle room, but just wasn't able to overcome all of the Pokemon that Rise to Occasion brought in his strategy as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that he was really thinking about it before he was putting him in. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights as well for these matchups between Rise to Occasion and Dr. Roastbeef, where you can see kind of how this came into play. This was very important. Yeah, Dr. Roastbeef going down 2 shields and also losing switch advantage was very difficult for him to overcome, even with the small energy advantage on the Azumarill, being hard countered after hard countered with that Clodsire now into the Dugong.
Yeah, it's just Charjabug just doesn't have what it takes to take on a Gligar, just with everything being resisted. And here we have the Lantern really securing the victory here against the Azumarill in order for Rise to Occasion to continue on in the winner's side of this tournament here in Los Angeles today.
And even though he didn't use the Umbreon, I can still kind of count it as a win for my MVP picks, right? Right, you let me?
I would say Rise to Occasion's part of that MVP pick, so he's part of it too. It's the Umbreon and Rise.
That's absolutely true. One thing I really want to talk about is the fact that there was not really a Whiscash in sight during that matchup. Whiscash was very, very popular earlier on in this meta, but as we saw earlier on the day graphic, it's actually dropped down. It's still in the top 12 usage, but it's not even in the top 6.
Yeah, speaking of Whiscash and its place in the meta, let's go ahead and recap what we talked a bit about yesterday, which was we talked a little bit about yesterday, which is the new move updates. We got to give a little bit of that sneak preview, and Scald getting a chance to lower the opposing Pokemon's attack that's decreased. Right now it's a coin flip. It's a 50% chance. That's going to be lowered significantly for this next season.
Yeah, well, we're not sure of the whole amount that it's going to be lowered. We do know that it is going to be lowered, and I think that is a great idea, actually, because as so many trainers have said before, Scald is already such a good charge attack that just adding on this 50% is almost too much, I think it seems. So a lot of people have been hoping for a little bit of a debuff. Looks like we're getting our hopes there, and also our hopes maybe with this spark decrease for Lantern. Maybe we'll see a drop of usage of this Pokemon as well and allow other water types to shine.
Do you remember when Lantern used to run Water Gun a little bit? Maybe we'll see that as a bit of a resurgent if Spark is not going to be quite as possible. Maybe there's room for Water Gun Lantern in this meta.
And that as a good point. There's a lot of Pokemon that also, if we're talking about electric types, Lantern doesn't have to be the only one. Tons of these Pokemon are now going to be able to learn Thunder Punch. One that I'm kind of looking at and find very interesting is going to be Typhlosion. Typhlosion can either be running Incinerate as its fast attack or also Shadow Claw, which paces so quickly, and with Thunder Punch is such a quick move to get to. I think that could be a real nuisance to deal with in the Great League.
And Lucario is a fan favorite Pokemon in the Pokemon world, so I'm sure there are lots of people out there there who are excited to give Lucario a little bit of a new toy to play with. My personal favorite is Pawmo, that middle evolution I mentioned yesterday. I have a best buddy Pawmo. You max it out, it gets close to that 1500. I want to see some Electric Cup action next season, so I'm crossing my fingers I'll get an opportunity to use my best buddy Pawmo. His name is Southpaw.
Oh, cute. Very cute. I like that a lot. Some of the other Pokemon, as you guys can see on the screen, we have Lokix learning the fast attack counter. A lot of the Pokemon we've been seeing, Annihilate, Vigoroth, these Pokemon have also been learning counter. It's a very effective move in this game. We have some more Ice types learning the fast attack Powder Snow as well.
Yeah, I love Citadel and Cititan from the brand new generation of Pokemon over in Paldea. They are so much fun. Ice type just isn't a great typing when it's stand alone. It needs to be like Shadow Alolan Sandslash, who is Ice Steel, or Dugong, that's Ice Water, or Abomasnow, Ice Grass. You need that secondary typing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll end up seeing some Citadel, and everyone will change our minds with that. We're going swiftly through also the Fairy types, who will be learning that Charge Attack Swift, and then also back now into these Flying type Pokemon for the Shared Skies meta. We have all of these, Fearow, Salamence, Swoobat, and Swanna, all learning that Charge Attack Fly. Fly has actually been doing really well in this tournament so far. Haydonus is using it on the Talonflame, which recently learned it in a past meta, and it made it a lot more meta relevant.
Yes, that is why Haydonus was my MVP pick, and that Talonflame specifically, looking at that when he charged up yesterday. I believe it was against Battle Bill PvP, where he had the 2 flies back to back. I just found that really impressive, so I'm interested to see how Haydonus moves through the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, Haydonus was knocked down to that loser side of the bracket by his friend Elite, and Elite is actually the trainer that we have up next playing. He's won, I believe, the 2 California regional competitions before. We're in California again, winner side of the bracket. I think a lot of people are really counting him as the person to be watching in this tournament.
I would definitely say the same thing about Elite. We've been calling him the California King, really just being able to show dominance here in Southern California. He wants to take the gold in the Golden State, Amanda, so we should go ahead, and we're gonna be checking in with these trainers shortly. He's gonna be playing a Shady Equation, who was actually, I believe, Soph's pick. The MVP was that Shadow Whiscash, and this is gonna be one of the last tournament in North America where that Shadow Whiscash gets that 50% Scald debuff.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and kick it over to the players. I think they are getting ready and set up on screen. We're going to look at the team compositions that they are playing here. Shady Equation was talking about this team a little bit earlier. He said he played the same team in Indianapolis. He thought he did rather well with it, made just a couple mistakes, so he ended up using the same team. And look at him, he's in the winner's side again for this regional competition. Elite going with a little bit of a more spicy team, as we would call it there. We have that Skeletors on it, a Guzzlord, and the other pick that I think that Wholesome had for him was the Azumarill.
I'm really interested that both of these trainers have Vigoroth on their team. When I was talking to Existing Monkey, who brought the Annihilate and just really showcased it in that last battle that he had, that Vigoroth just seems so difficult to play. But if someone like Elite, who the Sacramento Regional Champion, the Fresno Regional Champion, also Salt Lake City last season Regional Top 8, if anyone can use this Vigoroth, it's Elite.
Yeah, talking a little bit more about that team composition that he brought in. That Guzzlord running Crunch and Dragon Claw, Azumarill running Ice Beam and Play Rough, which seems pretty standard for these sort of Pokemon Go Championship series. And I mean, look at his dress code. It's a little bit different than the attire he was wearing yesterday. Yesterday, Elite had, I believe, like 10 medals just put around his neck at this point. Maybe he's saying, okay, I don't want any of those medals right now. I just want the first place from Los Angeles.
It's time for business up against a Shady Equation, who we can see some achievements here. Indianapolis Regional Top 16, Portland Regional Top 4 last season, really looking for another standout performance here. And again, we have that Vigoroth. Those 2 Pokemon, it is so tough when you end up in a Vigoroth mirror match because they are both have that normal typing. I'm also really interested to see if the Cresselia, we've been seeing Cresselia have a lot of dominance recently in the official tournament circuit. I'm interested to see, does Cresselia have any play?
I mean, Cresselia has really climbed the charts, it seemed. I think it was number 4 in the usage for day 2 for the competitors here. So we'll probably see a lot more Cresselia play going on. These 2 trainers are locked in. They are ready to go, and they have that Cresselia on the field against Elite's Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Cresselia really benefits here from all of its bulk because it can handle so many different attacks from the Shadow Gligar. Gligar. The Cresselia probably would prefer to see that Vigoroth, but I'm sure it's very happy that it is not aligned against the Charjabug, because Charjabug paces to those X-Scissors so quickly for super effective damage.
Yeah, going for that heavier hitting Moonblast here. It looks like Elite's going to go ahead, let that go through. Knows it's not, nothing that's throwing is going to be able to knock out the Gligar. Gligar still has a lot of energy going. Oh, but my goodness, a Shady Equation has found the formula right away. Go for that Moonblast and then get the attack debuff, forcing Elite to swap into Vigoroth.
And a Shady Equation building up some extra energy, knowing I can stay in here against this Vigoroth, takes plenty of counters, gain some extra energy, throw a Moonblast, and then kind of make my decision from there. Looks like Shady Equation's actually going to stay in and just get 2 Moonblasts off. Elite is going to choose to protect this Vigoroth here.
I like this play by Shady Equation a lot, saying, okay, like, it's not really that bad of a matchup for me. I'm at least going to get a shield and then force something to happen. And if you have a Vigoroth of your own, that is a dangerous scenario. There is a lot of energy on this. The first body slam is going to be able to go through, but this counter damage from the Vigoroth to the other, they're just going to continue to add up.
Yes, we have that Vigoroth mirror, and just like I said, counter damage, and then the body slams just one after the other. We are seeing these shields start to dip away. A Shady Equation able to completely counter down the opposing Vigoroth before the Charjabug comes in. Now this Rock Slide is going to be doing super effective damage. Bug is weak to Rock. Will Elite shield it? He does.
Good call by Elite there, using his last shield. Just going to go ahead and start charging up energy on this little battery Pokemon, going a little bit ahead, even though this is another Rock Slide, not going to be enough to take him out. I think we're going to see an aggressive Volt Switch down.
Yeah, but I don't know if that energy is going to have anywhere to go, because after one more Volt Switch, the Vigoroth is going to go down, but this Whiscash is going to be free to come in, and those X-Scissors aren't going to be enough to knock it out.
Yeah, Shady Equation patiently waiting out that switch timer because he doesn't want to have Charjabug be able to swap out too quickly, but there are 2 charge attacks already loaded. X-Scissors is going to be the one that is going to be more effective and less energy to throwing at that Whiscash. Now swapping back into the Gligar. It's got a ton of energy already loaded as well. Now going for that Aerial Ace bait.
Yes, will a Shady Equation use the Protect Shield here? He will. That is frustrating to shield a bait. And now 1, 2, almost at a dig, but ends up throwing the Aerial Ace into the Cresselia instead. That is not going to be enough to knock out the Cresselia. So we see Elite doing a nice undercharge and trying to get that energy back from the Cresselia.
Yeah, I really like this play. Able to do just that, just like you said. He's at the energy now, throwing the Aerial Ace, and now the Whiscash is left pretty defenseless. It's got to be able to throw at that Gligar as well, but there's still an X-Scissor stored on the Charjabug in the back.
Yeah, so a Shady Equation would need 2 charged attacks here. He needs 1 to knock out the Gligar, and he needs another to knock out the Charjabug. He only has the 1 locked and loaded, and here the X-Scissor is going to be more than enough to knock the Shadow Whiscash off of the field. And Elite, with this final blow from the Charjabug, takes game number 1.
X-Scissor goes through, Whiscash goes down. Elite takes game number 1 off of Shady Equation there, and that was a very close matchup. Interesting and well played. This has been so many times in this tournament that Elite has come out with an attack with his Charjabug to be able to finish off a game.
Yeah, so Charjabug really being shown off by Elite. I don't think that was the Pokemon that did Jim pick Elite?
He did. He picked a Azumarill, which I also think is a good pick overall. But with so many Lanterns around and also a Cresselia on the other side, it seems more of a dangerous pick in this regard. I wasn't surprised to not see it in that first round 1. Let's go ahead and look at this. This was a fun moment there, completely being able to counter down that Vigoroth, coming out with a lot of energy on Shady Equation's side. That Rock Slide does land, but at this point, Charjabug just has too much energy to overcome.
Yes, and then we're going to see that this really nice undercharge. So recognizing, okay, Shady Equation, you made a nice catch, but I can still get out of this by undercharging, and then I can get that Aerial Ace right back.
And not only that, getting the exact perfect amount of undercharge, so he had exactly an Aerial Ace stored. That is some fine counting by Elite there. This X-Scissor finishing off the matchup. Down it goes onto that Whiscash, securing the game number 1 for Elite.
Yes, Elite may be playing a Shady Equation, but Elite is the one with the equation for how much to undercharge. Let's see how he goes into game number 2. This is a fantastic lead for Elite with that Skeledirge.
Yeah, Skeledirge now going straight into the Whiscash. One of the harder counters, and now being met by the big old Guzzler, just starting to chomp away at the Whiscash, going for that Mud Bomb, which is going to be hitting a little bit harder, but no chance of a debuff here.
No chance of a debuff. You can't really throw Scald into that Dragon typing. Mud Bomb going to be much more effective if you're just trying to get a lot of consistent damage. But this Mud Bomb isn't going to knock out either, so Elite choosing not to shield, and Elite is going to be able to get at least this Dragon Claw off, perhaps another.
Going ahead, throwing this one. Guzzlord still standing tall. These Dragon Tails are just like adding up on this Whiscash. This was only the first charge attack throw, and at the same time, look at this. Going to go ahead, throw another one here. Already got one shield. This is going to put the Whiscash so low, forcing Shady Equation to shield this up because he wants that switch advantage.
Yes, he recognizes I can't have his Skeledirge against my Cresselia. That is going to be a recipe for disaster. So I need to maintain the switch advantage here. So using the Shadow Whiscash, going to throw Scald, hoping for that coin flip. What side of the coin are we going to get?
It looks like so far the attack does fall. An immediate swap out into Gligar, and Elite counter swaps into the Skeledirge. Interesting play. The Gligar does have a little bit of an energy advantage, and now this is also a baiting game because this will not do as much damage, but that would do so much getting that first shield off of Elite.
Yes, but Skeledirge now having 2 shields is going to be able to ramp up energy. Skeledirge with energy is so dangerous because it can go, the energy can go anywhere. Look at that Shadow Ball completely knocking out the Gligar. There's still a Whiscash, and then the Cresselia. The Cresselia cannot use its charged attacks to even hit for neutral. Skeledirge resists all of it.
And going ahead, throwing that Mud Bomb, this would be doing a nice amount of damage. Elite knows it as well. The real question is, will Shady Equation be able to get up to another one before the Incinerate takes him out? Elite doesn't even want to find out, going straight for that Disarming Voice instead, definitely putting this Whiscash back into the ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to take a look at the replay to see if an Incinerate or 2 would have knocked out before the Mud Bomb, but this is guaranteed what Elite wants to see. He wants to be able to get that Shadow Ball onto the Cresselia. So now he's thinking, is a Moonblast going to be enough to knock out my Skeledirge? It is resisted damage, and it is not enough. So we can see going to be able to throw at least one more Incinerate before using that Shadow Ball. Skeledirge known for its raw power. Let's see how much the Shadow Ball is going to do when it connects. Gets it down into the red.
As Gator is going to town here, already at yet another charge attack. This Disarming Voice will be enough to knock out the Cresselia as well. Shady Equation doing everything possible to stay in this matchup, but Skeledirge says, nope, have one of these as it goes down.
Yes, and Skeledirge still had that Vigoroth in the back. Let's say just could, even if Skeledirge couldn't get the job done, still could have tag team back to its partner Vigoroth. So Elite moving forward here on the winner's side of the bracket.
He did say yesterday that his neck was starting to get sore from all of the medals that he was carrying around it. I wonder if now that he's winning on screen, if one more will be awarded over time, or if he's just, again, going for that strategy of like, no, guys, I'm just waiting for that first place medal here in Los Angeles.
Yes, he did say all of those were starting to give him a headache. Maybe taking the medals off is allowing him to kind of clear up his mind, clear up his head for just a very quick victory here against a Shady Equation. But again, this is a double elimination bracket, Amanda. So if you are out there rooting for a Shady Equation, just like Soph is having Shadow Whiscash as the MVP, don't tune out because we have a Shady Equation still in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, speaking of that Whiscash, it did a lot of work for Shady Equation in those matchups. Let's kind of go through the highlights of this last round between him and Elite. This 2-0 sweep, but it was not won very easily over here. Shady Equation being able to knock out that Guzzlord, but unfortunately left him shieldless to be able to take this Shadow Ball and just let the Skeledirge continue to ramp up energy.
Yes, like I mentioned, Skeledirge with energy is dangerous. So going ahead and using that Disarming Voice, not wanting to risk a lose condition here with the Mud Bomb being able to knock out. So just immediately going for the Cresselia, going for the knockout, and just making sure to guarantee that victory to move forward on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yep, and like you said, this is a double elimination tournament. We're still in the winner's side of the bracket, so plenty more matches to be played. I think Shady Equation has been doing extremely well. He hasn't gone to so many tournaments overall, but at the ones that he has been at, he's been really making an impact.
Yes, consistency. So sometimes it's not necessarily how many tournaments you make it to, it's how well you perform. Can you stand out at the ones you do go to? That's, for example, I think of Rubik's Master last season.
Absolutely.
Went to very few tournaments, only ever lost to its Axon last season. Really just going to, was it just one regional and then Worlds?
So.
And that's
exactly.
it.
He got second place at that regional, only losing to its Axon, and then he got second place at Worlds as well. Some other trainer who has not been going to that many competitions, but still making a huge name for himself is Elite. We have him and Jim going to have a little interview on the floor.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Stephanie. Wholesome_ here with Elite, fresh off his 2-0 victory. First off, congratulations. Wanted to ask you a little bit more about your team. Yesterday, the story was a Azumarill. This time, I don't think we saw it featured really on stream, at least for their first matches. I wanted to ask you, what was your response to Shadow Whiscash that a Shady equation really seemed to be forcing into those games?
So Shadow Gligar actually does pretty good into Whiscash, as long as you're shielding the Scalds, obviously. And also Guzzlord does good enough into it where I can get off 2 Dragon Claws and live Mud Bombs and Mud Shots. So those are like my main strategies. Also Vigoroth was really neutral into Shady's team, so I felt like I had to bring that.
Well, you're no stranger to Top Cut, multi-champion at this point. Was there any different preparation going into this tournament versus tournaments in the past?
I had this team ready like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I haven't really been doing that much scrimming, so like at the beginning of the week, I decided I'm just gonna run this team and I'm not gonna second guess it, and it's been working out so far.
Okay, great. Any shout outs that you wanna have before we wrap up this interview?
Yeah, I wanna shout out my friends that I was staying with, Evan and Matt, and I also wanna give a shout out to Lyle and Pocket, as well as Mountain Dugong.
All right, we do have NAIC coming up as well. Are we gonna see you there?
So my initial idea was if I get top 8 here, I'm thinking to go, and I'm pretty sure I'm secured for top 8 now, so there's a good chance that you'll see me there, but yeah, I'm still deciding. We'll see.
All right, TBD. That's all we have with Elite, though. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jim, for that interview with Elite. So perhaps not the last we're going to be seeing of him this season. We do have the North American International Championships coming up in just it's a matter of days now that we can be counting down to that tournament in New Orleans.
That's right. Meet us in New Orleans there. That will be a fun tournament. I know that not only people from North America will be competing this, but people from the LATAM region, people from Europe will also be traveling over, hoping to compete, get some clout in the very last tournament before Worlds in this 2024 Championship Series.
Yes, and looking to secure leaderboard points as well. Really looking for that travel award to go to Honolulu, Hawaii. It is quite the flight to get over there, so I can definitely see why that travel award is so prestigious. It's so sought after.
Yeah, and not only that, some people can also get potential travel stipends as well. So if you don't even make that very, very top part, you can still get maybe a little piece of the pie as well. When we're talking about people traveling over, we saw HK Assassin play earlier today. He was knocked down to the losers bracket. We are in the loser side of the bracket now as well. Not with these trainers, but we were with Mormon Matt, who lost out just to Existing Monkey, and Elum, who just ended up beating Man in the Planet.
And these players are ready to go. Let's go ahead and take a peek down at the loser side of the bracket to see what we have in store. And that is going to be Mormon Matt with that Shadow Quagsire against Elum, also rocking an Umbreon today.
Yeah, there is an Umbreon on Elum's team. Mormon Matt's team is very interesting to me. A lot of different strategies that can be played out. We have a double fighter potential. We have a double flyer potential as well. And then, of course, we have that very cute Quagsire, like he was saying. He really loves playing this Pokemon, and when it got the update of the Aqua Tail, it really came into play for him.
Yes, Shadow Quagsire running Aqua Tail and Stone Edge today as its charge attacks. It is quite the breadth of charge attacks to choose from that has lots of different meta choices, but Aqua Tail and Stone Edge is what Mormon Matt is going with today. Elum's Umbreon also running that Snarl, Last Resort, and Foul Play, that traditional moveset that we've talked about, that some trainers like Rise to Occasion are kind of fighting the norm today, but Elum's sticking with the tried and true.
Yeah, Elum is one of the trainers who I don't think we've seen actually on stream this tournament, but a lot lot of players in this circuit know who he is. He's a very talented trainer. We're going to go ahead and Mormon Matt. He was the 2023 Salt Lake City Regional Top 4. I think it was one of the first tournaments he ever played in as well, and he's been already making a top cut in Los Angeles as well. Going ahead, talking a little bit like what you were saying, running that Mudshot, Aquatail, and Stone Edge on the Quagsire. I believe he said yesterday he's running that Stone Edge to make sure that the Quagsire has some flying coverage from, yeah, of course, if you're seeing all these Altarias and the Skarmers, you're going to want to be able to hit back.
Yes, and here's Elum. So many top cut finishes. So a regional finalist in Hartford last season, but has yet to claim a tournament for himself, and that is what he is out here looking to do today.
I know that you said that you love a good losers bracket run, so I'm excited to see some of these great matches here as well. Looking at the team compositions we have, just as pretty much standard movesets on everything. Cresselia, like we talked about, has really been going with Moonblast in this tournament, not really Future Sight to be found.
Yeah, which Moonblast actually kind of works out a little bit better if you're seeing things like Sableye, seeing things like Umbreon, being able to hit that super effective damage is so much better than Future Sight, specifically with this little bit of a turn, this little bit of a fork in the road that we've seen in the meta today.
And we're going ahead, we're jumping right into these matches. Losers round 2, Mormon Matt on the left-hand side, Elum on the right. We have the Altaria versus Nihilape. Let's get started.
Yes, and we have Altaria. We're going to be staying in here and switching out pretty quickly into our secondary matchup. Elum wanting to preserve that Annihilate for later, bringing in that Shadow Quagsire, and like you mentioned, Stone Edge is so necessary for this matchup because Quagsire could be running Earthquake, for example, and have nothing to be able to throw at this Skarmory, but Stone Edge is going to be providing a lot of really nice neutral damage, especially with this boost you can see as a Shadow. You get that 20% extra juice to the attack, doing a lot of really good damage. You need 2 Stone Edges, though, to knock out from here.
Yeah, it looks like just continuing to pile away energy. I think we're going to see a shield come up, especially if he has this much energy left. No, it looks like he's going to let that Quagsire go down. Elum has gotten that switch advantage that he was looking for, but the Skarmory is rather low, and in comes an Annihilate to just completely counter it down.
Ooh, but I think it's going to come at a cost because the Skarmory is going to get to a Sky attack. So in order to preserve all of that energy he just got from the Skarmory, Mormon Matt is going to have to sacrifice a shield. And Mormon Matt is really going to be hoping that this Altaria is going to have what it takes in the back line matchup.
This is so interesting. Elum coming into Annihilate with his own, and Annihilate on Mormon Matt's side has so much energy. This Shadow Ball will connect, knocks out the Annihilate, and now it is just Cresselia against the Annihilate and the Altaria in the back. I get why he did this, but it really puts him in a very difficult position because this Shadow Ball is going to do so much damage to go unprotected, and the Altaria still has some Dragon Breath and all of basically the charge attacks to be going as well. Meanwhile, Elum still just charging away.
Yes, so Elum waiting a moment, making sure, kind of being patient, and then throwing that Grass Knot into Mormon Matt. Doesn't matter if it's the Grass Knot or the Moonblast at this point, either one is going to knock out. So maybe trying to make a catch, making sure I've got tons of energy to go, and is now going to bring in this Altaria. Cresselia having access to Moonblast, this is going to hit for super effective damage. Not going to be enough to knock out the Altaria, though. You need 2 Moonblasts, not 1, but 2, to knock out an Altaria from the skies.
Yeah, not only do you need that, you need energy as well, because you need to be able to throw at that Annihilate in the back. Even though there is a shield, this Moonblast will connect. It's going to bring the Cresselia so low here, and I think Elum knows it as well. Going for this Moonblast, like you said, this will be enough to knock out the Altaria, and then it's just, I mean, with such a small sliver of health left, will it be able to even survive a counter?
No, not at all. So that 1 counter. So even exiting with a full charge attack to end the match, Mormon Matt takes an early victory here in this Losers Round 2 series against Elum. Elum going to have to make a reverse sweep, win 2 in a row to continue his run through Championship Sunday.
I like Elum's thought, however, with swapping in that Skarmory. Skarmory is very strong against the team in general, and with no electric types on Mormon Matt's side, it's basically an invitation to use that Pokemon in that position. Obviously, we saw Quagsire being able to hit back pretty hard with that Stone Edge, but Elum still winning that middle matchup was not enough to secure him the victory. Instead, it just gave all that energy to the Annihilate.
Yeah, again, Mormon Matt using a double counter user strategy here. Elum Elum only having the Annihilate on his side. So Mormon Matt kind of free to decide in the matchups that he's playing today which counter user is going to do better. And here it is definitely the Annihilate.
So if you look at the teams overall, I mean, it's not like anyone that really had such a big advantage in team composition. Cresselia would have also done great against that Quagsire, and Cresselia, for the normal part, does really well against Annihilate, but not when Annihilate has so much energy, being able to completely Shadow Ball, take out basically one-shot Elum's Annihilate, and now this Cresselia just has so much work to do.
Yes, we mentioned earlier about how Skeledirge's energy can go everywhere. Annihilate's energy can go almost anywhere into Elum's team. Really, just the Umbreon that it can't really do anything against. But Umbreon, you're using the counter damage against anyway. Annihilate looking very, very strong here for Mormon Matt.
Yeah, going ahead and looking through it a little bit more. Because there is a Vigoroth on the other side as well as the Annihilate, it kind of makes it a little difficult for Elum to bring in that Umbreon, because when the Annihilate is running Night Slash and Shadow Ball, then Umbreon has a little bit of a better time, but Vigoroth just able to just hit back harder, and also with the Body Slam is going to be able to just whittle away the health a little bit quicker at the Umbreon on the other side. It doesn't surprise me that I didn't see it in a double fighter lineup. However, I don't know, what are the odds that Mormon Matt is bringing a Vigoroth when there's an Annihilate on Elum's side?
I think that is low. We will have to see, though. Mormon Matt securing a fantastic opening matchup here with the Skarmory and the Gligar. Elum going to switch into the Mirror. Mormon Matt going to bring in that Shadow Quagsire. We've seen how this matchup goes from the previous game. Shadow Quagsire really relying on that Stone Edge for strong neutral damage. Elum knows he can handle the one, so no need to shield.
Yeah, second verse, same as the first. Almost here it looks like as a good. We'll be able to connect, but this time Elum just charging up a lot of energy first, basically two Sky Attacks, and this is the difference maker here. And Mormon Matt knows it. Going for the Brave Bird, it gets protected. This is going to lower the defenses of the Skarmory and put the Elum kind of in a hard position. Now Mormon Matt can go for the Aqua Tails, and this could be enough to knock out the Skarmory.
Yes, that Aqua Tail with that bit of a shadow boost. Elum doesn't want to risk it. Puts up a Protect Shield. Knows that that was a charge attack priority tie. Knows that he wants this energy to fire into the Quagsire. So throws a Brave Bird. Mormon Matt shields up a second time. Now, because the defense is so fallen on this Skarmory, you can actually see the Mudshots doing damage.
Yeah, that is so true. Double defense drop, and now this Aqua Tail should be enough to bring that Steel Pokemon out of the sky. Quagsire still has an Aqua Tail loaded for the Gligar that is coming back in, just getting a ton more energy before releasing that first one, right before the Aerial Ace is even ready for Elum's side.
Yep, Elum knows no matter what charge attack this is, it is not going to knock out my Shadow Gligar from here. I can tank one Aqua Tail, I cannot tank two. So Elum is gonna have to decide, is my Shadow Gligar just gonna be a sponge? Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go. Allow the Shadow Quagsire now to be dry going into the last matchup.
And we're talking about one Pokemon. Last time it was Cresselia versus the world. Now Umbreon is going into the battle. He's like, I might be shiny, but I'm not sure if I can do this. Another Aqua Tail now being thrown. Elum just wants to get a ton of energy, I think, because he knows that there is a Skarmory on the other side, but he does not know what that third Pokemon is going to be. One more Aqua Tail coming through from Mormon Matt.
Yes, this Shadow Quagsire, I would say this is Mormon Matt's most valuable Pokemon. Using it as a safe swap in both of these games, and really just having this opportunity to do a lot of damage across Elum's entire team.
Yeah, I think if you're Mormon Matt, you're probably going to go ahead and bring in that Altaria, because the Dragon Breath pressure is going to do way more than those Steel Wings are. There is a lot of energy loaded on Elum's side. He does have a shield left, but I mean, the pressure of the fast attacks here are going to be enough alone.
Yes, and even if the Altaria couldn't cut it, there is still an entire Skarmory in the back for Mormon Matt. So Mormon Matt using the Sky Attack here should be pretty close to knocking out a couple Dragon Breaths. Ought to do it.
Yeah, I think that Elum, he already saw it, said good game to him. Recognized it could have been the Moonblast. It didn't bother even shielding at that point, recognizing it was just too much of an uphill battle. Mormon Matt continuing on his run in that loser's bracket. Elum going home once again, but once again with another pretty top cut finish.
Yes, Elum, one of the trainers out there who is just consistent in his performances, does so consistently well at all the tournaments he goes to. Maybe we're gonna have to just wait and see, when is his real standout performance going to be?
Yeah, we were talking with S. James P over in Indianapolis when they played each other, and SJ was saying, even though I beat Elum and even though it was 2-0, I think he was the hardest opponent that I played in the whole tournament. And a lot of players have said a similar thing. They really fear playing up against Elum. So yeah, I have no doubt that he will make that breakthrough moment at some point. It's unfortunately not going to be at that last regional competition of the North American season, but it could be at NAIC. Who knows if he's going to be there?
Who knows? But one trainer that we can talk about now is Mormon Matt. He had his real standout performance in Salt Lake City, looking for another really notable performance here in Los Angeles. Like I mentioned earlier, I really like how he used that Shadow Quagsire as his pivot Pokemon in both of those games. Taking a look here at that Shadow Quagsire from game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Quagsire was just the best answer that Mormon Matt has on his team to the Skarmory, so he knew that he had to utilize it well. It was very interesting to see how they played that out. This time, going ahead, double shielding the Brave Birds, which was a fantastic call by him, and then that Quagsire just went to town. As you can see, now Altaria being able to Sky Attack and then Dragon Breath down, securing game number 2 for Mormon Matt.
Yeah, that Umbreon is beautiful. It's shiny, but it just could not take on both of the flyers that were remaining, plus the damage that Shadow Quagsire was able to apply to that Umbreon. Mormon Matt just had that one in the bag.
Yeah, Mormon Matt, we talked about a little bit before. Haven't seen him competing at too many tournaments, but when he is, he's pretty much making some nice waves along the way, using Pokemon that he feels comfortable with. And I believe that it's him, but you might have to correct me. I think he originally started as a video game player as well.
I believe so. I believe he's kind of, we stole him a little bit from another Pokemon game. Definitely newer. He was very new to the game when we met him in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I think that is a sort of a fun thing as you go to these tournaments. By the way, there is like over 3,000 competitors here for Pokemon in Los Angeles. It's one of the biggest, I believe, the West Coast has had so far. That is an amazing turnout for all the people who love this, not only Pokemon Go, but the card game and the video game as well.
Let's go ahead and talk to Soph and Mormon Matt. Maybe Soph can ask Mormon Matt a little bit about his journey from Salt Lake City over here to Los Angeles.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. I'm out here with Mormon Matt, who has just advanced to the top 8 after a dominating 2-0 victory versus Elum. Mormon Matt, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling kind of bummed because I'm going to miss my flight, but I got the prize money to compensate, so I'll be able to stay another day in LA and enjoy the weather, you know?
That's right, a minimum $750 now. How was the trip over here from Salt Lake City to LA? Have you been here before?
Yeah, so I used to compete in the video game, and they have tournaments in California every year. So I've been to the Los Angeles Regional before, but I always really enjoy the town. Can I hold this, actually? Or? Yeah. So I always enjoy the town, and it's just, it's always wonderful weather, and I get to see a lot of wonderful friends this weekend, so that's kind of what it's all about, right?
All right, let's talk about your match versus Elum. You had some amazing reads there, obviously went 2-0. What were you kind of anticipating that Elum would bring, and how did you play around that?
So game 1, I think I knew that Altaria had a lot of strength into his team. Skarmory was his best matchup but he had a decent amount of neutral play. So I was like, Altaria is probably relatively safe as long as it's not on the Skarm, and I was able to lure it out and play a pretty close matchup with my Quagsire. In game 1, I just willingly gave up Switch because I knew Annihilate Pup Energy would be really valuable, and sneaking the Shadow Ball through the 2 Protect Shields basically sealed that game for me. Game 2, I think that if he anticipated Altaria again, Gligar's really, really safe into it, and so I was like, I think Cresselia or Gligar are neutral enough to where either could be the lead, and so that's why I led the Skarm, and I just kind of read his line, and that was the game, you know?
Yeah, that was definitely a great read. Game 2, obviously leading Skarmory into Gligar, as well as game 1. Yeah, the energy on Annihilate just had so much play for you. You also, earlier this morning, you played Existing Monkey. How did you prepare for that match last night?
I don't normally do a ton of scrims or anything before the tournament. I like to think in theory the matchups out, see what's pretty strong. Certain parts of his team are kind of, feast or famine, and so it's like Obama Snow and Carbink are more risk or reward versus teams like that, and so sometimes you just kind of have to go with your gut in situations like that. But Existing Monkey played really well. He called my line game 3, and so I'm excited to see in his first major top cut how far he's gonna go.
All right, well, final words, any person you want to shout out, or any things you want to say?
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out. I shouted out everyone yesterday, Lyle, Evan, all those guys. But I'm gonna give a shout out to my Utah crew that's cheering me on in the stands, and my wife back home and her family that were watching me play yesterday. So, but I'm really excited to keep playing in the tournament, and we'll see how well I do.
I'm sure all those people are very proud of you. Congratulations again. We're gonna toss to a quick break, take a look at some of the highlights, including some of Mormon Matt's plays. Don't go anywhere.
there, Pokemon trainers. Chris Reisner here to take you through a recap of the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Indianapolis, Indiana. In the penultimate North American Regional of the season, 168 trainers came to the Hoosier State in hopes of capturing a title. Lyle Jeffs continued his dominant season on day one with his trusted Shadow Sableye. Another trainer, SJ, in just his second regional tournament impressed everyone with his gameplay en route to defeating notable trainers Elum and Magic Mason in a stacked Group D. On day two, the tables turned as Shiny Dialga upset the two-time regional champion Lyle Jeffs. And suddenly, the favorite was out of the competition. Eventually, it was SJ and Out of Pocket who delivered a performance to remember in a stunning winners final series that went an exciting 5 games. Meanwhile, on the loser's side of the bracket, it was Trent who made quick work of competitor after competitor, knocking off big names like a Shady Equation, Elum, Crimson, Shiny Dialga, and Out of Pocket. In the grand finals, the Dugong from SJ put on early pressure against Trent, and his spectacular play made the 2-time regional participant and 2-time grand finalist a first-time regional champion. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Hello Pokemon trainers, this is Zoe. The matches at EUIC 2024 had us all on the edge of our seats and cheering for more. Let's take a look back at the competition in London. EUIC saw trainers from far and wide battle for championship points, world's invites, and the title of European International Champion. We saw Paulasha give an electrifying performance, cooking up some mischief with her Shadow Magnezone. Sandoru chomped through the competition with his Guzzlord, and M.E. Weedle turned up the heat with Skeledirge. Going into Championship Sunday, we had an intense match between Sandoru and M.E. Weedle in the winners' finals. After M.E. Weedle's win, Sandoru was up against the formidable Dunebug 97, whom he had defeated earlier in Day 2. This time, Dunebug was able to take the win and set the tone for an edge-of-our-seats grand final. The energy in the audience could not be overstated. A hush fell over the crowd as M.E. Weedle and Dunebug 97 took the stage before erupting into thunderous applause as M.E. Weedle took the crown home with a phenomenal 3-0 win.
Ridiculous performance on Championship Sunday from M.E. Weedle, as it is official. He is your European International Grand Champion!
M.E. Weedle showed absolute dominance over the competition and became the second ever Pokemon Go trainer to become a regional, international, and world champion. As we look forward to the World Championships, more champions are waiting to be crowned. Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete to jump straight into the action.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in the City of Angels, Los Angeles, California, having a great time at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Hope everyone's having a great Memorial Day weekend. Wholesome_ here, joined by Softop. A lot of battles still ahead of us. We got to see some great trainers making some great plays earlier in the tournament. To me, so far, I'm most impressed by the tenacity of Rise. He's making all the right reads, all the right plays, absolutely on a tear. Soph, who are you most impressed by so far?
I think I have to say Elite. You know, we call him the California King. He's won 2 of those regionals so far, and he's actually going to be playing Rise in just a little bit. But before that, we still have to make our way through the losers bracket. As a reminder, we've got just under 12 trainers left, and these players are fighting to make it into the top 8.
Absolutely, a battle of the Titans coming up. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I believe we're still going to be, like you said, working through some of the losers brackets here, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of these trainers that maybe had a little bit of a slip, but are still trying to climb that ladder towards the championship. Let's look at that losers bracket here. Starting in round 1, we saw Out of Pocket take a 2-1 versus Chemcoop. We saw Pokemango go 2-0 versus PDX Dragon. Haydonus was able to take a 2-0 victory versus Dialap Churng, and Elum with a 2-0 victory over Man in the Planet.
That's right, and we just saw Elum actually fall to Mormon Matt, and we're now here in losers round 2. We're going to be taking a look at HK Assassin versus Haydonus Actual. Remember, earlier today, HK Assassin lost on the winner's side, and he's going to be going up against Haydonus Actual, who came out of the loser side.
In winners round 1, we saw Existing Monkey with a close 2-1 versus Mormon Matt, our very first battle to kick off stream. We then saw Frostfire with a 2-0 clean sweep versus HK Assassin. Rise to occasion, looking incredibly strong, 2-0 versus Dr. Roast Beef. And Elite, like we said just earlier, recently faced off versus a Shady Equation, 2-0 as well.
A lot of sweeps up there in the winner's bracket, but like we said, some of those trainers have another chance. We saw HK Assassin go down 0-2. He has another chance to prove himself now against Haydonus.
Well, here in the loser side of the bracket, it's the final chance. Let's move over to the stage and introduce the trainers that'll be facing off here. We're going to be seeing, I believe, HK Assassin facing off versus Haydonus Actual. Let's not forget HK Assassin running that team of Bastiodon with the normal Feraligatr. It's been interesting. So I actually wanted to ask you, I've been seeing more of a shift to the normal Feraligatr versus the Shadow. Are there any key matchups that you're aware of that dictate why you would want to run a normal Feraligatr versus Shadow?
I think normal Feraligatr can take some of those charge attacks just a little bit better in matchups where it should be dominant. For example, against Annihilate, you can take the Night Slash better. Against Shadow Gligar, you can take the Aerial Ace better. But that Feraligatr is very good for HK Assassin. We saw it was pretty neutral play in his matchup earlier. Wasn't quite able to find the mark because it was against the Azumarill, so we'll have to see if he brings it back here.
He does have several alignment-dependent Pokemon, especially that Bastiodon. We saw some great play in game number 1. Hasn't been able to find its target in day number 2, that is. We also have the Feraligatr, the Annihilate, the Cresselia, the Altaria, and the Shadow Whiscash. Worth noting the Feraligatr running that Ice Beam.
That's right, sometimes trainers do opt for Punch. Here's Haydonus. He has several top cuts under his belt. I believe he has the championship points needed as of this tournament to come to Hawaii, and he is looking unhappy. I was talking to him before this match, and he is extremely nervous for that Bastion. You see there, Lickitung, Abomasnow, Altaria, Talonflame just quaking, hoping they don't get lined up against the Bastion. So Haydonus is going to have to hope that he can get the Annihilate or even the Lantern lined up on it.
Are those must-brings, those 2 counters, the Annihilate and the Lantern? And if so, does HK Assassin prepare for that? Maybe bring that Altaria, even the Cresselia? Let's find out. Game number 1 coming at you right now.
And we do see HK Assassin leading the Bastion. Haydonus not looking happy. He's ABA weak to this, has to stay in. I think this is a little bit better for him than the Abomasnow, but now HK Assassin is thinking, wow, this Bastion must have some play in the back.
Not a winning matchup at all for Haydonus, but if you take a look at, okay, what's the good news? At least you can hit for neutral licks, and you can also hit for neutral power whips. I saw Soap here have a little bit of a squirm there. She saw that full smackdown go through. Not great for Haydonus.
Giving up 3 full turns there, but you know what is great for Haydonus? He has the Abomasnow in the back, potentially has a lot of play against the Altaria and the Feraligatr once this Bastion is out of the picture.
Yeah, really, realistically, that Feraligatr is going to have to go for Ice Beams versus that Abomasnow, which take quite a bit to actually reach. Let's see if Haydonus wants to do any sort of quick swaps, maybe try and bring out an Altaria. I expect him to just stay in this matchup, however, maybe soft lose and then try and get some energy elsewhere.
I think that's the exact right play. When you're AVA weak, typically... Oh, he's actually swapping into the Annihilate, excuse us, and here comes the Feraligatr. This is one of those matchups where regular Feraligatr does just a little bit better than Shadow. You see him reaches the Hydro Cannon before Haydonus reaches the Shadow Ball, and the Annihilate is forced to shield here.
Yeah, you don't really threaten with these Night Slashes, so you do have to at least build up to that Shadow Ball or get enough counter damage in early with those fast attacks that you then put it into Night Slash range. HK Assassin, you could see the Feraligatr with a shake of the head. No, not going to shield this one. Nice bait call there from the Feraligatr.
That's right, and Haydonus probably wants to go for a counter down, can't. Actually, this is a attack-dependent charge attack priority. HK Assassin wants to maintain switch advantage, or actually maintain the energy on this Feraligatr, chooses to shield it up, wants to make sure he gets off this Hydro Cannon.
You know, often I see the non-Shadow Feraligatrs typically a little bit less attack-weighted versus the Shadow Feraligatrs maybe not able to quite get as optimal of a stat spread that you're looking for. But there we have it, actually. Like you said, Annihilate winning the charge attack priority, dictating the pacing of the matchup thanks to that counter fast attack damage. Shields are down now for Haydonus. I expect to see the Altaria come in, but you're pretty close. Oh, and actually a quick swap back into the Lickitung.
That's right, and switch clocks are up, so HK Assassin able to bring in the Bastiodon, but now this Bastiodon is low enough that this power-up is going to come close to taking out the Bastiodon. Not quite going to be enough. We'll have to see if HK Assassin is able to go for the full smackdown.
Yeah, this is kind of scary now. You cannot really bring in the Abomasnow at this range, but okay, wait, you throw this energy
Farm
now.
down with Abomasnow.
Yeah, you're unable to stack 2 charge attacks as Bastiodon. So if you can farm down with this Abomasnow here, let's not forget, you still have energy on that Annihilate. If you're just simply able to get that Altaria into Shadow Ball range, you pressure the shield with your Icy Wind, I think there's actually win conditions here for Haydonus.
Yeah, all of a sudden, that little bit of extra farm on the Bastiodon has opened up some win conditions. Here comes the Icy Wind, able to reach it before that Sky Attack. HK Assassin's gonna have to shield, and we'll just have to see how much energy is left on that Annihilate.
Well, it's so important that you were able to get that energy advantage as the Abomasnow. You're able to get that Icy Wind off. This is now not going to allow that Sky Attack to fully knock out. These Powder Snows are so important because you have to get this Altaria into range that his Shadow Ball is going to knock out. You have to hang on versus the Dragon Breaths as well, but we're going to get 1, 2, 3 more Icy Winds. Does not hang on, but I don't know that it matters. Haydonus has energy, needs to pace to the Shadow Ball. Can he get there? Yes, he does!
He gets there! 1 HP and a dream for Haydonus. Amazing comeback. Lickitung into Bastiodon, but able to close it out with this Annihilate. Very well played.
Oh, that's a sigh of relief for Haydonus. We got a little reaction from him there as well. What a game number 1 to start off this series. It all came down to that Abomasnow farm down, getting that energy advantage. You don't regularly see an Abomasnow farming down a Bastiodon, but just like we saw, that Bastiodon had to throw that Stone Edge into the Lickitung. Otherwise, it would have been farmed down itself. But it set up that Abomasnow to be put in position to win that game.
Tricky situation for sure. When you have these Pokemon both at low HP, it's hard to tell. Sometimes you don't even want to throw the charge attack to give yourself more opportunity to farm. But let's take a look here. This is a hard swap from Haydonus. Those counters are actually critical too because they put the Bastiodon low enough to later be threatened by the Power Whip.
Yeah, that's a bold play though. So bringing in your only answer to the Bastiodon, it was so low HP though, and getting those counters, just like you said, made it so much more manageable that Licks and Powder Snows could actually finish off that Bastiodon. Great recognition by Haydonus, and there it was, 1 HP in a dream. Haydonus cannot believe it. We can barely believe it. Able to get to that Shadow Ball, but it's all about playing to your win conditions. Haydonus, he played to those win conditions, and he took game number 1.
What a comeback after a terrible lead. Speaking of terrible leads, we're seeing it play out again here in game number 2. Haydonus again leading Lickitung into Bastiodon. He's actually not AVA weak to it this time. Look at that backline. He's brought the Annihilate and the Lantern, but he's staying in. Maybe he wants HK Assassin to think he's AVA weak again.
Well, I like the play of this Lantern. No matter where Lantern aligns, has some solid play across the board. Whether it's into the Bastiodon, whether it's into the Feraligatr, even against the Annihilate, still has a lot of neutral play. In comes the Power Whip from the Lickitung though. Will Haydonus stay in, like you said, maybe some deception to try and fool his opponent into what his backline looks like? For now, he's staying in.
We saw last game he hard swapped into that Annihilate, got some extra counters, got some extra chip damage. We'll have to see if he tries to go for the same thing. And remember, he actually muscled through that Feraligatr. Okay, here's the hard swap. This time it's actually into Lantern, but there's no Whiz Cash on the side of HK Assassin.
Yeah, you can't swap in the Feraligatr here, or you have to swap in your own Annihilate, which can be a little bit risky, especially in an energy disadvantage. You need to get to that Shadow Ball. We have a delayed swap though, get a little bit of that chip damage via this Stone Edge. Now Annihilate maybe maybe can just get counters and put it into Night Slash range.
Yeah, and this is actually a situation where Annihilate tends to thrive. You go in onto a chipped Pokemon, you shield, you can farm down, and like we've seen so many trainers time and time again say, the energy from Annihilate just goes ever. Actually throws a Shadow Ball here.
Doesn't want to risk it. I don't know that a Night Slash was going to knock out. Maybe one more counter plus a Night Slash, go for that charge attack priority. Could have done it, but goes for the safe play here with the Shadow Ball. Now, this is a little risky. You don't really have anything that you want to bring in to a loaded Annihilate. Good thing he threw that Shadow Ball, though. This is not enough to knock out, and you are taking super effective counter damage. But if we look at this Annihilate on the side of Haydonus, not only does it need to get through this own Annihilate, there's also still that relatively healthy Bastiodon and a Feraligatr that can pressure a lot of fast attack pressure with its Shadow Claws.
Night Slash coming through here. Haydonus actually shields it up, maybe hoping he can go for a farm down with this Annihilate. Brings it in here. He might have to take a Night Slash, but won't have to take a Shadow Ball. Actually, it looks like that Annihilate wasn't able to make it. Here comes the Feraligatr, but now you're very behind on energy, and Haydonus going straight for the Shadow Ball.
So no shield on the charge attack last time. This time it's going to be going through Haydonus, landing the Shadow Ball, not enough to knock out. This Feraligatr does get to the Hydro Cannon, but all you need to do is just shield this up. The only Pokemon that you still need to get through is going to be that Bastiodon, and then 1 HP left on the Annihilate. I think HK Assassin was a bit slow on that swap, moving out of the Annihilate, allowed Haydonus to get so much energy and land that Shadow Ball.
And I think that no shields might have been the game right there. This Bastiodon is dry. The Annihilate has very low health. The switch clock isn't even up. Here comes the Night Slash. HK Assassin putting up that final shield, but look at these counters. They are absolutely chunking away.
Yeah, you're doing resisted smackdowns here, and you have to try and get to this flamethrower. I don't think you're going to be able to. No, the Night Slash is ready to go. Haydonus getting such an energy advantage, set him up perfectly in this endgame. Not only be able to take out that Feraligatr via the Shadow Ball, but get the final Protect Shield versus the Bastion and close out this game. After an amazing game number 1, Haydonus is able to lock it in. He's going to move on to losers round 3. Congratulations on the 2-0 sweep.
Haydonus moves on in this loser side of the bracket. Remember, he came in on the loser side. He's won 2 straight rounds. He has the momentum he needs, and really, what a comeback. He was so nervous about that Bastiodon. He led Lickitung into it both times, but the Annihilate gameplay really turned it around for him, right? He said he only has 2 counters to the Bastiodon, but luckily, one of them was actually pretty safe into HK Assassin's team.
I think it's a little bit easier to play around when you see the Bastiodon in the lead. There's not those question marks of when am I going to see it? Okay, I know it's in the lead, and you can start making some of those decisions about how you're going to respond to it early in the match rather than maybe leaving it up to fate. Okay, am I going to see it in the back and maybe have a terrible matchup? But I love the responses. Game number 1, what a nail biter that we saw there. Great plays by Haydonus, 1 HP in a dream. After that game 1, though, I felt like he was playing a bit freer, a bit more confident. In that game number 2, we definitely saw it go in the way of Haydonus.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of those nice plays from Haydonus in Game 2 to seal this series. Here's that lead matchup, Lickitung versus Bastion, and I think we're going to see Haydonus switch out here into the Lantern, getting that hard top, and look at HK Assassin's team. Great team read from Haydonus. There's no Cresselia, there's no Whiscash, just the Lantern having safe, neutral play.
2 moments that stood out to me, HK Assassin throwing the Shadow Ball there. What that meant is that this Annihilate doesn't have energy going into the Lickitung matchup. Actually used a shield, but what was critical was HK Assassin a little bit late on that swap out of his own Annihilate. Haydonus would have gotten a full farm down. He got a 4 counter advantage going into that Feraligatr matchup, which really set up Haydonus to sweep with his Annihilate.
Exactly. I think the Shadow Ball landing on the Feraligatr there pretty much sealed the game for Haydonus, but really great plays to kind of come back from a disadvantageous situation before that.
I'm impressed by the play not only from Haydonus with his Abomasnow, but in Abomasnow in general. It's been, I think, a surprise pick for me in this tournament. We haven't seen a lot of grass success recently, and it's interesting because there's so many targets for grass with all the water that we see across the meta, even now with the Zoomerl making its way back into the meta. Abomasnow is that one Pokemon that not only fills that grass niche, but has play versus things like Altaria, a lot of the flyers in general, even ground Pokemon. So it's really interesting to see the comeback of Abomasnow, and with Icy Wind added to its moveset relatively recently as well, it makes it less one-dimensional. So with that attack debuff that we saw in game number 1, that is the only reason that Haydonus won that game. If you're going for Weather Balls there, maybe you would have been able to knock out with that second one, but it allowed that Annihilate to get to that Shadow Ball. It was critical.
Well, we talk with players sometimes about how they prepare for these tournaments, what kind of meta reads they're making. You know, some players, they choose to go the tried and true route, right? We see them bringing teams that they themselves have brought before, teams that they've seen succeed before. Haydonus, I think, is one of those trainers who really tries to make a read on the meta, bring some of those core breakers. And Abomasnow certainly targets like Gligar, Altaria, and all of these water types has a place in the meta.
But Soph, you mentioned it. You have to be cognizant of what the core breaker may be for you. You're not going to face a lot of Bastiodons regularly as your team. So in many cases, trainers aren't necessarily building around Bastiodon specifically, but then you find yourself in that situation where 4 of your Pokemon are weak to Bastiodon, or at least have losing matchups. And you can't just force your 2 hard answers to Bastiodon into every single matchup. Your opposing trainer is just going to respond to that. But that said, what I really like is actually the Lickitung lead, because it's just neutral enough that you can have some effectiveness from the Lickitung and then lean on some of your counters later in the game to finish things off. Even getting those 2 counters, if you remember, into the Bastiodon was so much damage by that Annihilate.
Absolutely huge. Like we were talking about earlier, put it perfectly into range to finish up with some of Haydonus' other Pokemon. Let's talk to the man himself who just made all of those amazing plays. I think we have Stephanie on the floor ready to talk to Haydonus for us. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Soph and Jim, for that analysis. But like you said, let's talk to the man himself. I am here with Haydonus to talk about staring down that Bastiodon. My pick for you is that Talonflame. Obviously couldn't come into that matchup. Tell me a little bit about your strategy knowing that you had to play a Bastiodon today.
Well, I don't want to give away too much because I might have to play another one shortly here, which is unfortunate, but I was just trying to dance around it, honestly. I knew I had was forced to bring Ape or Lantern every game in some sense, just because those were my 2 strongest counters against Bastiodon. I was hoping that he would do an ABA style team, is what we call it, with Gator and Cresselia with Bastiodon in the middle, which is why I led Licky both times, just because my Lickitung would have a favorable matchup against Feraligatr and Cresselia, which are strong against my Annihilate. So yeah, I guess that's a little bit of the strategy. Yeah.
Awesome. It was very exciting to watch, certainly. You told me you might have to face another one shortly. Tell me a little bit about your road ahead here on Championship Sunday.
Well, the road's probably ending soon, but hopefully not, because, I mean, you did predict that my Talonflame was going to take it all the way, right? So hopefully my Talonflame can make it one more game past this Bastiodon and then make it to the top 4, I believe. So yeah, I'm just glad that I got past it one time. Hopefully I can do it again. So hopefully the road can keep on going. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about yesterday about perseverance, and that's definitely something I've been seeing from you this weekend, going up against really tough odds and still being able to persevere. What is next for you? What's your next step after this tournament? What's next for Haydonus?
Well, I did qualify for Worlds off the points already, so I'm thankful for that. So Worlds is definitely next. Well, NAIC is next, and then Worlds. So kind of just, well, I guess the next thing is actually just finishing this tournament and hopefully placing as high as I can go. But outside of this tournament, yes, NAIC and Worlds. So yeah.
All right, and are there any last thoughts you have for the camera? Any last shout outs you want to make here from Los Angeles today?
I would just shout out my family. My uncle, mom, and dad are sitting in the crowd. I'm very thankful for them. Thankful for anyone else who cheered me on. Pocket's mom, who I might be facing Pocket with the Bastiodon. I'm thankful for them. And anyone else really who carried me through. My friends Diego, Dallin, Gio, Papas, Connor. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that's about it. Adrian. Yeah.
All right, we're excited to see how you do in the rest of this losers bracket run. Let's go ahead and kick it back to Jim and Soph for the next battles.
Thanks so much, Haydonus. What a humble trainer. I feel like it's really amusing when we talk to these trainers. What's ahead for you? I know we saw Crimson in Indianapolis. He was interviewed and he was like, I'm not getting first or second. I'm happy to just get a medal. And I feel like Haydonus saying his road would probably end soon. Similar vibes for me. But I mean, he has done so well. He said, you know, he might play Pocket with a Bastiodon later. We're going to see Pocket in just a little bit to determine whether that matchup will have to happen. But first, we have another match on the loser side here. We're going to have Uaxod, also known as the Pokemango, up against Dr. Roast Beef.
Yeah, we've seen the Pokemango, a pretty regular top-cut trainer. I'm excited to see his team. If I recall, though, from Dr. Roast Beef, we did see that very iconic Clodsire. Not a Pokemon that we see very regularly. Again, we talked about some of the lack of Poison-type Pokemon representation in this meta meta, I think Clodsire probably is that standout poison type. It's going to do great versus anything fairy, any charmers that we see, and we've seen some Wigglytuff like on Ryze's team, for instance. But that said, I think it really shines with some of its move sets like Stone Edge, also with access to, you know, there's, I guess, a couple different options that you may be running. Some folks opt to go for Sludge Bomb, but Earthquake, despite the nerf, still very hard hitting, and many Pokemon, 2 Earthquakes is all you need. I think with Clodsire, what really shines is its bulk that we don't see with a lot of Pokemon.
A very versatile Pokemon for sure. You mentioned Stone Edge and Earthquake are its typical charge attacks, and you know that rock ground coverage is really, really versatile. We used to see Galarian Stunfisk a lot of the time. You can hit for neutral or super effective damage on most Pokemon, so definitely a good versatile pick for sure.
So let's move over to the stage. We can get a glimpse, further glimpse into these teams. Rather, we have Dr. Roast Beef versus Mango. Taking a look at these squads here, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash on both teams. Something that still has representation in the meta. Ice always is a great coverage to have. Now that said, there are quite a few weaknesses that they run into as well. Not only fire, but also fighting, something that you have to account for with all the Annihilates. Now, one key Pokemon that I see on Mango side is that Skeledirge. It's going to do quite nice versus several of these Pokemon, including the Charge Bug, as well as the Alolan Sandslash on Dr. Roastbeef's side. But Clodsire could be a great answer to that Skeledirge.
Well, you mentioned the Skeledirge, and I think that's actually key here because it means that Mango, also known as Uaxod's Alolan Sandslash, is actually much safer than Dr. Roastbeef's Sandslash. I feel like a lot of the times you see that Alolan Sandslash is safe or favored against 4 or 5 Pokemon on a team, and then there's like one Annihilate, which is a hard counter. But luckily for Mango, he actually has a Skeledirge, which is a second hard counter.
Interestingly enough, there's actually 2 different move sets being run on these various Alolan Sandslashes. We'll take a look at that here. Dr. Roastbeef having one of the best tournaments that of his career thus far. We can see he's running the Charge Bug, the Altaria, Azumarill, Annihilate, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and Clodsire.
That's right, a very nice team, very meta except for those 2 Pokemon, of course, at the bottom. And here is the Pokemango. You mentioned a regular top cutter. He top cut just a couple of months ago in Charlotte, made that top 8. He's back here again, trying to repeat or go further than he did before. And let's take a look at his team. Cresselia, of course. Goodra, kind of a unique pick. We saw a little bit of play from it yesterday. The Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, Manabuzz, Lantern, and of course that Skeledirge we were already talking about.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that Alolan Sandslash again. Powder Snow on the side of Mango. That's going to do very nicely, not only into that Clodsire, but also into the Altaria as well. Shadow Claw not going to do quite as nice. Now that said, where you're going to have a little bit more struggles is in that mirror matchup potentially with Dr. Roastbeef's Shadow Alolan Sandslash running the Shadow Claw. He's going to be able to do neutral damage with his fast attacks, whereas Pokemango will have double resisted fast attacks. Curious to see if we end up seeing that mirror matchup at some point in this series.
Well, if we do, it's going to be great for Dr. Roastbeef. I think if you're the Pokemango and you're worried about that Alolan Sandslash, because look at this, it can do super effective damage to the Lantern, the Goodra, the Mandibuzz. It resists all the attacks from Cresselia, so he's going to have to bring one of those hard counters, either the Skeledirge. Wait, it's just the Skeledirge. Is it just the Skeledirge?
We saw the Skeledirge for sure. I believe that for, are you asking for Pokemango?
Yeah, that's his only counter. He has to bring it.
I think it's a must bring. Yeah, there's no Annihilate or counter user in general on his team. Can't really use the Goodra. Maybe, you know, Lantern has some play, right? But it's not really a hard answer. It definitely has vulnerabilities. I think you're right. So I think Skeledirge is a must bring, which then sets up Dr. Roastbeef to have some answers. Will it be the Azumarill, the Clodsire? Well, let's find out. It is indeed game number 1, the Clodsire lined up versus the Skeledirge. A great read by Dr. Roastbeef.
Yeah, fantastic matchup here. You're doing super effective damage with both charge attacks as well as your fast attack. The Pokemango kind of forced to stay in here. Cresselia doesn't have a great matchup as well. He is shielding up the Stone Edge though, wants to preserve some health again. Remember that this is only a Alolan Sandslash counter.
Yeah, if you take a look at that backline, remember Shadow Claw on Dr. Roastbeef's Shadow Alolan Sandslash going to do very nicely into that Cresselia. A little bit worse maybe versus the Goodra. I'm curious to see maybe Goodra with the Dragon Breath can be enough to chip it out. I think that the strategy here is maybe trying to bait out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing. This could set up a nice refarm for the Skeledirge to get ahead in energy to unleash some Shadow Balls back into that Clodsire.
And this is exactly what Mango needed. Baiting this out Alolan Sandslash, just like you said. Imagine if the Charge Bug came in, would have been very uncomfortable for that Goodra in the back. This is not a great matchup for Cresselia, but just like you said, once Mango is able to bring back the Skeleturge, he's going to get some nice reverse farm and be able to incinerate down this Alolan Sandslash very quickly.
Here comes the next drill run, not enough to knock out, but look how much damage these Shadow Claws are doing. The Pokemango has a Grass Knot ready to go. A bit surprised he didn't throw the Moonblast. Not only does it do more damage, but there is a 10% chance for a debuff as well.
Actually, a
Dr.
shield comes
Roast
up.
Beef shielding the Grass Knot. I did not have that on my bingo card here for this weekend, so
I did not either, and look at this, the Pokemango really wants that reverse farm, doesn't even throw the charge attack. Ice Punch coming through here by Dr. Roast Beef, and I think Mango is just going to come in right away with that Skeleturge, wants this Alolan Sandslash off the field as quickly as possible.
win conditions are arising now for the Pokemango. This is even shields. You're going to get some nice energy. I think you want to shield this drill run, but look how much energy that the Pokemango is going to come out with. I don't know that this Incinerate is going to be enough to knock out. I think he may actually get another. Oh, actually, a quick swap now, predicting the charge tech. What a play by the Pokemango. Knew that there was going to be the swap from Dr. Roast Beef, was one step ahead, brings in his Goodra to absorb the Stone Edge.
Very nice anticipation of the combo play here. He knows he has no shields left, knows it's a great opportunity for Dr. Roast Beef. And look at this counting, throws the Aqua Tail just before Clodsire is able to reach that charge attack. And now you have to decide, do you want this Stone Edge or no? He doesn't want it, lets the Clodsire go down.
Decisions, Soap, absolutely. What do you do now? You have resisted Volt Switches. You're going to be outpaced to a charged attack. Dragon Breaths are going to add up quickly. There's a lot of challenges here for Dr. Roast Beef. The one thing he does have going for him is that he still has that final Protect Shield. Do you throw your energy here? Yes, indeed. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see like a charged attack priority tie, but Mango wants to get this attack off. Let's not forget how much energy that Skeleturge has.
That's right. Skeleturge has a lot of energy, but also a lot of health as well. Gonna take a charge attack, or gonna need a charge attack to take it out. Here comes an X-Scissor. Dr. Roast Beef overfarmed a lot of energy here. It's gonna be enough to take out the Goodra and potentially have something going for that Skeleturge in the back.
Yeah, he has a Discharge ready to go, still has a Protect Shield as well. I think you're just simply going for Incinerate damage, hoping that you can hang on versus this Discharge. The question becomes, does Dr. Roast Beef, is he able to get to another charge attack anywhere? This is not gonna be enough to knock out. You do have the super effective Shadow Claws. How much damage can you do before you get knocked out? I think Dr. Roast Beef needs to try and Volt Switch down. Can he maybe get to this X-Scissor? No, he does not. The damage registers, and Pokemango, with a terrible lead, still able to take game number one.
And Skeleturge barely able to hang on there. Volt Switch did register first, but he barely survived. And look at this. He had the Skeleturge lead, terrible lead, but it had so much play against that Charge-a-Bug in the back.
I remember talking to Lyle Jeffs in Vancouver, and he always talked about sometimes you have to wait for your opponent to give you windows of opportunities. Whether it's a mistake or just setting up a potential win con, I recall here in this middle matchup, you remember there was a shield on the Alolan Sandslash versus that Cresselia. That set up a win condition for the Pokemango, but he had to do multiple things. Not only did he get that Protect Shield, he was then able to make this catch with his Goodra.
Beautiful plays from the Pokemango, showing why he is a repeat top cutter here in Los Angeles. He brought the Skeleturge, which Dr. Roast Beef did anticipate, but unfortunately, like you said, a little bit of a slip up maybe in that mid game, and Mango was really able to take advantage. I also want to call out that Mango was trying to bait out the Alolan Sandslash with the Cresselia. Dr. Roast Beef may have seen that coming, actually. He could have brought the Charge-a-Bug onto it, but didn't.
Yeah, the game would have been different if he brought the Charge-a-Bug, and if you think about it, the Charge-a-Bug has a lot of play into that Cresselia, hitting for super effective X-Scissors. But that said, you're trying to think, all right, well, I'm going to be doing super effective, not only fast attacks, and resist all the charge attacks as well versus the Cresselia. That's why I was so surprised to see that shield. Let's move into game number 2. It's a repeat. Can the Pokemango pull off magic again here in the second game of the series?
Well, Dr. Roast Beef has brought the exact same team. Maybe potentially recognized he could have done some things differently in that mid game, but Mango is actually playing completely differently. Swaps in the Cresselia, and look at this adjustment from Dr. Roast Beef. He's expecting the same backline, brings the Charge-a-Bug here instead.
Okay, well, this is, like you said, an adaptation to that game number 1. He's saying, I'm not going to bring the Sandslash this time. I know you're trying to bait it out. I'm going to bring the Charge-a-Bug. What's interesting, though, is that Moonblast does do quite a bit of damage. You're not resisting any of this damage now with the Charge-a-Bug, which could set up some opportunities for the Pokemango maybe to leverage some shields into actually turning the switch here. Let's see, the next X-Scissor is ready to go for Dr. Roast Beef. Will be very close to knocking out, and it looks like the Pokemango does not want to invest a Protect Shield.
I don't think this quite knocks out, but it's going to be close whether he's able to make this Moonblast. Looks like he's just one cycle cut away. Again, we see this, the same thing from game 1. He doesn't want to throw the charge attack. He wants maximum farm on the Skeleturge.
You're not threatened at all by these charge attacks. Realistically, you're probably not going to get much shot down anytime soon by that Clodsire either. It's all about getting energy to unleash your charge attacks and then also preserving your protect shields. Now, it is a little bit scary knowing that Alolan Sandslash also has Shadow Claw. You are at a range now where those super effective Shadow Claws will chunk your HP relatively quick. I can't imagine Dr. Roastbeef doesn't bring back in this Clodsire, start going for those super effective mud shots. Here comes the Shadow Ball though from the Pokemango. This will do a nice chunk.
Thrown straight away. We'll have to see whether he decides to switch out. This is the energy advantage converting into a shield advantage now, and that's going to give him some play in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash mirror that's going to be coming up very soon.
And actually no shields this. So what's interesting, despite the Pokemango having double resisted Powder Snows going into this mirror matchup ahead of the Alolan Sandslash, he does have a shield advantage. I think that you have to, as Dr. Roastbeef, pressure a shield early on. Don't need to go for that full Earthquake. You simply need to get this Protect Shield via the Stone Edge. But still, if you swap, you're at an energy disadvantage with even shields. One Drill Run on Shadow versus Shadow should be enough to knock out. The Pokemango does not know what's in the back here.
He's over farming, throws this Drill Run, does do just a little bit more damage than Ice Punch. I'm not sure Dr. Roastbeef actually chooses to let it go. Oh, and it does actually take out, so now we have this Shadow Alolan Sandslash mirror. It's a little scary though, these Shadow Claws are chunking away very quickly. Not sure if one Drill Run is going to be enough for the Pokemango.
Yeah, that's the question. Without Shadow Claw, can you put it in range where one Drill Run's going to be enough? Dr. Roastbeef has to let this one go. You're going to shield one at some point, but knows that it's not quite enough. Look how close this is though. Actually going to be going for the double resisted Ice Punch. Can the Pokemango call this? No, he puts up the Protect Shield. He's going to be going for the fast attack down at this range. Double resisted Powder Snows. Can he do it? We're so close to this Drill Run, but the Pokemango able to secure the 2-0 victory despite the Skeleturge going into the Clodsire. 2 consecutive games, able to get the sweep.
2 games in a row. Dr. Roastbeef brought the same team. He made an adjustment in the mid-game, but the Pokemango just managed that energy so perfectly down the line. He didn't have the Goodra, but instead the Alolan Sandslash is what carried that game for him.
You could tell the Pokemango went into both of those games with a plan. He knew exactly what to do if he's met up with that Clodsire, and it involved baiting out Pokemon, not even going for Switch. And so if you mentioned this in 2 consecutive games, had charge attacks, opted not to throw them in the middle matchup because that translates to more energy. More energy means more shields. He set up a shield advantage for his Shadow Alolan Sandslash and was able to land those key Drill Runs. What an impressive play that we just saw from the Pokemango.
Very pristine. A lot of fancy plays. Like we said, not throwing the charge attacks, going for that farm down, anticipating the combo play. I mean, really top play across the board. We see a lot of the games where we don't have to see these flashy plays. You know, you have an advantage early on, you just press it until the game ends. The Pokemango really had to pull out all the stops, and he was able to do so, actually getting a 2-0 victory off of 2 bad leads.
What's so impressive to me is that you called this out right before the game. You have to bring Skeleturge no matter what. It's a must bring. Dr. Roastbeef knows that there's going to be Skeleturge each and every game. So he knows exactly what his opponent's going to be doing. He caught the lead each time. Pokemango says, I'm still going to beat you, and he did. 2-0. My mind is blown.
Well, sometimes when you have disadvantageous matchups, it makes your opponent just a little bit easier to read. And here is that Cresselia fainting with the charge attack. He knows the Moonblast doesn't take out from there. And here is that Discharge, which he was forced to take on the Skeleturge, but gets the full Incinerate down, comes out of this matchup with 100 energy, unloads it for the shield advantage, and here is that Alolan Sandslash coming in to get all the energy in the world.
Yeah, key moment for me was actually Dr. Roastbeef using that first Protect Shield for the Clodsire. Probably would have hung on versus that Shadow Ball. It set up the Pokemango's Shadow Alolan Sandslash to have that shield advantage, able to go into the mirror up, I think, 2 or 3 Powder Snows. Once you land that Drill Run, it's all just about fast attack pressure. Despite having double resisted Powder Snows, still able to just farm down. What a close matchup it was, both games. 1 HP in game number 1, maybe 2 HP in game number 2. I'm loving these ultra tight matchups, so.
Well, let's talk about some of the nice plays from Dr. Roastbeef. He played to the win cons, trying to call those baits, but let's hear from the Pokemango. I think he's on the floor with Amanda.
Thank you, Soap and Jim. Yep, on the floor with Pokemango here. Incredible rounds. Let's talk about it because you won of those, both of them, but very slim margins.
Yeah, both of those games were super close. They could have gone either way. I knew that my Skeleturge was pretty strong into his team as a whole. It had a lot of play against everything, but the one thing that it feared the most was Clodsire, and it saw it both games. So it was really tough to wriggle around it, but very narrowly was able to do it in both games. Yeah.
So we haven't really seen much of you for the tournament so far. This is the first time on the stream today. Walk us through how the tournament's been going for you in the past. I know you're coming in from the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, I had some really tough sets. The team that I'm using, it was inspired by a friend of mine, Signal, who was actually on stream yesterday. And yeah, it's a little bit soft to dark types, but it has a lot of flexible play. I think a lot of the Pokemon I really enjoy using. They can maneuver around. They're not like constrained to very slow charge moves. So I enjoy them.
I mean, with all the Umbreon going around, you must be scared if your team's a little bit soft to dark types. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the Goodra in the room. What made you decide to use this Pokemon?
Yeah, so you might have noticed Signal, the person who I borrowed the team from, he's using Dragonair instead. But I unfortunately was not able to train a Dragonair to have the ability to beat Lickitung as well as some other trainers. So instead I used Goodra as a substitute, which is also a very strong dragon. It has a little bit nicer matchups into some top threats like Gligar and Whiscash, for example. And just is a little bit bulkier, and like I'm not as pressured to shield things as often as you would be with a Dragonair. And in this match in particular that we just had, it was nice coverage against the Clodsire, which was the one thing that my Skeledirge really didn't want to see, so I thought they paired nicely together here.
I think they did. I was really excited to see one in play. We're speaking of plays, we have so many more to go, so we're going to kick it back to the action, and don't go anywhere.
All right, thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Mango, as well. Really great plays that we saw there. I think Mango's going to have to spend some time after this tournament training his Shadow Dragonairs, trying to get that one that beats the Lickitung, like he said. But 2 consecutive matchups that we've seen now, so with trainers that are going into tough situations, you know that they have weaknesses across the board. That Skeledirge was a must-bring for Mango, and then for Haydonus, he knew that that Bastiodon was going to be a risk, and it's so great to see these trainers that maybe on paper have a disadvantage, find ways to adapt and still win the series.
And these are the things that you have to expect on day 2, right? These are the best trainers left. Both Haydonus and Pokemango are into the top 8 now. They have to find all the situations that they can to potentially farm things down, come back from bad situations, and make the most of their energy.
All right, well, we just saw some losers matchups. Let's go over to the stage here, though. I think that we're still in the loser side of the bracket. Yes, this is losers round 2. We're going to be having a Shady equation facing off versus Out of Pocket. We haven't seen too much of Out of Pocket here on our current stream. Looks like he may have not gotten enough rest here overnight, but he's got to be ready for this battle. Again, he is running, I believe, is this the same team as the HK Assassin team, so?
It is the team. HK Assassin took it from Pocket's Indianapolis 3rd place finish, where he used this team.
Yeah, some similarities both with these Shadow Whiscashes as well as with the Cresselias, but some key distinct differences as well, particularly the Shadow Bastiodon. Looking into a Shady Equations team, there are certainly some great play that Bastiodon has into things like the Skarmory as well as the Cresselia, but plenty of answers in the form of the Lantern, the Gligar, the Whiscash especially. Even that Vigoroth with double super effective counters can go a long way. Let's get these trainers introduced. These are trainers that we've seen both top cut before. We talked about some newcomers, some familiar faces. Familiar faces here. We've got a Shady equation. Not only did he get top 4 in 2023 Portland Regional, but also more recently, very recently, in fact, top 16 back at Indy.
Certainly a battle of the titans here, and for those of you who have been around for a long time, you'll recognize a Shady equation from a lot of #1 appearances on that Go Battle League leaderboard. And actually, just like Pocket, he's running the same team, I believe, that he ran in Indianapolis. Thought it was successful for him there, and he's taking it even farther today.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to run it back. You may only be just one matchup or one key mistake away from making it to that next round, and obviously both of these trainers are having success. Out of Pocket, speaking of success, look at all of those top 4s. Don't forget, back in 2023, the Peoria Regional Champion facing off versus Enhoff in one of the most memorable grand finals that I can recall. Let's see, we have the Bastiodon, the Altaria, Annihilate, Shadow Whiscash, Feraligatr also running Ice Beam, just like HK Assassin. No changes there. And then Cresselia with Moonblast. I think this is a very versatile team. The one thing that is very matchup dependent, though, is going to be, or alignment dependent, is going to be that Bastiodon. Sometimes just run for bench pressure. Sometimes might actually be brought as a hard answer to key core breakers.
All right, well, we'll have to see what these trainers choose to bring. It looks like they're both locked in here. A Shady Equation leading the Cresselia into Out of Pocket's Altaria.
Well, we've seen all the Cresselias now for months running Moonblast, so this is going to be a nice matchup for the Cresselia. These Dragon Breaths do add up relatively quick. You certainly have the fast attack pressure, but you do not want to take these Moonblasts. I don't really see any opportunity for Out of Pocket to swap out, maybe into his own Cresselia. That could be the best play, but actually Out of Pocket immediately shielding this Moonblast.
Yeah, he might see that those Dragon Breaths are doing quite a bit of damage to the Cresselia, wants to maintain some health, thinking that the Dragon Breath damage is going to do a lot to a Shady Equation's entire team. Cresselia is actually his best answer on this line of 3.
Well, I really like this Altaria on the side of Out of Pocket. I'd like to maybe even see him switch into his own Cresselia to preserve this. I don't think you want to invest 2 Protect Shields at this point. Go down both shields. Out of Pocket going to tank this Moonblast. No same type attack bonus, but look how devastating that damage is. This is now going to be a quick swap by a Shady Equation, bringing in the Shadow Gligar. It's met now by the non-Shadow Feraligatr by Out of Pocket. One of the benefits of non-Shadow, just like you mentioned, Soap, is that you can much more easily tank these Aerial Aces.
Yeah, just below half health there. I think the Shadow Gligar might still be able to wing attack down if it invests both shields. Here comes that first Hydro Cannon. Very nice overfarm by Out of Pocket. A Shady Equation also choosing to put up the Protect Shield, trying to get off another Aerial Ace here.
This Feraligatr is almost adding another Hydro Cannon, but not quite. Gonna have a Aerial Ace coming out from a Shady Equation. Decisions again. Do you want to get off this next Hydro Cannon, force another shield? No, Out of Pocket willing to just let the Feraligatr go down. You only have fast attack pressure in the form of this Altaria, and I don't know that you're quite at a charged attack yet. Almost there though, able to get to the Sky Attack. You may need a Moonblast to knock out. Great timing by Out of Pocket, throwing just before a Shady Equation reached the Aerial Ace.
Gets off the Sky Attack here, and those Dragon Breaths might have put this Gligar perfectly into range for Cresselia to potentially finish off with a charge attack of its own. Looks like Pocket's staying in there. Ooh, recognizing he can't get to the Sky Attack though, and now you're faced with a Gligar that has a ton of energy.
We saw HK Assassin have a late swap. We now see Out of Pocket with a little bit of a late swap as well. He was not going to reach that charge attack. Ooh, and I like this shield actually, knowing that Dig is going to be relatively devastating. You don't want to tank one of those, but still, with a Shady Equation getting all that energy due to the Out of Pocket late swap, he now has another Dig ready to go before Out of Pocket can unleash a Grass Knot to knock out this Gligar.
Yeah, this Cresselia has a lot of work to do. Pocket over farming, trying to give it the best chance that it can. Here's a catch by a Shady Equation, but I think Out of Pocket is pretty happy. He's gonna have to throw a charge attack regardless to get rid of this Cresselia. Goes for the the undercharge, but this might be perfect. Or
let's find out.
The Shady gets to the Moonblast.
Actually, not gonna settle for the Grass Knot. Makes it all the way to the Moonblast. Maybe 1 or 2 more bubbles from Out of Pocket would have prevented that damage. It's not enough to knock out. While you do have lots and lots of energy here, there's nothing that's really going to worry so much about this energy except for the Whiscash, and the Whiscash is not on the team of a Shady Equation. Shady Equation bringing in the Gligar just to soak up one of these Grass Knots. The only hope for Out of Pocket is there's a Shadow Whiscash in the back, but it's not. It is going to be the Vigoroth, and all it needs to do is get to 1 Body Slam. 2 Moonblasts I do not believe are enough to knock out Soph.
I don't believe so. If Pocket is somehow able to make a catch, maybe sneak a Dragon Breath through, he might have a chance, but like you said, Body Slam already available. Does go for that catch. Shady Equation does not fall for it and has the Body Slam loaded here.
There you go. Game number 1 will be going to a Shady Equation. Out of Pocket, I think that Altaria was the key, and once it took that Moonblast early in the game, really eliminated a lot of fast attack pressure, especially with the Vigoroth hanging out in the back. Congratulations, game number 1 going to a Shady Equation. Now, how does Out of Pocket respond? There was no Shadow Whiscash, there was no Lantern. It almost is tempting Pocket to bring that Bastiodon. That said though, you know, there's a lot of flexible Pokemon, especially with that Shadow Gligar, that creates that flexibility to have all sorts of different dynamics that a Shady Equation can throw at any given game.
Well, I think Out of Pocket is going to be happy to stick with the Altaria. Here's the Moonblast landing, just like you said, kind of losing his most valuable Pokemon there. And then for Feraligatr against Shadow Gligar, he was already down a Protect Shield. So I wonder if Out of Pocket, going into Game 2, might choose to put the Altaria in the back so he doesn't have to invest in it so early.
It's really interesting that Vigoroth that a Shady Equation brought. Obviously so great in that game number 1, but it can be so punishing as well if you find yourself in a situation Equation. All right, when we just saw this recently, oh, Vigoroth is my last Pokemon. What am I met by? The Annihilate. That can be devastating, but it worked out very nicely there for a Shady Equation. He was able to use this Vigoroth to quite a good effect, knocking out not only the Altaria, but able to knock out the Cresselia as well. Great game by a Shady Equation.
Yeah, and Pocket going for that undercharge at the end probably just wasn't quite aware of how much health a Shady Equation's Cresselia still had. But look at this. Game number 2, this could be Pocket's opportunity. He's got a Cresselia into a Vigoroth.
All right, well, Altaria still looks very nice overall for Out of Pocket, but it does not want to be matched up versus that Cresselia. A Shady Equation, though, a little bit of a disadvantageous matchup, though, going up against Out of Pocket's Cresselia, in that you have to rely on these non-same type attack bonus fast attack counters that are resisted by the Cresselia as well. It's pretty much primarily body slams that you're relying on. Out of Pocket, meanwhile, has neutral Psycho Cuts and these Moonblasts as well. Moonblast number 1 just lands, and actually a quick swap by Out of Pocket into his Shadow Whiscash.
And I wonder if he's potentially trying to bait out that Cresselia, but a Shady Equation staying in here with the Vigoroth, potentially anticipating that he has a lot of energy here. He knows that 2 body slams is going to threaten his Whiscash enough, potentially pull up Protect Shields.
At this point, I don't think that you even want to swap out. I think you're either content just to let this Vigoroth go, or to use your Protect Shields and try and get to that next body slam. I think that he recognizes that the Cresselia is going to have value in the back, maybe for that Altaria, and he's opting to stick around in this matchup. Nice job throwing on charge attack priority. This is going to be very close. So Vigoroth's body slam, perhaps knocking out this Whiscash. Will it hang on? No, Out of Pocket. Down goes the Shadow Whiscash. Vigoroth still standing.
Well, he still has 2 shields, but a Shady Equation invested in Protect Shield basically take out a Pokemon and a half. And we're in the Cresselia mirror match now, and Out of Pocket's Cresselia, of course, just a little bit chipped down, but does still have some energy.
Perhaps the Shady Equation is expecting that Feraligatr in the back again, and that's why he wants to preserve his Vigoroth. But no, and we actually have the attack drop over on the side of a Shady Equation. Now these Moonblasts are going to be doing less into Out of Pocket. This is already a very important Pokemon for him now, but now he's going to have even more play to maybe win this mirror matchup despite being in an initial disadvantage.
And this is looking a little bit better for Pocket than it was just a minute ago. Remember, he still has 2 Protect Shields. Remember that the Altaria is his most important Pokemon in this matchup, and it's going to be able to get a lot of mileage here.
Yeah, just exactly what I was going to say. This Altaria is going to be his most valuable Pokemon in this matchup. There is no hard answer to it outside the Cresselia, which is on the field right now. Good recognition by a Shady Equation, though. You're going to need at least 2 charge attacks to knock out. 2 Grass Stomp's going to make a little bit more sense than going for the Moonblast here. Speaking of Moonblast, though, here's Out of Pocket with his own Moonblast. We saw a debuff last time, 1-stage attack drop. Will we see it again? Oh, actually, no, it does not matter. A quick swap back into the Vigoroth. This is going to bring in the Altaria for Out of Pocket.
And a Shady Equation has now seen Out of Pocket's entire team, baits the body slam here, potentially hoping he can reach a second instead of going for just a rock slide, which would definitely have been shielded up. I expect Pocket to go for the full farm down, and it looks like, oh, this Vigoroth is barely able to make that body slam. I think you have to let it go, though.
Yeah, risky play there. If you weren't able to get that second charge attack and Out of Pocket, no shield to the body slam would have been very big for him. But paid off for a Shady Equation, able to get some nice chip damage. He's trying to get this Altaria in range that a single Aerial Ace will knock out. He needs to get some wing attack damage in. Let's not discount the Cresselia still hanging around in the back, may be able to get a little bit of work. Here comes the Protect Shield from a Shady Equation with his Gligar. He's Protect Shield's down at this point.
That's right, and Out of Pocket really needs this Altaria to hang on for just a little bit longer. He's almost at that Sky Attack, needs a couple more Dragon Breaths, but like you said, these wing attacks are adding up very, very quickly. Oh, but it looks like Pocket's almost at the Sky Attack here.
And I believe we had a charge attack priority there. This Aerial Ace coming through at the exact same time as this Sky Attack. Aerial Ace into a low HP. Altaria hangs on! Able to get to the Sky Attack. I don't know if this is quite enough to knock out, but we still have Cresselias on each side. And Switch Clock is up. Will we see both of them swap? A quick swap from Out of Pocket, but these wing attacks are doing significantly more. Can you get to the Grass Knot? Tries to go for a catch, but the Grass Knot is already ready to go on a Shady Equation's side.
And a Shady Equation just had all the answers. This Cresselia is going to knock out of Pocket's Cresselia, and unfortunately for Pocket, I think this is the end of the road.
You can see the enthusiasm on the face of a Shady Equation. He is stoked to win that matchup. For Out of Pocket, he had a great tournament run, but unable to get the value that he needed out of that Altaria in game number 1. Game number 2, a little bit of luck going his way, but I like the response from a Shady Equation, able to adapt mid-matchup and win that game. A 2-0 sweep there for a Shady Equation. He moves on to the next round of the loser side of the bracket.
Definitely a 2-0 sweeps, but a lot of close margins in this matchup as well. We saw that heads-up play in the lead, saving that Vigoroth, not being baited into bringing out the Cresselia. And then, of course, we're in this Cresselia mirror match. I believe a Shady Equations Cresselia also got an attack drop. And here it is. This Vigoroth was barely able to make the body slam, the double body slam. And that put the Altaria just in range of getting knocked out by an aerial ace.
This was a little scary. Actually, a Shady Equation goes for the catch, but he's like, oh, wait, I've got the grass knot ready to go. Let's throw it. Out comes the grass knot, out of pocket, just out of gas, unfortunately, there. Unable to get a charge attack. Needed to knock out 2 Pokemon. Even if that grass knot is not reached, would have been an uphill battle, and a Shady Equation able to just Psycho Cut down at the very end there. It was a good game.
Well, Out of Pocket's tournament run is over here in Los Angeles, but I do want to commend him on an incredible tournament run. He actually dropped to HK Assassin in his very first game yesterday, had an incredible losers run to make it here to day 2, all the way into losers round 2, and you know, still made it into the top 8 after dropping that early. So really nice comeback from him, a lot of resilience as we like to see.
Yeah, with Out of Pocket, we mentioned this with Rise, but expectations are set so high. When you won a championship before, even when you make, you know, top 8, top 12, top 16, it can almost feel disappointing, especially when you don't have that day 2 success. What's so tough too is coming in on the loser side of the bracket, you know that you were maybe just one mistake away or one key matchup away from being on that winner side and having a little bit more confidence, a little bit more flexibility if you do maybe stumble just a bit. Again, that's it for Out of Pocket, but still a very commendable tournament run.
Absolutely. Very commendable indeed. You know, he has a lot of tournaments under his belt. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him throughout the rest of this season. You know, you could even call it a postseason, right? We'll see him at both NAIC and Worlds, I believe. So still a lot to see from Out of Pocket, one of the top trainers on the circuit for sure.
It's great to hear as well some of the other trainers just talking about, you know, how they support each other, how they scrim with each other. Out of Pocket's mom, I think we've had several shout outs for her on stream as well. She's a huge supporter of the community, someone that actually competes as well. So it's great to kind of see that different generations all competing, all supporting each other, in many cases practicing together to build their tournament skills.
All right, well, we'll have to see if a Shady Equation has anyone he wants to shout out, because I think we have an interview with him on the floor. Take it away, Stephanie.
Thank you, Soph and Jim. I am here with a Shady Equation who has just come off of a win against Mr. Out of Pocket. How are you feeling for this breakout performance of yours?
Yeah, it really feels great. I finished 9th in Indy. I felt a little bit disappointed, not just barely missing out on top 8. So, you know, super happy to get it done this time, and hopefully I can, you know, push a little bit farther than just 8th place.
Yeah, we are all looking forward to see your run. You're so consistent at the tournaments that you show up at. You consistently do well, but this, I think, is just a really standout performance for you. Specifically, I want to talk about your Shadow Whiscash. Soph had mentioned she's thinking that's going to be like the MVP for you. So tell me a little bit about it. We didn't really see it last time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Whiscash is overall super consistent Pokemon for me. I really love using it as sort of a very good generalist. If people don't bring like Altaria, it's just super free. In the last match, you know, Pocket had a Basti, would have been a great opportunity to bring Whiscash, but you know, he was consistently bringing his Altaria, his Crest, and you know, Whiscash doesn't love those matchups as much, so happy to, you know, leave it on the bench that time, but you know, maybe he'll see some action in some future matches for sure.
Excellent. So hopefully Soph is going to see a little bit more of that Shadow Whiscash. Now, tell me a little bit more. Who do you want to shout out? Who do you want to thank here today for your top cut performance? Who helped you along the way?
Yeah, for sure. I always shout out Inadequence. I can't shout him out enough. He really puts in the effort to, you know, help run these practice tournaments that I do a lot of, and they really do help for sure. And of course, just, you know, a lot of my teammates who are here just providing general support. It always means the world to me. Thanks to all of them.
Fantastic. So it definitely takes a community to do well at these tournaments. It's great to see trainers have all that support. Shady Equation, I am excited to see how far your run takes you today. And I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to a break, but don't go anywhere. We have lots of battles left to come.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm gonna guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 sets per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3,000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done, in most cases, solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Welcome back, trainers. We are here at Championship Sunday here in Los Angeles, California. My name is Stephanie Christine, and I am so thankful to be joined by Amanda Lundberger today. We just got done checking out the loser side of the bracket. These trainers who have been battling so far in a win or go home high stakes scenario. And we are about to change gears a little bit. We're going to take a peek back at the winner's side of the bracket.
That's right. As a reminder for those tuning in, this is a double elimination tournament, so this is the winner's side. None of these trainers have actually lost anything yet. We're going to start from the very beginning of the day here. Existing Monkey going ahead and taking out Mormon Matt, and now he's going to be up against Frostfire next. So we have Frostfire who beat HK Assassin, Rise to Occasion beating Dr. Roast Beef, and Elite taking down a Shady Equation.
Yes, so these trainers are a little bit more comfortable than the trainers we've just seen down in the losers bracket. We've been watching a Shady Equation versus a Pokemango. That'll be coming up soon in losers round 3. And then Haydonus Actual versus Mormon Matt. These 4 trainers, only one is going to be able to make it into that grand final. So they have a long road ahead.
Yeah, they have a little bit to go. But like we said, we're in that winner side of the bracket. Again, we're in the winner semis. Actually, these 2 trainers, we have Existing Monkey versus Frostfire. I believe it is both of their first times coming in from the winner side of the bracket, and one of their best placements so far in the tournament. Looking at Existing Monkey's team, we keep bringing it up. There are a lot of very interesting picks on his side, especially looking at that Abomasnow and that Carbink.
Yes, Carbink, when it made a splash, when it debuted, I believe at GoFest, around the time of GoFest last year, people were really interested to see how is this going to make an impact in the meta, and we haven't seen it. It hasn't become as dominant as, say, your Shadow Glygars, your Lanterns, but definitely can throw kind of a wrench, a monkey wrench, if you will, into some trainers' plans, because it's like Bastiodon in that it has a high defense, like it can tank a lot of attacks and just kind of stay on the field of play for a long time.
Yeah, it really relies on the pressure of those fast attacks to be able to do a lot of that damage. I think Existing Monkey's trying to find the diamond in the rough here of that Carbink. We'll have to see if it's going to be in game number 1, because we're jumping straight into them there. We got that Whiscash against the Umbreon. And if I do recall, this Umbreon is actually running Psychic and Foul Play. An interesting moveset.
I love that. Eevee has had so many community days. There have been so many different community day exclusive moves, Psychic being one that we don't often see on Umbreon. And here, giving it a little bit of extra interesting coverage. We see that Scald connect, but no debuff yet. Both of these Pokemon are really tanky and are able to throw a lot of different, they pace to their charged attacks quickly. They're able to tank a lot of moves. We see Frostfire actually really wanting to preserve the health on this Whiscash.
Yeah, going ahead, already using that Protection, but another Foul Play is already ready and loaded, being thrown now. This one goes unprotected. Frostfire still getting a ton of energy. This time going for the Mud Bomb. The Mud Bomb is going to be a little bit more damage. The Skull takes a little bit longer to pace to, and of course with that only 50% chance, I say only as a light joke, I think that Frostfire was saying, okay, at least I'm going to try to get as much damage as possible onto the Umbreon here. We're going for yet another Mud Bomb before the next Foul Play goes through.
And that Mud Bomb is going to connect. Umbreon stays on the field, able to throw one more Snarl before throwing another Foul Play. And Frostfire is deciding, you know what, I think I'm going to let this connect. I don't think this is going to be enough, and it's not. The Whiscash able to withstand and Mud Shot down. Frostfire is able to exit with a charged attack.
But that charged attack is really going nowhere now against this Abomasnow. Abomasnow, one of the harder counters for this Whiscash. Frostfire kind of going for a play here, saying, okay, at least maybe get a little damage, maybe attack debuff, but no, neither one is really doing that much of their Abomasnow. In comes the Skarmory, but look at these ceilings just chunking away, forcing Existing Monkey out of that situation.
I know Existing Monkey, I'm sure, would have much preferred the Lantern be aligned against that Skarmory, but instead it's going to have to contend with the Shadow Gligar. Existing Monkey does have an advantage here, having an extra Protect Shield compared to what Frostfire is bringing in. Frostfire is down to none. Lantern has 2, so these super effective serves are going to connect. 1 isn't going to cut it, though.
That's right. I would say he has 2. He's going to need to be able to knock out this Gligar, even though that water damage is going to be doing a nice chunk to Gligar. It is not enough to take it out. It's going to bring it down to the deep red here, but I think he might be forced to use both shields. First serve coming through unprotected, and Gligar is now down to the red.
Yes, so going to be using those sparks, but a spark down isn't feasible here. So Gligar is going to throw another dig. Existing Monkey's thinking about it. Is it a bait? Is it not? And is deciding to take that safe option and shield. But Existing Monkey has to throw this charge attack immediately, or that Gligar might get to another attack.
Yeah, don't want to risk trying to spark it down, letting it get to another attack, because this is where the Lantern is coming to shine. In comes that Skarmory. Nowhere to go against this. None of the attacks doing very much damage at all to the Lantern. Lantern doesn't really even need shields in this scenario, going straight for the Thunderbolt.
Yes, even if Frostfire had thrown the Brave Bird, it would not knock that Lantern out. So Lantern very comfortably knocking into the Skarmory. Abomasnow comes in, says, sure, I will tank this. Throw that energy my way. I can take it out, no problem. And then the Lantern's going to come in, 1 quick spark, and that Skarmory goes down.
Sparking it down indeed. Frostfire losing that game, number 1, but still a smile on his face. Existing Monkey taking some notes. He knew how important that Lantern was to that matchup there, recognizing, okay, that Skarmory in the back, even if I don't have shields, it's going to be doing nothing against that Lantern.
Yeah, so really needing to preserve that Lantern. Lantern had a big task to be able to take out both the Gligar and the Skarmory. But exactly as you said, using the shields against the Gligar matchup, because that Skarmory can just do nothing against Lantern.
Yeah, I think Frostfire had a great plan here. He wanted to try to get some alignment in general, and being able to use 1 shield secured him that in the lead. However, not being able to take out the Lantern, going straight for those digs, and both of them getting Protect shielded up, unfortunately for him, put him in a kind of a rough position here at the end, going for that Brave Bird against the Abomasnow to at least knock that down, but then, yeah, the Lantern coming right back in to take it out.
Yeah, so trying to think about how Frostfire could pivot here, because if that Lantern was an issue for him, he has quite a few Pokemon that can stand up against it. The Shadow Gligar, definitely with those digs, it's definitely going to be able to peel shields away from Lantern. He's got the Lickitung, he's got the Whiscash, he's got Charge-a-Bug, so he definitely has Pokemon in play to be able to make that Lantern a little less effective next time.
And I wonder if this will change the way Frostfire will end up playing this matchup as well, because of course, if you actually see an Abomasnow on the other side, we talked about, like, the Ice type is just, it's so dangerous against those Shadow Gligars. However, we saw how much damage that Skarmory was able to do with its fast attacks and charge attacks to that Pokemon.
Yeah, I really like Abomasnow here because it can hit the Whiscash, it can hit the Gligar, it can hit the Lickitung for a lot of really strong neutral damage.
And with no fighter on the team, there's really not much of a counter for it.
Yeah, Azumarill doesn't really want to face it either. So I really like the idea of using that Abomasnow to maybe ruffle Frostfire's feathers there.
Yeah, and the thing is, Skarmory is really the only answer that he has to it, so he kind of has to bring that in, but then of course, there'll always be a Lantern as well. This is a much better matchup for Frostfire in the lead, and I wonder how we will see Existing Monkey want to play this out. Umbreon just, it's so neutral, I guess, wants to be able to at least use this in the lead, going and just continuing to snarl away before now going for this foul play right before the X-Scissor is being thrown.
Yes, and those X-Scissors are going to hit for super effective damage. One of the few things in the meta that is going to be hitting Umbreon for that super effective damage. So going for the foul play, going for that consistent same type attack bonus energy. Here we're going to see what an X-Scissor does to an Umbreon, and it's significant. There aren't many things that can be able to do that to an Umbreon.
That's true. Umbreon has a lot of bulk to its name, and now being able to throw another foul play, it's going to get this Charge-a-Bug nice and low, but there's still a ton of energy on it. They're still ramping up. One more Volt Switch, trying to catch onto the Gligar, and now Frostfire is in the complete control of the scenario as Gligar has to go for those digs against the Azumarill. Azumarill is one of the harder counters for this Pokemon.
Yes, Existing Monkey, I'm sure would have preferred the Lantern in this slot, but going to have to settle for getting some good, strong neutral damage against the Azumarill. But this Azumarill can just very comfortably just keep building up energy and throwing Ice Beams. Existing Monkey has to make a call here. Is it worth trying to preserve this Gligar? Decides to, maybe wanting to get one more dig of damage done onto the Azumarill, or perhaps peeled away a shield.
Interesting plays here. I mean, Frostfire's whole team is kind of weak to that Lantern, which is looming in the back there. So, I mean, neither the Azumarill nor the Skarmory want to face it at all. He does have a lot of energy loaded on that Charger Bug, so we'll have to see how he wants to use it later. Both shields being used on this Gligar here, and it looks like he might be able to actually take out the Azumarill by fast attacks and get an alignment that Existing Monkey is looking for. Coming in with the Skarmory.
Yeah, Existing Monkey, 2 shields is what it costs to get alignment here, and then switches out into the Lantern.
Yeah, that is an interesting play. I think he recognized that. However, now this Lantern is switch locked into a Charger Bug with a ton of energy and 2 shields. These sparks will slowly start to add up here, but it's going to very much chunk away at this Lantern here. Next X's are coming through.
Yes, and we mentioned how Brave Bird not really going to do a whole lot to a Lantern, but this Lantern with all of these X-Scissors, it's definitely in Brave Bird range now. It's all pretty much in X-Scissor range here.
Yeah, Frostfire playing this so well here, able to get the largest threat out of the way, and a proper shield as well to protect up that Skarmory, which is now going to take rain. If that Lantern is gone, there is a low health Gligar and an Umbreon waiting to take on this Bird of the Sky.
Yes, so we have that low health Umbreon, that low health Gligar, and there is still a shield on the side of Frostfire. So there's nothing that Existing Monkey can do to even do super effective damage. His last Pokemon that can do neutral damage is this Umbreon, and that Umbreon is going to be exiting the field pretty quickly here as this Skarmory ramps energy, gets almost to maximum energy here.
Yeah, I really like this play as well. Properly shielding up that foul play, recognizing that that would be the hardest hitting charge attack, that even though this Gligar is loaded on energy, it would not be as effective overall. Existing Monkey recognizes it at 100 energy, still goes down, and this is a tied game in the winner's semis.
Yes, I'm really curious about sacrificing 2 Protect shields in order to get that alignment and then immediately switching out into that Lantern anyway.
Yeah, I think once he recognized in the back there, it was like, oh, it actually is a Skarmory. I think when he saw the Azumarill, his main thought was, Existing Monkey's main thought was like, well, there surely isn't going to be a Skarmory in the back as well, because this Charger Bug is so low, and both of those Pokemon would be very detrimental against a Lantern. So maybe his plan was, okay, I'm not sure what's in the back, I gotta kind of pivot my Pokemon around. Unfortunately for Existing Monkey, yeah, using both of those shields there did not prove to be something that was actually working in his favor.
Yeah, it is always tough to go 2 shields down compared to your opponent. It is such an advantage. Those Protect shields are so crucial, and using both of them to try to get yourself an advantage and having it not work out is so tough.
Yeah, very tough indeed, and especially because Existing Monkey, I think if he would have let that Gligar go down, he still would have been able to have a decent alignment, and that Lantern with the Skarmory on the back would have been very, very devastating. But that's not the way it turned out, and that's a part of the thing, is like this game, even though it's played on your phone, like you still have to get into your opponent's mindset a little bit too. You have to wonder, what are they actually choosing in their 3 Pokemon? I think a lot of times, we've seen the ABB strategies quite a few times, and then we've been joking around that this season has also seemed to be the season of ABA, where you're like perhaps leading the Azumarill and having the Skarmory in the back and just hoping that the Lantern isn't in the lead.
Yes, so some trainers have that ABA style work for them. I prefer maybe like an ABB or an ABC. You can have a C, you can have 3 very different Pokemon having 3 different roles. But we are going to see what kind of roles do we have here in this opponent's line of 3. And we have a phenomenal lead for Existing Monkey with the Lantern in the lead. We're going to see Frostfire make an immediate swap out, and there is the Shadow Gligar. So terrible lead into terrible middle game scenario for Frostfire.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people like to use that Lickitung as a safe swap, but with an Annihilate and an Umbreon on the other team, a Lickitung doesn't look like that sort of anymore. Going for that Charger Bug, at least it's being able to hit back a little bit to this Gligar, but now Gligar is just getting a ton of energy here. Existing Monkey throwing that first Aerial Ace unprotected by Frostfire, but I think he kind of needs alignment here.
Yes, Frostfire needs to wrestle alignment away, but we've seen this play out before. It is tough as Charge Bug to try to wrestle alignment back. Going to be able to throw a lot of neutral X scissors. Shadow Gligar at an Aerial Ace, going to be able to get to another one very shortly. Frostfire deciding I at least need to be able to get this energy off of the Gligar, so I'm going to Protect Shield, maybe force the Gligar to either shield, maybe force the Gligar to be energy dry. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Existing Monkey playing a little bit of, okay, you shield, I shield here as well, and immediately swapping out, now pivoting into this Pokemon. The Lickitung is now up against Abomasnow. It's not a horrible matchup for either side, but this Icy Wind is going to make it a little bit more painful. Lickitung now being able to do a little bit less damage with its attacks.
Yes, Icy Wind guaranteed to debuff your opponent's attack by 1 every single time. So all of these licks, all of these body slams are going to just start doing less and less damage.
And the Abomasnow knows it as well, able to take this body slam, just continuing to powder snow down here, going for yet another Icy Wind, but the Lickitung body slam comes through first, wants to get a little bit more chip damage before it gets a little bit lower. And I think Frostfire's whole plan is, I just gotta like wear out the clock here.
Yes, Existing Monkey, this is his game to lose. If he can maintain this alignment, keep the Lantern up against the Skarmory, keep the Shadow Gligar up against the Charjabug, that is what he needs to win. He can see a path ahead of him. Can Frostfire knock him off that path?
Very nice timing here, right before the Icy Wind was being able to throw, forcing Existing Monkey to make the decision. Does he want to use that shield as well? No, he doesn't. The Lantern is going to come in. The Lickitung is so debuffed at this point, though, and if Frostfire is counting, he's going to know that it's going to come up soon. Wow, a fantastic catch with the Charjabug.
Yes, so the Charjabug now will be out of play, and that clears the debuff away from the Lickitung. There's also that full health Skarmory in the back, so Frostfire could potentially use the Lickitung here, try to soften up that Lantern a bit.
Yeah, the big problem is the Gligar, I guess. Yeah, that's gonna do it for him. Gligar coming in, making sure that this Lickitung is going down. That dig is connecting, and now we have a Lantern against a Skarmory. So same at the beginning, same at the end of this, between Existing Monkey and Frostfire 14.
Yes, that is a dominant matchup for the Lantern. The Lantern even can Protect Shield as Brave Bird, but Existing Monkey doesn't even have to do that. He can say, you know what, go for it. Let's see what it does. It is not even going to get me into the red. Barely gets the Lantern down to half health, and then this Thunderbolt, now, especially now that this Skarmory has its defense drop 2 stages, this Thunderbolt is going to zap that Skarmory out of the sky. There is a lightning storm here in Los Angeles as Existing Monkey takes the winner's semis here, 2-0 versus Frostfire.
Continuing on in his fantastic run. The first time he said he was ever in the win, not even the winner's side, in a top cut performance, and he is now in the winner's finals. Fantastic job by Existing Monkey, using a very spicy and interesting team and actually utilizing some of these Pokemon like the Abomasnow to much success.
Yes, no Carbink to be seen. We also didn't see the Annihilate at all in this run. We saw that Umbreon Lantern core. Both of those games, those 2 Pokemon he decided were going to be his best shot against Frostfire's team.
Yeah, let's have a look at those battles actually as well, because he was playing very, very well. Game number 1 and 2 leading Umbreon, and then just tricking everyone, running that Lantern in the lead. Frostfire doing everything possible to try to get a little bit back for him, catching that Surf, but in the end, here we are, the Skarmory lined up once again against the Lantern. Such a divisive matchup, and you can see why both of these Pokemon are so popular in this World of Wonders meta.
Yes, and probably will continue to stay popular. We will have to see as we get into the Shared Skies update that will be coming not this upcoming Tuesday, but the one after. So it will be taking place after that Bologna special event.
Yep, and we said no Carbink, and that is true, but there was not a lot of play for Carbink, I think, against Frostfire's team either, especially because, again, he had to bring that Skarmory into the matchups, and Skarmory is like one of the harder counters that there is for the Carbink. Meanwhile, I mean, it does so well against a lot of things on the other team, and I think Existing Monkey was like, okay, you know what, if he has to bring the Skarmory, all my Lantern has to do is find it.
Yes, so it was hide and seek, and definitely the Lantern was the winner of that game. Very, very good games for Existing Monkey. Those were incredible to watch.
Yeah, so other Steel-type Pokemon that I wanted to kind of bring up, we haven't seen it at all in this tournament. We actually did see a couple of them in Indianapolis, is Ferrothorn. Because I don't know if you guys know, but there is this Incense Day coming up with Ferroseed. What do you think about this? Look at all the possible grass-type Pokemon that can be shiny. Are there any of them that you're particularly looking for? Because personally, I think shiny Trevenant, which evolves from the Phantom, is one of the best shinies in the game.
I have to agree. Shiny Phantom, Shiny Trevenant are cute. I also love that shiny Hisuian Voltorb. Morlul is very fun as a shiny. And looking at the Steel-type Pokemon, you can see how the hours rotate, how it's a grass hour and then you have a steel hour. As in Los Angeles, it is just past 1 o'clock p.m., so we are now in that grass incense hour. But at 2 p.m., it'll switch over to steel. Galarian Meowth, Beldum. If you are a Master League player and you do not have a level 50 Metagross, this is a great opportunity. Or maybe you want to take a look and you want to copy some things that Mr. Out of Pocket was doing. HK Assassin had the Bastiodon. Maybe you want to go for that. Or perhaps, like Paula Shaw over in Europe, you want to run a Magnezone that is also in those Steel-type encounters. So definitely a lot of different things in play. Galarian Meowth for Berserker, I'm not so sure, Amanda. What do you think?
I think our producer would be very upset to hear you say that. It does heavy damage.
It does do heavy damage. I will give him that.
All right, let's also talk a little bit about what is going on the Twitch channel this week, because there are a lot of very interesting things. As you guys can see live, we have the NAIC pre-show going on Friday the 31st, but before that we have Pokemon Advanced Battle. We have the 2018 Oceania International Championships for the card game, and again, like the special events this coming weekend in Bologna, the very last special event of this season.
Yes, so it is going to be one of those last opportunities, one of those last chances for people to qualify for Worlds, and then the very final chance is going to be at that North America International Championship in New Orleans, which is coming up so soon.
Now, we talked about it. You just brought up Paula Shaw and how she had that Shadow Magnezone. We can maybe catch them ourselves here in this sort of thing with the Ferrosaur Incense Day. But it was also on our picks.
I know, I wanted.
We haven't seen any of them here in North America.
I know, it's just maybe it's just better off in Europe. I mentioned Magnezone maybe just couldn't make that trek over the water, which doesn't make sense to me because Magnezone's strong against water types, but I don't know. It just could not float its way over to North America. It's just gonna have to stand with Paula. So what we have here though is a couple of different picks, also certainly spicy with Rise to Occasion versus Elite. Now, this is the matchup that I have been looking forward to. Looking at the bracket, I was kind of picturing, like, wouldn't it be cool if we could have these two top trainers face off in the winner's semis? I am so excited that that has come to fruition. We have Rise to Occasion on the left and Elite on the right.
Now, these two trainers, I think that this could also potentially be a potential actual grand finals, but these two trainers have both won regional competitions in the past. Rise to Occasion is very high on the North America leaderboard as well, and looking to be even higher after this top placement of today. Meanwhile, Elite, like we said, the California King, has been really doing well in the few tournaments that he has been in, and he has a very interesting team. But you know what shuts down a decent amount of Pokemon on that, especially the Guzzlord, is the Wigglytuff. We'll have to see if Rise to Occasion chooses to play it. We're going to play a more neutral matchup in the lead here, that Shadow Gligar versus the Vigoroth.
Yes, Shadow Gligar really benefiting from just its attack damage. It paces to moves very quickly. You can see that those body slams and those aerial A's pace at about the same rate. So you're going to be seeing a lot of spammy charged attacks for a lot of neutral damage in this matchup. However, the counters are resisted against the flying type Gligar, where Gligar is able to apply at least some neutral fast attack pressure.
Yeah, going for the dig, and it is unshielded, bringing that Vigoroth down so low here. I think that if Rise to Occasion's plan at this point would probably be going to go ahead and shield up this body slam, completely fast attack down and throw it whatever comes in the back. Not only are you getting that first portion, not only are you going to be able to do some chip damage, you're also going to get alignment, but Elite says no, coming in with a Shadow Gligar of his own to be met with its hardest counter on Rise's side.
Yes, I love how Dugong has a little spin move every time it throws a fast attack. It's going to sling ice over at the Shadow Gligar. Going to use a dig here because as Dugong is actually, are we going to see a full fast attack down? Not quite. Throwing a move right before the Shadow Gligar gets to the move Aerial Ace to do any damage, and Elite says, I guess I just got to let this go. I'm going to have my Skeledirge do a lot of work, but there's a Lantern in the back.
I know, this is even though Rise is out of shields, it looks like he is not out of opportunity because there's going to be so much play for him in the back. Coming in with the Skeledirge here, this is so dangerous. I don't blame Elite for shielding this up because a Drill Bone would do so much to the Skeledirge, but instead getting faced with an Icy Wind. Now everything has just been lowered in attack, but still going for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball. No Protect Shield on Rise's side. This Dugong might be Dugong.
This Dugong may be Dugong. Let's see, or will it stick around? No, it sticks around just a little bit longer. Gonna need 2 Incinerates to knock it out, which gives Rise an opportunity to throw a Drill Run into this Skeledirge. Elite has to shield it. He doesn't have any other Pokemon, but then this Lantern is going to be free to come in, and Elite with a shake of his head recognizing this is not what I wanted to see. I needed to see like that Annihilate. I needed to see that Wigglytuff in the back, not this Lantern.
Yeah, not only is it debuffed, Lantern is one of the harder counters. The Surfs would do so much damage. Trying to go for a catch, but Rise, patient as ever, waits for that to go through, sparks down, and Surfs at the same time almost as that Skeledirge will go off.
Lantern says Surf's up as it clears that Skeledirge off the field of battle as Rise takes the first game against the California King. Is Rise going to be able to take the California King's crown today?
I think that that's definitely Rise's plan, right? I mean, I don't think he actually told many people ahead of time that he was coming to California here to compete. It was a bit of a surprise, but I think that he's definitely going for that leaderboard push, and he definitely wants to have a regional championship title for him this season, and last opportunity to do so here in LA.
Yes, we were looking at the championship point leaderboard earlier today, and you could see just how high up in the ranks Rise to Occasion is, and let's take a look at why right here. You can see that Dugong clearing that Shadow Gligar away, really eliminating a lot of opportunities for Elite.
Yeah, sometimes we call it like the scenarios rock, paper, scissors, but it also takes a lot of skill to understand what your opponent would be bringing to these matchups. Rise just pretty much had him from the very beginning throughout the whole matchup here. Lantern for the Skeledirge, Dugong for the Gligar, and then being able to just go for that dig and have not shield on the Elite side really put him on the back foot at the very beginning.
Yes, so we will have to see Elite on the back foot in the winner's semis. He needs to win 2 games against Rise to Occasion to continue to move forward. Loser still has an opportunity to make a run in the loser side of the bracket. So let's go ahead and take a look. Rise is probably thinking, oh no, what am I gonna do if Elite can, in fact, turn this around? Elite thinking carefully as we see both of our trainers lock in.
Yeah, it's very important, of course, like we talked about this a little bit before, when you're looking at a team of 6 to kind of analyze the whole team and decide, okay, even if this Pokemon is super strong, what is the likelihood that my opponent is going to bring it in? What is a sensible team composition that I think that this trainer would use? And of course, when you're trainers of this caliber as well, you kind of have a good idea of how the other one wants to play it out. Rise to Occasion just going over a little bit of maybe a matrix in his mind of the whole 6 team, deciding what he wants to bring in.
Yes, and we will see how does that play out. Does the image in his head match what is on the field of battle? We see, I think it does. It is that Lantern into the Azumarill. His patience paying off, really thinking it through. Azumarill has to be switched out for that Vigoroth, and Rise to Occasion doesn't have as clear of an answer into a Vigoroth safe swap, as his Annihilate is still on the bench.
Yeah, I just want to point that out as well. What a risky play. Swapping in a Vigoroth, if there was an Annihilate, that would be hard counter city there. I mean, the City of Angels like LA, City of Despair it would have been. However, really proved handy for Elite. Just no Annihilate to be found, able to throw first Body Slam into the Gligar, and have to see, there's another one loaded. Maybe he's going to want to shield this up so he get that one off as well.
Oh, Elite actually last moment deciding to use that Protect Shield and can actually comfortably build up quite a bit of energy before going for that next Body Slam, because that Shadow Gligar ended up being energy dry. We're going to see Rise to Occasion now having built up to another charged attack is going to be able to throw it again here.
Yeah, I think that was a good shield by Rise as well, saying, okay, well, if I have the attack, I'm going to force you to do something thing here. Elite doesn't want to use both of the shields, so it's going to not only lose that alignment again, at least he's going to come out with a little bit of energy on the Azumarill, but he knows that that Lantern is coming back in to hard counter it here. And also, Rise to Occasion going for that aerial ace just to get a little bit of chip damage on the Azumarill before it goes down.
Yes, and then we are going to see the Lantern come in to counter it, and we can see Elite already switching out. Like, I don't even want to tank a Spark on this Azumarill. Whatever it is, I'm bringing in my next Pokemon, and that is going to be Charjabug. So we're going to have to see the Dugong. This isn't Dugong's favorite Pokemon, so we're going to see a little bit of chip onto the Charjabug first. Soften it up a little bit, make it a little easier for Dugong to try to handle.
I mean, Dugong also can handle like Azumarill pretty well, so I mean, I think that was smart of him to get a bunch of energy on that. Like you said, definitely doesn't want to be tanking all these discharges. This electric damage is going to be doing a decent amount to this half-water type Pokemon. Using that last shield there to keep the Dugong nice and healthy, but the Elite has another one ready and loaded to go.
Yes, so we are going to see this discharge connect. Rise to Occasion has this Dugong and has a very healthy Lantern to take on that also very healthy Azumarill. The other advantage Rise has here is he has a Protect Shield yet, and Elite using this final Protect Shield here.
Yeah, Elite using it because he wants at least to have 2 Pokemon left at the end, especially going down, but there's no Protect Shields left. Elite forced to throw here, but he doesn't want to get Ice Sharded down, and he might have to actually pivot back into the Azumarill versus the Lantern because there is just not a left on the Charjabug, and the Charjabug is sort of depleted. This is yet another time that Elite is storing a charge attack on the Charjabug. Just want to point it out. I feel like it's almost every single game.
Yes, that is one of the great benefits of Charjabug is that its charge attacks are cheap. They don't cost a lot of energy, so you can store multiple on them. So the Lantern building up a bunch of energy, Rise being very patient and waiting until just before Elite gets to that play rough.
This is going to be huge. You can see Elite's looking at the camera. He has it loaded, and the Charjabug wins charge attack priority. It's an X-Scissor range. This game is going to Elite.
Elite not ready to give up his crown here. Love that reaction to the camera. That was a very close game.
Yeah, wonderfully played. And just something that I think that people should take note about Elite as well. He was very much on the back foot almost that whole game. I mean, leading an Azumarill into a Lantern is pretty hard, but he almost always, if he's able to, stores an attack on that Charjabug for later use.
Yes, because Charjabug has such a high attack stat, you have a pretty good chance of winning charge attack priority against whatever your opponent has. So that is a very smart strategy. And if you battlers out there are looking to maybe make some gains in the Go Battle League, I know it's something that a lot of us fall for. We have a charge attack, we want to use it right away, but often it can be better off being stored for later like we're going to see here.
Yep, going for that Volt Switch there, and then an immediate swap out to the Azumarill to do a bit of a combination play, get that play rough, and here you can see it again. Elite keeps looking up and down like, okay, I think I have this, and all he needed to do was get that Lantern low enough for this X-Scissor to make it happen.
And make it happen he has. We are at a decisive game number 3 between these 2 top-tier trainers, Rise to Occasion and Elite. Rise to Occasion looking to knock Elite down a peg, looking to take the crown from the California King and force him into a loser's bracket run, which is a much more difficult path forward. But the loser, again, the loser here still can maintain forward. We are in the winners semifinals.
Yeah, you know, I had joked around, well, not joked around, I had picked the Rise to Occasion's dark type Umbreon here with the Dark Pulse and the Foul Play, but it has no play into Elite's team, so it is definitely not the MVP of this series. However, I do wonder, for the fact that there was that Vigoroth as a safe swap last time, are we going to see an Annihilate on Rise's side? Because again, that is one of the hardest counters for that pseudo-fighting type Pokemon.
Yes, I was surprised. Elite made a very good team read there, deciding I don't think that Annihilate is going to make an appearance. Especially Annihilate doesn't really want to see the Azumarill that Elite has been bringing. Like, he thinks maybe he scared it away. So these 2 trainers, again, you've got to get in each other's heads. They're thinking it through. We're locked in. Let's see how it goes. The field of battle, Rise to Occasion with an Annihilate versus the Guzzlord.
Guzzlord does not really like this too much, but also it's, again, we talk about risky things that are going on. ABA lineups here. The Guzzlord nor the Vigoroth want to face that in the pack, but they don't want to face this Dugong either. This is very difficult for Elite. He's got to pivot out, but he's going to do so into that Vigoroth.
Yes, and we see the camera swing way back in to come into the field of battle, and the Vigoroth is going to start here. Rise to Occasion gets to an Icy Wind first, which is key because now every single charge attack that Vigoroth is going to throw is going to just be a little bit weaker than it would be before. So Elite has a lot of energy, but is going to need to get the Dugong just low enough to be able to knock out.
Yeah, he wants to be able to throw this, but his plan is also, he does not want to give any farm to that Annihilate either. Even though he's been debuffed, none of these attacks are doing that much overall. He's going to get countered down in pretty much 2 counters, so wants to do as much chip damage as possible, but not give a lot of opportunity to get energy on the Annihilate. Annihilate takes this like a champ. 1, 2, 3 counters, down goes the Annihilate.
And the Annihilate now has a ton of energy. It has multiple Night Slashes. It can go for a Shadow Ball. Elite has to make a call. Is this a Night Slash bait? He shields. That is unfortunate.
He shields, and if you look what's in the back, Guzzlord has nowhere to go this game. The actual best matchup for it was against the Annihilate. There is a Wigglytuff in the back here. Elite needs to keep this Charger Bug as healthy as possible. He doesn't want to face the Annihilate. Annihilate has so much energy though, and 2 shields.
And there is the Wigglytuff going to catch a discharge actually. So Rise to Occasion shielding Elite. You can see a shake of his head thinking, my goodness, that Guzzlord is in a tough position. I can't switch out. So we are just going to see this Wigglytuff dance on through.
And I think Rise knows it as well, saying, okay, the fact that the Charger Bug is staying in this matchup is a good indication, but I wonder why he actually swapped into this Pokemon. He just wanted to do as much as possible here, but I think he knows that nothing the Guzzlord can throw at the Wigglytuff would be able to do much damage, but at this point, the Charger Bug really has to put in work, and I'm not sure they'll even be able to make it to another charge attack.
No, so going to actually throw the Icy Wind, guaranteeing the knockout of the Charger Bug. The Guzzlord is pretty low on energy, but this Wigglytuff is starting to get low on energy as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, there is nothing that the Guzzlord can throw.
3 charms. Guzzlord just cannot get to an attack fast enough, and Wigglytuff dances around and takes that win for Rise to Occasion. We see a fantastic hug between 2 great trainers.
Rise to Occasion dethrones the California King, at least for these winners semi-finals. Rise to Occasion will go on to the winners finals, where he will play against the people that we just saw. Let me look back up. I mean, like, I got so distracted during that matchup with Existing Monkey, his first time in this winners top 5.
Yes, that is going to be a match for sure to take a look at, but I want to talk more about that Wigglytuff because we've been talking about it earlier. Pokemon like Sableye, Pokemon like Guzzlord, they have so few weaknesses, but Wigglytuff is one of them. We hardly ever see it.
Yeah, Elite playing this very well, recognizing that he doesn't want to give a lot of farm to the Annihilate, and obviously the Vigoroth does not want to see it. And not only did Elite play ABA weak to Annihilate, I mean, the Guzzlord, like we just talked about, had nowhere to go. Horrible matchups against Annihilate, Dugong, and Wigglytuff. At the very end, we see that the Guzzlord does not even have enough to be able to get to a Dragon Claw or a Crunch here. Elite still trying to do everything he can. Discharge coming through.
Yeah, that Guzzlord, maybe if it could have been able to get to a charge attack, might have been able to clear it, but no, those Dragon Claws, or those Dragon Tails, just not able to make it happen. Wigglytuff is the balloon Pokemon, but it was Elite's plans that went pop today.
I mean, Wigglytuff is very popular. It's been made popular by Scaffer99, who we talked about a little bit earlier, and Inadequates in some of the European tournaments because of, yes, there's so many actual fighters on the team that are like Annihilates, like you talked about, Guzzlords. There's so many actual targets for that Pokemon, and also being able to debuff with the Icy Wind gives it a little bit more play overall. The main things it has to fear is like those Steel-type Pokemons, like the Skarmories, but Skarmories are everywhere.
It is, so really making sure that you place your Wigglytuff on a place on your line of 3. You really have to think about your opponent's strategy. Where can I put this tool in my tool belt to where I can use it most effectively?
Yep, so we just got done watching the winners side of the bracket. Those were the winners semifinals. Going on to those finals, but we're going to go back down to the loser side of the bracket after this. I want to give you a few highlights of what's been going on in this tournament.
3-time Worlds qualified competitor, 3-time regional champion in a single season. No one can do it like Doombug.
I'm feeling amazing right now. So surreal to just win my 3rd regional this season. I feel like I'm completely unstoppable right now. Coming into this tournament, my strategy was have a little fun. I was coming off a great performance at EUIC. I felt like I could maybe take my foot off the gas pedal with running some meta teams.
Junebug's Pokemon look pretty standard for one exception. He's got a Shadow Pidgeot on his team, which I think this is the first time we've seen this Pokemon in tournament play.
What I'm trying to improve on the most right now is probably trying to incorporate more off-meta picks. I feel like it allows me to get a gauge of like how some different matchups could work. And I thought Shadow Pidgeot would be a great off-meta pick, and also was a great way to throw people off.
Doombug, Brave Bird, here it comes.
I feel like going into this tournament, my strategy pretty much stayed the same. I felt like the team comps I ran were mostly to help cover my Pidgeot. And the choice of my team that had the biggest payoff was probably the Elum Sandslash. I felt like it was a great way to help cover Pidgeot's weaknesses and also provide some core breaking ability.
Junebug had that nice read, bringing the Alolan Sandslash in where it could do work.
I would personally say my most difficult matchup in day 2 was against Beach. I was very worried about that triple flyer team because he also had really good counters to my Shadow Whiscash and my Annihilate. The Skarmory and Lantern combo was very tough for my Pidgeot, but I feel like I was very fortunate that I was able to get the right matchups in my favor.
He is unstoppable. Who can take him down? He is on a tier of his own. Who can stop him in Honolulu?
This is my 3rd regional win. Now I'm just looking to stay sharp going into World Championships, and I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community. And yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go!
Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this man's game, and it's your North America International Champion!
Wow! Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's
into the Fluttermane again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's
there.
gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados just left, and this next turn, he is one step away, one moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Bolt, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome back, everyone, to Los Angeles, California, the cultural hub of the Pacific Rim. We've had a great day of battles so far. Wholesome _ on the mic, joined by Softove. Really great tournament so far. Again, a lot of familiar names that we're seeing succeeding. In fact, we just saw two former champions face off, Rise to Occasion versus Elite. What a tight battle that we saw. It all came down to that final matchup there. Two Shield Wigglytuff, pretty strong Pokemon, so.
Yeah, and Rise did come out on top. He will be heading to the winners finals. Elite will drop to that losers bracket, and Rise is going to be playing Existing Monkey, a newer name on the scene in those winners finals. But we are still here in the losers bracket. There's still 8 trainers left, and oh boy, have we got a match for you.
Absolutely. We've seen some great plays from both of these trainers already. It's great to see the stories leading up to exactly where they are now. In fact, I feel that a lot of the stories that we've seen, especially in the loser side of the bracket, is overcoming adversity, especially what we've seen from the Pokemango. Remember, 2 times leading his Skeledirge into a Clodsire, finding ways to overcome, finding ways to adapt and win those key matchups. I can't wait to see this next matchup we have on our hands.
That's right, and those games that you just mentioned by the Pokemango, I think some of those were the highlights of the tournament for me. Up there with Haydonus overcoming those bad leads, as well as Elite overcoming that second game against Rise to Occasion. Let's take a look at these teams here. I feel like there's a lot of neutral play for both sides, so it really opens up a lot of windows for this to be a skill-based game. I think the Pokemango, for example, the Goodra, we haven't seen a lot of play, but I think it has a lot of targets. Obviously, need to watch out for the Skarmory, but other than that, I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, the Pokemango will be facing off versus the Shady Equation, who we saw most recently facing off versus Out of Pocket. We saw a lot of great play from his Vigoroth, and I think that someone maybe have picked his Shadow Whiscash to be one of the most valuable Pokemon of the tournament. I think it actually has quite a bit of play here versus the Pokemango, with positive matchups versus the Lantern, versus the Skeledirge, versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash as well. We'll have to see how these Pokemon end up getting lined up, but let's take a closer look at these two trainers, a Shady Equation versus Pokemango, here in losers round 3.
That's right, both of these trainers have reached, I believe, the top 3 has been their best respective finishes at a previous regional, but it looks like they're both locked in here. Again, top 8, losers go home.
All right, let's move into game number 1. It all comes down to this. We see that Shadow Whiscash immediately for a Shady Equation, going to be against that Lantern. Quick swap into the Mandibuzz by the Pokemango. It will be met by the Vigoroth from a Shady Equation.
Yeah, it doesn't have a hard, obvious answer to this Mandibuzz, but Vigoroth can certainly hit back. Super effective Rock Slide coming through, thrown on perfect timing. I'm guessing the Pokemango is just going to let this first one go, maybe start to try and throw off some of these charge attacks.
Yeah, you do have a pretty solid answer in the back as the Pokemango with that Goodra. that's going to be doing some nice Dragon Breath damage, but still you do have to watch out for those Mud Bombs that add up over time. Right now, the Pokemango simply going for this Dark Pulse versus the Vigoroth. Needs to land not one, but two of these, able to throw on good timing. This is going to be close to knocking out, in a Shady equation, respecting the Dark Pulse, is going to put up the first Protect Shield.
Recognizing that that second Dark Pulse would come very close to threatening to KO with just Snarls alone. Gonna farm up just a little bit more energy before throwing actually just a Body Slam here. Not sure if this is gonna be quite enough to knock out, but he has a second one stored just in case it doesn't.
Mandibuzz is in the red. Here comes the Body Slam. It does enough to knock out. A Shady equation will be able to maintain switch advantage. He did have to use one Protect Shield. He's loaded on energy though, has a Body Slam ready to go for the Lantern that has been brought back in by the Pokemango. Will he throw on Charge Attack priority? That's exactly what he does. Goes for this Body Slam right as the Lantern reaches the Surf.
Doubled up on the Body Slams, but I don't think that second one is ever going to fire. As you said, the Pokemango did just fire off the Surf. Gonna be able to take out this Vigoroth once and for all. Potentially hoping his Goodra has some play in the back, but unfortunately we already know a Shady equation has that Skarmory. Gonna be an uphill battle.
A Shady equation would have done slightly more damage with that Rock Slide, but he just needs to have that positive matchup. He gets the Whiscash back on the Lantern, but quick swaps from both trainers. We have the Pokemango bringing in the Goodra. It gets met by the Skarmory. Now you are, as the Skarmory for a Shady equation, resisting all of these Dragon Breaths, but you do take neutral Aqua Tails as well, which you do get outpaced to. The Pokemango still has two Protect Shields.
First shield coming up here. He is respecting the Sky Attack from Shady equation. No longer has a shield advantage, but does still have a lot of energy on this Goodra. Maybe two Aqua Tails plus a couple of Dragon Breaths could be enough to start threatening the Skarmory.
A Shady equation needs to be thinking to himself, where am I going to use my final Protect Shield? Is it going to be on an Aqua Tail to preserve some HP on my Skarmory? Am I going to save it for later for that Whiscash, knowing that I may end up being risked by a Surf? Let's not forget that Vigoroth did get a Body Slam into the Lantern earlier in the game as well, making it a little bit easier to take out. But here we go. We have Protect Shields down on Pokemango's side. He has two Aqua Tails stored. Here comes the first Aqua Tail. It's enough to knock out this Skarmory, but no, the Protect Shield coming from a Shady equation.
And the Pokemango has a ton of energy on this Goodra. Actually can just throw the next Aqua Tail straight away. Not a lot of value coming out of that shield for a Shady equation. He did get the Steel Wing through. Now he's going to have to hope that the Pokemango cannot reach a Charge Attack against the Whiscash.
In comes the Whiscash. Do you get to the Aqua Tail? No. Faints right as the Mud Shot comes through. Now it's shields down. A Mud Bomb is ready to go versus the Lantern. Should hang on versus one Mud Bomb. I don't know that this Whiscash is in Surf range. You're going to need at least two to knock out. Things are looking great for a Shady equation right now.
Just going to need a couple of more Mud Shots to take out this Lantern, and a Shady equation is able to pull out that first game. Looked a little bit scary there. I thought the Goodra was going to have a lot of energy coming out, but luckily it fainted just with that last Aqua Tail. A Shady equation, you know, invested that Protect Shield in the Skarmory. I think that Steel Wing damage really may have actually put in some work.
It's interesting to see that Shadow Whiscash. In many cases, it's leaning on that Scald attack to make it so powerful, sometimes going for those debuffs, hard-hitting Charge Attack regardless. All you really needed to do is that Whiscash there is just go for Mud Bombs. It was your Lantern answer, and that's exactly how it performed. So some good alignment there for a Shady equation. Looking back at game number one, we initially saw that Mandibuzz safe swap was able to get a shield from a Shady equation, but alignment was everything. Able to get that Skarmory lined up versus the Goodra as well, resisting those Dragon Breaths. Great game by a Shady equation.
That's right. Like you said, I mean, didn't have a great answer to the Mandibuzz, but managed the middle game very well. This Whiscash only had one job this entire game, which was to take out the Lantern, and there it is, landing that Mud Bomb and just Mud-shotting down.
All right, well, we mentioned this before, but that Shadow Whiscash does have a lot of targets on the side of the Pokemango. The Sand Slash, the Lantern, the Skeledirge as well. I'm curious to see if perhaps we see in the lead from the Pokemango maybe a different strategy. The Cresselia could do a lot of work, knowing that it has access to that double super effective Grass Knot. Goodra, not a bad answer as well. Mandibuzz actually has quite nice play too when you think about it. So it's kind of hit or miss when it comes to the Pokemango's team. Alignment will be everything. I expect him to bring two answers to that Whiscash in these following games.
On the Shady equation side, like you said, Whiscash has a lot of play. I think the Vigoroth and the Shadow Gligar potentially are pretty safe into the Pokemango's team as well, but a Shady equation went for that hard read, thought the Pokemango was going to bring that Goodra, and was able to get his Skarmory onto it.
I was going to say, when you look at the answers to that Goodra, Skarmory is going to be your premier answer, and that's exactly the alignment that a Shady equation was able to get. Moving into game number two, much better this time for the Pokemango, has the Skeledirge lined up versus the Skarmory. First Incinerate comes through. This allows the Vigoroth safe swap from a Shady equation to get a little bit of an energy advantage, but it is going to be met by the Cresselia. After two Incinerates, that's going to be a good amount of chip damage into this Vigoroth as well.
Yeah, I think that might put it in range of just double Grass Knots. Looks like that's what the Pokemango is going for there. And also saves a lot of energy on the Skeledirge as well, which could be handy down the line. Grass Knot lands, first Body Slam coming through from this Vigoroth. but this Cresselia has so much health, gonna need quite a few body slams to deal any serious damage.
So if we mentioned this, but we wanted to see Mango bring 2 answers to that Whiz Cash. The Cresselia gets brought out right now. That's probably the primary answer. That Goodra still hanging out in the back as well. So I think there's lots of answers right now for the way that Mango has architected his team. Here comes the body slam from the Vigoroth, though. Lots of energy going to be able to fire off this next body slam after 1 counter. This is still not enough to knock out. I'm curious, though, if a Shady Equation really wants to force switch here, would he be able to 2-shield through this matchup?
Now, you mentioned alignment, and this Cresselia is actually getting quite low. I think if he wants to, yeah, he does put up the Protect Shields. Not only do you outpace to the next body slam, which is probably going to draw a Protect Shield from the Pokemango, you're starting to also threaten with just these counters alone.
Yeah, nice counting there. Shady Equation knowing exactly when this Cresselia is going to get to the charge attack. It's kind of interesting because we are yet again seeing a Shady Equation willing to go down shields in order to force alignment the direction that he wants. Pokemango has a shield advantage, but we know what's lurking in the back there. The question is right now, can a Shady Equation get to a Rock Slide? No, just goes for the body slam. This is going to give this Skeledirge even more energy, and don't forget, it started off with 2 Incinerates, now is close to 100 energy. I think only 1 Incinerate away. You are going to be able to unleash these Shadow Balls, but no, the Pokemango going for the bait.
He gets the final Protect Shields with just a Disarming Voice, now up 2 shields to 0. A Shady Equation probably not expecting a bait there when he's already down his shields, but Pokemango went for it and was rewarded. Mud Bomb coming through on the Shadow Whiz Cash. The Pokemango realizes this Skeledirge has so much play. He's already seen the Skarmory, puts up a Protect Shield.
Stole the words from my mouth. You have to protect the Skeledirge. It's your answer to that Skarmory. First, you need to get through this Whiz Cash, though. 1 Shadow Ball may not be enough to knock out, and you can actually store back-to-back Disarming Voices here. I don't think this is a bad play by the Pokemango. It looks though he may need to get to that Shadow Ball. Here comes a Shady Equation. Actually had the Skull ready to go. Instead goes for the Mud Bomb. This may allow the Pokemango to even get 1 more Incinerate off. Let's not forget that he still has that full health Goodra hanging out in the back as well.
And how does Shady Equation get back into this game? Maybe a catch. He does go for it, but the Pokemango is able to fire off the Disarming Voice first. This is going to be enough to take out the Whiz Cash. And then a Shady Equation Skarmory gonna have to face off against this very low health Skeledirge, but I think it's gonna be able to get a Shadow Ball down the lane. But actually, Pokemango goes into the Goodra first.
Did the Pokemango have a Shadow Ball coming out of that matchup? I know that he had the Disarming Voice. That could be interesting, but I think all you need to do is chip this enough that he put it in range of a Disarming Voice. I don't think Goodra's gonna have any problem. You really need a Brave Bird from a Shady Equation Skarmory to knock out, but in doing so, you drop your defense so significantly that maybe even that Disarming Voice will knock out.
Well, I think Shady Equation, because we know that the Pokemango did not leave with the Shadow Ball, he has to hope that he can come out of this matchup with a Sky Attack banked and still live with Disarming Voice, but he's getting very, very low here.
All right, but look at this. 2 Sky Attacks ready to go. The Skarmory is so low, though. Right now, maybe 10% HP while you do resist the Disarming Voice. I don't know that you're going to be able to hang on even in resisted damage here. Throws 1. Oh, interesting. Did not go for the charge attack. Simply just allowed the Pokemango to throw this Disarming Voice. We could have seen a charge attack priority. That said, the Skeledirge would have actually won that. But no, down goes the Skarmory, unable to hang on, and the series is now tied 1-1.
Yeah, and it looks like the Pokemango had the favorable lead there, and it looked like he could have won off alignment alone, but actually chose to give it up. He knew that the energy advantage plus shield advantage he had with the Skeledirge might be enough to close it out. It actually became very close there. You have to wonder, maybe Shady Equation could have thrown earlier with the Skarmory against the Goodra, take a couple fewer Dragon Breaths, and then just hope you're out of Disarming Voice range.
You know, when you have a Pokemon that is like your MVP type Pokemon for a Shady Equation with that Shadow Whiz Cash, sometimes it is going to be the Pokemon that wins you a game, but at the same time, it can be a Pokemon that loses you the game. He did not have the alignment that he needed with that Shadow Whiz Cash. I think that when we look back at this game, this was actually a very key moment. If you remember, the Pokemango allowed a Shady Equation to take switch, but one thing that we see so regularly with this Skeledirge is energy can go so far. There's only 1 or 2 Pokemon that fully resist all the charged attacks and fast attacks from Skeledirge.
That's right. Here's that Disarming Voice landing on the Skarmory. Skarmory just took too much damage from that Goodra to really be able to finish off this game. And the Pokemango looks maybe a little bit surprised. I don't know, maybe a little bit relieved, but does take that second game.
I was surprised not to see that charge attack priority there. Maybe hoping that you can somehow win that charge attack priority as Skarmory just went for the fast attack instead. I was thinking, okay, well, what happens though if you survive that Disarming Voice? Are you able to get off that Sky Attack? That's all you needed. Did not need the Brave Bird, but these trainers are now going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what's going to be the winning formula. I think for the Pokemango, it all comes down to how do you avoid seeing that Whiz Cash on some of your weak to Whiz Cash Pokemon. Let's move in decisive consecutive game number 3. It's winner go home. We're going to see the battle of the birds here. Skarmory into the Mandibuzz.
Relatively neutral lead compared to what we've seen in the past couple of matchups. And taking a look at those backlines, it looks like a Shady Equation has actually run back the same 3 Pokemon for all 3 games of the set. Dark Pulse coming off here from the Pokemango, gonna land on the Skarmory.
So I think it's still going to come down to the alignment for that Shadow Whiscash. Can you get it on to one of those weak Pokemon? It was Lantern game 1, it was Skeledirge game 2. This time it's Lantern again. Here comes the charged attack. The Mandibuzz, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we see in the meta, gonna have no problem taking a Sky Attack. You risk taking a Brave Bird with maybe a chip and dip strategy, but I think for a Shady Equation, you want to try and force alignment here. You know that Shadow Whiscash has some target hanging out in the back.
The good news for a Shady Equation, though, is that Vigoroth is incredibly safe. If you look at the Pokemango side, he actually dropped the Cresselia, which he had been bringing, and all of a sudden, the Vigoroth is looking like it feels very comfortable against that backline.
Yeah, I think Cresselia is going to be your main answer to it, but actually shielding the Brave Bird this time is the Pokemango. Just like you said, this is now going to bring out the Vigoroth. A Shady Equation recognizing that there might be some vulnerabilities now with one shield down. Here comes the Dark Pulse, though, from the Pokemango. Has it ready to go. 2 Dark Pulses, not quite enough to knock out this Vigoroth. Do we see a swap? Yes, indeed. In comes the Lantern now for the Pokemango. It's going to be facing off versus a Shady Equation's Vigoroth.
And Lantern is very bulky, so even though this Vigoroth has a lot of energy, gonna unleash a Body Slam or 2, maybe even 3, the Lantern is going to be able to hang on. And just like you said, alignment is key here, and I think the Pokemango is going to be able to maintain that.
The one thing that you have to love as the Pokemango is you now get value out of this Lantern. You know it's not going to be aligned versus the Shadow Whiscash. Now instead, you're going to be either having your Mandibuzz or your Goodra into that Shadow Whiscash. He doesn't know the Shadow Whiscash is there, but knowing that Shady Equation has brought it 2 straight games, very likely. We have an undercharge here, so.
Yeah, very nice. They did have charge attack priority, but the Pokemango knows, oh, but okay, actually the Vigoroth is able to reach a Body Slam, maybe a little bit too much of an undercharge, but the Pokemango happy to let this go, maybe get some extra farm on something like that Mandibuzz. One Snarl, oh, actually comes into the Goodra here.
Yeah, you don't get a whole lot of energy out of just those 1 or 2 Dragon Breaths, but the nice thing is that the Skarmory is mostly neutralized at this point. It's certainly in range of an Aqua Tail. You will be able to get to the Aqua Tail before that you get to a Scald, maybe trying to go for a debuff, but probably not, knowing that you can still swap back into your Mandibuzz. Here comes the Mud Bomb. Pokemango does not shield it, takes the Goodra down to about half HP. You'd love to land this Power Whip. It's a very risky bait if you go for this Aqua Tail, though.
Goes for the Aqua Tail, does pull the shields, but even if he hadn't shielded, those Dragon Breaths would have chunked away. Goodra at about half health now. I think a Shady Equation needs to land another charge attack with either of these Pokemon to take it out.
Okay, here comes the next Aqua Tail. You're right, so if you have to shield something at this point, even if you let an Aqua Tail go, you're in potential risk of just getting Dragon Breath down from all your Pokemon. We have lots of energy now as a Shady Equation, close to 2 Mud Bombs. I'm expecting to see the Pokemango shielding up this Goodra. Yes, indeed, here comes the shield. Will you be able to get to this next Aqua Tail? I don't think so, not before you get to the next Mud Bomb, but you got a, oh, and actually went for the catch here. I think that a Shady Equation is going to overfarm. No, maybe even trying to catch a Dark Pulse here. It's the battle of the birds again, so.
And this Mandibuzz has 2 air releases banked back to back, but the Whiscash has energy as well, and I believe it's going to win charge attack priority against this Mandibuzz.
This is still so close. Does the Skarmory hang on? No, down it goes. The Aerial Ace is ready to go. A Shady Equation did not throw his Scald. This will be enough to take out the Whiscash, and the Pokemango down 1-0 ends up winning 2 consecutive games and coming back. He's going to move on here in the loser's bracket.
It doesn't look like Shady Equation had the chance to throw that charge attack. They're discussing it now, but it looks like if Shady Equation had been able to get off that charge attack, I'm not sure if he would have been able to take out that Goodra at the end. If he was, then I think this match is definitely worth reviewing. Looks like they're talking it out with Dunebug on the stage there.
Yeah, you can see there's quite a bit of chatter happening on the stage. To your point, if you do not have that Scald ready to go and you're unable to leash that charge attack, that can be a game-defining moment. So Scald, you as Whiscash should win charge attack priority versus that Mandibuzz. So that could be a very key decision. I think that they're going to take a look back at this one to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're going to take a look at not only whether the charge attack came up and whether Shady Equation tried to tap it, but also potentially what the energy and health situation was on those back 2 Pokemon, because that would influence whether that potential delay was decisive.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe a Shady Equation had exactly 8 mud shots. I think he was one off having the back-to-back mud bombs. Back-to-back mud bombs. So what that meant is that after the Scald, he'd probably have 2 mud shots remaining, and it would then be a race to see who can get the charge attack off. Will it be the Goodra with just a little bit of energy, or will it be the own Whiscash there? So very, very interesting. And games like this that are just so close, every microsecond matters. Let's take a look back here. Aerial Ace knocks out. Do we see the Scald? Oh, we saw it for a moment, then it seemed to maybe disappear. The aerial ace comes through. I'm sure they're looking very closely at this, Soph.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation from production that this is the exact moment that they're talking about. I think Shady Equation wanted to throw this Scald, then potentially, like you were saying earlier, could outpace that Gudra to the last charge attack, and that would have been decisive.
That's right. They're still talking about it. I see Dunebug, our judge, up on stage, getting some chatter between these two trainers. Like you said, I think that absolutely did open up some win conditions for a Shady Equation if you do fire off that Scald. Let's take a listen in.
I believe Shady's Whiscash would have gotten to a Mud Bomb against the Gudra in the end.
Okay.
And so,
all right,
the missed Scald definitely affected the outcome of the end.
Okay. It sounds like here that we are going to be having a successful dispute, and I think we're going to be rematching based on what we heard from Dunebug. Great production work, might I add, by the way. Great to hear a live look there, exactly what went down. So the verdict from what it sounds like is that we are going back to 1-1. Should have been able to fire off that Scald and then reach a Mud Bomb versus the final Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think the Pokemango recognized actually at that moment. He looked confused when a Shady Equation wasn't able to fire off the Scald. Still talking about that moment on the stage there as well.
Okay, well, it looks like that they are still trying to have a little bit of chatter back and forth here. Again, though, it's so interesting to see Game 1, Game 2, both defined by the placement of that Whiscash. I feel like Game 3, though, was a bit more dynamic, where Whiscash had a lot of play into a lot of different Pokemon, potentially knocking out the Mandibuzz, knocking out, I believe, the Gudra maybe towards the end of that as well. It sounds like that they are going to be replaying this here. I see 1-1 on our screen. It looks like they're starting to select their teams as well here. So any comments about how you may want to tweak your team moving into this now, repeat Game 3?
Well, I mean, a Shady Equation hasn't been tweaking his team at all. He's actually kind of known for enjoying running those same 3 Pokemon, maybe sometimes switching up the order for all games of a matchup. If he's found that winning sauce, he's just going to run it back. So we'll have to see if a Shady Equation decides to adjust. Again, I like the Vigoroth a lot for him into the Pokemango's team. We've been talking about the Whiscash, and the Skarmory is just really key as the answer to Gudra. I think if you're the Pokemango, I mean, you could consider dropping the Gudra, to be honest. It's really a great answer to Whiscash, but I feel like it keeps seeing the Skarmory.
Well, one thing I want to mention as well, Soph, is that we've seen 3 wins now for the Pokemango. 2 earlier, I believe it was versus Dr. Roast Beef, and now we have 1 win here in this set. All 3 of those wins featured the Skeledirge in the lead. I'm curious to think if is that something that the Pokemango has some good vibes, some good mojo around, he's feeling confident, or is he maybe going to go for a different strategy?
I don't think it's specific to putting it in the lead, but we've seen him be very effective at coming out of bad situations by getting an advantage with energy, maybe a big farm down. You know, each Incinerate generates 20 energy, which is quite a lot, right? Just 2 Incinerates put you almost at a charge attack. Looks like our trainers are pretty much ready to lock in here, so we're going to head back right into this decisive Game 3.
All right, a Shady Equation getting another chance. We're tied 1-1. This is a replay of game number 3. We're going to be seeing a different set of leads here. Let's take a look. This is the Cresselia into the Gudra. This is Moonblast. Cresselia will be able to hit for super effective damage, but you do outpace to an Aqua Tail, maybe trying to go for a catch. This is interesting, though, because you actually still take super effective damage with your Dark typing.
Shady Equation staying calm. They're throwing this Moonblast with good timing. Super effective damage, as you said. We'll have to see what he decides to do. I imagine he might go into that Vigoroth. Yes, there it is. He's reaching for that Vigoroth. He knows that he can do super effective damage with the Rock Slide here. And at this point, I think without the Snarl damage, you can take those 2 Dark Pulses, no problem.
Mango does have that Skeledirge hanging out in the back, but once again, a Shady Equation bringing that Shadow Whiscash would be great to get that aligned. Don't discount the strength of Shadow Ball, though. If you can get shields down, if you can get energy, which we've seen the Pokemango repeatedly do, there may be some play. Here comes the Rock Slide from the Vigoroth, though. This should be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz. Mango recognizes that, puts out the Protect Shield.
Yeah, puts it up at the last second, goes for the Aerial Ace here. I think notices that Dark Pulse wouldn't be quite enough, hoping for that double Aerial Ace potentially to take out this Vigoroth. And a Shady Equation actually puts up a Protect Shield on the Aerial Ace.
A Shady Equation for 2 consecutive games has wanted to force alignment here, and actually a full Snarl goes through. The timing not optimal there for a Shady Equation. Throws the Rock Slide, maybe even Body Slam could have been enough, but the Pokemango using both Protect Shields here on this Mandibuzz has Aerial Ace ready to go. In fact, 2 Aerial Aces, opts to throw this Dark Pulse. I think this is enough at this range, Soph.
Yeah, here it comes. The Shady Equation doesn't want to invest a second Protect Shield into this matchup with the Mandibuzz, but now how do you get rid of this Mandibuzz? You don't have anything to farm down with. You have energy on the Cresselia, and you might want to save that for later.
It's going to come down to his MVP Pokemon, this Shadow Whiscash. Can it close out this game? Mandibuzz is going to get some nice chip damage. You know that there has to be an answer in the back for this Cresselia. Pokemango would not have fought so hard for Switch if there wasn't an answer. I think a Shady Equation is anticipating the Skeledirge at this point, but you just have to let this Mandibuzz go down. You'll get as much, or sorry, let your Cresselia go down. You'll get as much value as you can into this Mandibuzz. Maybe fire off another charge attack into the next Pokemon, but I expect to see these Skeledirge coming in here. And you can see a Shady Equation ready to swap right into that Whiscash.
Yeah, he does still have a shield advantage, so Incinerate there, locking in the Pokemango for some amount of time. Here comes the Goodra. It has a lot of energy, though, so it's going to be a race. Can a Shady Equation get to 2 Mud Bombs before this Goodra takes it out?
He's very close. You have to get his shield here as the Pokemango. You cannot take both of these Mud Bombs and knock out with getting any value. You have to throw right here before you get to the next Mud Bomb. Great timing by the Pokemango. This should draw a shield from a Shady Equation. If he lets it go, that could be the game-defining moment, but he says, no, I can't risk taking that Power Whip. This is my most valuable Pokemon, and actually, no, has the Aqua Tail ready to go here. So much energy from the Pokemango. A Shady Equation has the Mud Bomb ready, but this will be some nice chip damage, so.
And the Pokemango potentially hoping he can just fast attack down this Whiscash, but a Shady Equation overfarming. He remembers that Skeledirge got 1 Incinerate before it left. It's going to come down to whether he can outpace that Skeledirge to another charge attack.
I believe he's 4 Mud Shots away from getting to the Scald. Here comes 1, 2, 3, 4, just before it's able to get to the Disarming Voice. This is going to be super effective damage, stab damage going into the Skeledirge. Can it hang on for the Pokemango? Here comes the Scald, and it's devastating damage. 1 hit knocks out the Skeledirge. A Shady Equation taking game number 3. He will move on.
A long, grueling series made the adjustment in that final game to bring Cresselia instead of Skarmory, but in the end, the Whiscash and the Vigoroth again pulling through for him, taking that game for a Shady Equation, and he's going to move on in this loser's bracket.
It was win or lose by the Whiscash almost every single game that we saw there, and an exhilarating finish. Just like you said, had the perfect amount of energy. If you're 1 Mud Shot short there, you end up with a charge attack priority on that Disarming Voice, and Skeledirge will win that. So that is just precision gameplay from a Shady Equation, knowing exactly how much energy that he needed. He knew that that Skeledirge already had 1 Incinerate and that he had to outpace it. And it's just masterful play by both of those trainers. Just a little bit better there by a Shady Equation.
Yeah, and it felt like they were kind of playing out very similar games. We saw the Pokemango bringing Goodra, Skeledirge time and time again, and we saw, of course, the Shady Equation bringing Whiscash and Vigoroth time and time again, and it really just came down to, like, how often can you outpace the other Pokemon to those charge attacks? How well can you manage your energy to really maximize that?
So, I was going to say, let's look back really quick. Please finish your thought.
I was just going to say, the Shady Equation did a fantastic job. Let's take a look at what he did here. This is the Mandibuzz versus Vigoroth matchup. Of course, we saw the Pokemango taking switch advantage. Looked a little bit scary for a Shady Equation there, but up a shield, this Whiscash was really able to close out the game.
Look how low that Whiscash was. That the Goodra did put an absolute dent into that Whiscash, but again, precise energy management, able to get to that final Scald to close out the game. What a series it was. It seemed like every game was dictated by the placement and the shield decisions from a Shady Equation. Although it was interesting in that 4th game, which was the decisive game 3, it was actually the Pokemango who forced alignments, but going down shields set up that Whiscash to be the sweeper.
Something you mentioned during the game is that a Shady Equation threw energy from Vigoroth on alignment against the Mandibuzz, and I think getting that extra Snarl actually tempted the Pokemango into going for switch advantage. If that hadn't happened, I don't even know if he would have put up the Protect Shield there.
Well, anytime that you're shielding, you have to think, what am I gaining and what am I giving up? When that balance starts to shift and you're giving up even more with that extra energy from a Snarl, which is a very high energy generating fast attack, it makes you a little bit more willing to use and invest that Protect Shield. So great comment there by Soph.
Exactly, and then of course, Shady Equation, really kind of awkward situation. You have a Cresselia and a Whiscash, and you have a Mandibuzz with just a little bit of health, had to throw some energy, but a great overfarm there, and that really allowed that Cresselia to put in some work as well.
It's crazy in these losers round 3s. It's almost feeling like grand finals here with some of these plays, and you just love to see just the precision from both of these trainers and how one fast attack can be the difference between a win and a loss.
Absolutely. Very close games for sure. And of course, just the energy management on the Whiscash throughout those games, not only in the game 4, but also in that game 3 that ended up getting replayed. It was just really the key Pokemon there. Or the MVP, you might even say.
We've seen a decent amount of Goodra action, Soph, and I wanted to get your impressions. Do you think it's something that is now meta? Is it anti-meta? Is it a spice pick? What are your thoughts?
It's definitely not meta, but I think it's playable in a tournament, right? I mean, you have kind of tiers of Pokemon in terms of usage. You have the Annihilapes, you have the Glygars as like, let's say S tier, right? And then going down a little bit, you have Pokemon that are kind of mainstays as well, the Whiscaches, the Lanturns of the world. And then, of course, you go down a little bit further, you have Goodra, something that has play against the central meta, but in those neutral matchups might not do quite as well. I mean, in matchups where neither Aqua Tail nor Power Whip is super effective, Goodra becomes a little bit underwhelming, but I mean, we did hear Mango say earlier in the interview, it does better against things like Shadow Gligar, right? So it has its perks.
You have to love the dragon typing as well. Let's take a look at some tweets, though. You guys have been sending them in using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We've got Sweet Emma saying, good luck to our top 16 Pokemon Go players at the Los Angeles Regionals with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. A lot of incredibly talented battlers there, Soph.
Yeah, so great to see all these trainers gathered up on the stage together. I think if you get to the venue early enough on these day 2s, you get to see them take this picture, all of them together. I think I also saw them take a top 8 picture. And here's all of our amazing staff. Of course, we saw Dunebug up on the stage there making that ruling. And this is Dylan, Yes, shouting out his fellow staff.
Yeah, we've seen Yes very regularly at a lot of these tournaments. Some folks don't even compete. They just love the tournament circuit and, knowing that they can make a difference here on the judging side. So great to see that. We do have Pokemon Labs just with a general hashtag #PlayPokemon. That is a whole lot of plushies there.
It is a lot. I mean, we see some of the Pokemon we've seen make a big splash. We've got Quagsire over there, a favorite of Mormon Matt, who we're going to see in just a second. Fuecoco, of course, the pre-evolution of the Pokemango Skeleturge as well. So, some of those plushy Pokemon, they can become your good luck charms and maybe dictate what kind of Pokemon you like to bring to tournaments as well.
Keep sending us those tweets though, guys. Let's see those posts on X. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Maybe you can get featured as well. You can see the rest of our social links. You guys can follow along with the action. Don't forget to follow the channels as well on YouTube with /Pokemon, as well as on Twitch /Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see everyone's messages. You go back, you watch the recordings, you see what everyone's saying about the matches, about the players. That's always really fun. So make sure to show us your love and energy.
We very regularly in the chat see former champions, world champions, individuals that are, maybe not at this tournament, but still showing their support online.
Yeah, it's really great to see. I mean, sometimes we even see players who are in the venue at the tournament, they go into Twitch chat and they send some messages just for fun.
That's true. It's great to see how everyone's interacting online. But I'm really excited for this next matchup coming up. We're still, I believe, going to be sticking into the loser side of the matchup. And again, this is such a critical moment for these trainers. You know that they are almost on their last breath here as far as their tournament life goes. And one mistake may be the difference between moving on to the next round and going home. We just saw exactly how close it was there for the Pokemango. Just one mud shot could have made the difference there. A Shady Equation still able to take that very close 2-1 victory. But again, it's still anyone's game at this point, and I'm really looking forward to these next set of battles.
Well, a Shady Equation just moved into the top 6, but he's going to be joined by one of these 2 trainers, Haydonus Actual and Mormon Matt. Remember, Haydonus entered day 2 on the loser side of the bracket. He's been winning. Mormon Matt, looking into the camera there, making sure he sees us, and there he is as well. I believe he entered on the winner side of the bracket, dropped to Existing Monkey, but he's still making a name for himself. He beat Elum as well, so really great showing for Mormon Matt.
Let's take a closer look at these teams here. I believe we actually saw double flyers on the side of Haydonus. We have double counter users on the side of Mormon Matt. You know what? They're ready to go, getting locked in here. Let's not wait at all. Let's move right into game number 1. Haydonus Actual, Mormon Matt. This is losers round 3.
And Haydonus Actual has Lickitung into Annihilate. Not a great lead, but we've seen him come back from bad leads before. In fact, with Lickitung itself, he's staying in this matchup. It's actually interesting. You can win this with a successful body slam bait, but that's incredibly risky. And Mormon Matt going straight away for this Night Slash, maybe hoping for a boost.
What a lot of trainers like to do here is just throw these Night Slashes, like you said, fish for the boost here. But in some cases, they will actually shield at this Power Whip, knowing that they can simply counter down all the way, come into that next matchup with a lot of energy. Haydonus not going for this bait here, going straight for this Power Whip. I'm curious to see if he wants to swap out. Yes, indeed. Now with a shield advantage, brings in his own Annihilate. And I don't even think Mormon Matt built up to the Shadow Ball here. I think this is a relatively safe no shield for Haydonus. You can see him questioning, is this the Shadow Ball? No, it's not.
Questioning his own counts, and there goes the Night Slash that lands, and Haydonus maybe sees why that Night Slash was thrown. Altaria coming in, then those Dragon Breaths are just chunking away. He's able to get to this Shadow Ball, but he is up with Protect Shield, so maybe thinking it's unlikely that Mormon Matt puts up the Protect Shield here. Oh, and he doesn't.
Yeah, here comes the Shadow Ball landing, and okay, you are now in a position where I think you can still farm down before you get to the next Night Slash. No! This is going to be enough damage, I believe, to knock out this Altaria. You were able to neutralize this Annihilate, which is great. You did exactly what you wanted to do. You might even get a little bit of a refarm, but keep in mind for Mormon Matt, he is down 1 Protect Shield at this point. I'm curious to see how this back matchup is going to line up. Oh, and actually had a charge attack ready to go, but Altaria comes in with 1 HP, neutralizes all that energy. A huge play for Haydonus.
Dragon Breath registers first, and here comes that Quagsire from Mormon Matt, and this is tough. You have this super effective Stone Edge, but remember, Haydonus still has 2 shields up, and those Dragon Breaths are already putting this Quagsire almost at half health.
Yeah, now actually swapping in this Lickitung, you're just allowing this Quagsire to just energy dump. 1 Aqua Tail, probably enough to knock out. It's going to be very close. I don't think Haydonus is going to be able to reach another charge attack. Again, just providing an energy dump. Actually did hang on, but now just gives Mormon Matt 1 additional mud shot, and here comes the Altaria back from Haydonus. Do you want a shield? Yes, indeed. Mormon Matt not going for the bait, goes straight for the Stone Edge.
Super effective Shadow Stone Edge would have done quite a bit of damage, though Haydonus, great shields. You have to remember the Annihilate has a little bit of energy in the back and still has some health, could still threaten with a Shadow Ball down the line. Here comes a charge attack, pulls away Mormon Matt's final Protect Shields.
Well, this Altaria has just so much play here. You're doing oppressive Dragon Breath damage. Meanwhile, Mormon Matt only has double resisted mud shots as well as counter, which is resisted as well for fast attack pressure. Haydonus is actually going to put up the second Protect Shield. Mormon Matt baiting this time though, trying to maybe get to the Stone Edge. Will he go for a catch here? He tries it and actually able to absorb all this energy now on the Annihilate. The question becomes, will a Stone Edge be enough to take this Altaria out of the sky? Even though it's super effective, even though it's Shadow, this Altaria is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta.
Non-stop Stone Edge coming through. It's going to do quite a bit of damage, but I think Haydonus Actual is going to be able to hang on and take this game. Again, looked like a bad lead, but the Altaria in the back just did so much damage, so much work, able to take out both the Quagsire and the Annihilate.
While that felt very comfortable for Haydonus at the end, let's not forget that key moment in Game 1 with the Altaria on the side of Mormon Matt unable to get that charge attack off. If you recall, the Dragon Breath from Haydonus' own Altaria able to take out on the first turn that Altaria, and that entire charge attack went to waste. Could have been the difference. So take us back through game number 1.
Here's that Night Slash from Haydonus' Annihilate. Again, just able to get to these charge attack with just a sliver of health. Great play there. Mormon Matt forced to throw energy at this Lickitung and just doesn't come out with quite enough to take out the Altaria.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that Haydonus ended up throwing the Sky Attack into the Annihilate. I don't think he knew exactly how much energy that he had, but perhaps he just wanted to throw right away, knowing that he's still outside of Stone Edge range. Just get rid of the Annihilate, don't take any counter damage. You're gonna hang on versus that Stone Edge either way. So you know, it actually makes a lot of sense there, and good recognition by Haydonus.
Absolutely, in situations like that, no need to get fancy. You just gotta recognize your win conditions, and here we are in game 2. We have the same matchup. We were just talking about Altaria versus Annihilate.
This could go so well for Haydonus. If you look ahead here, you have an Abomasnow for that Quagsire. Gotta watch out for the Stone Edge, but more importantly, you have that Talonflame for the Skarmory. Let's see how this lead matchup plays out. Could be very, very important. Haydonus no shields this Shadow Ball. This is gonna be a significant amount of damage, but keep in mind the fast attack pressure. You have no problem winning this lead matchup as the Altaria, especially in the 0 shield. Let's see how Mormon Matt wants to react.
Looks like he's happy with just having landed that Shadow Ball, but just like you said, switch advantage could be so important here. So unless Haydonus chooses to preserve this Altaria, it's looking very good for him. Here comes the Skarmory, and I think at this point, Haydonus is recognizing, hey, I don't want this Abomasnow on the Skarmory, so I'm just gonna stand here and let this Altaria go down.
For Mormon Matt, it's not gonna be about alignment now. It's going to be landing charge attacks. He needs to land this hard-hitting Brave Bird into this Talonflame, but I expect a Protect Shield. That may open up, though, some play for this Quagsire to land a Stone Edge versus that Abomasnow. Here comes the first charge attack from Mormon Matt, throwing on good timing. It's just gonna be the Sky Attack. Let's see what Haydonus wants to do.
Shields it up, does respect that Brave Bird, but now you're down a shield, so could get interesting here. Mormon Matt bringing the Quagsire, and Haydonus responds right away with the Abomasnow, but just like you said, Stone Edge actually gives a lot of play in this matchup. Haydonus able to reach this Icy Wind first, gonna debuff the Quagsire.
Yeah, really nice that Haydonus did not get stuck in a full Incinerate there, and he quickly swaps out into his own Abomasnow, a charge attack priority. This is, keep in mind, not a Shadow Abomasnow. Does still pull the shield, though, versus that Shadow Quagsire. He knows that the Quagsire is going to be the key to winning this game now for Mormon Matt. But here we go, actually trying to race to the Stone Edge. We might have another charge attack priority. Oh, but no, doesn't actually throw. After this debuff, I think that Haydonus knows that his non-Shadow Abomasnow can hang on versus the Stone Edge.
Yeah, potentially looking for a little bit of extra energy farm, and like you said, able to survive that Stone Edge. Mudshot's not doing much, just does one more Powder Snow before throwing this Icy Wind. Not sure if it's quite enough to take out, but certainly this Abomasnow has put in enough work. Mormon Matt happy to let this Quagsire get down into the red here and is able to reach one last final Aqua Tail.
Okay, but now this gives Haydonus a bit of energy. We'll have to see if switch clocks are up. The fact that you're throwing your energy, you obviously don't want to let that Abomasnow farm you down and get to another charge attack, but here comes the Incinerate. It is enough to knock out this Quagsire. You have some energy on your Skarmory. The question becomes, is this Brave Bird going to be enough to knock out? I expect him to throw as many Steel Wings as possible, and it all comes down to this. Shields are down for Haydonus. This is a Brave Bird, one of the hardest hitting attacks in the game. It comes through with 1 HP, hangs on!
And Haydonus with all these 1 HP lives, he looks so happy, looks at the camera, and he's celebrating on the stage.
He's dancing on stage!
And he moves on into the top 6. Big hugs between the trainer, and what a conclusion. I feel like Haydonus keeps barely scraping by in these games with these 1 HP lives, final charge attacks, and of course the Talonflame there, but really nicely played from Haydonus.
We're going to have to get a blood pressure cuff here for Haydonus because he has had so many 1 HP wins. I cannot believe it. Not just in this series, but going back the entire tournament. I'm sure his heart is pounding with all the exhilaration going through in that 2-0 series sweep. What a game we just witnessed.
Well, Haydonus seems to be one of those players who thrives off the competitive environment. Pressure doesn't get to him. He's enjoying himself up there. He knows exactly what the situation is. Here's that lead matchup again. He won the lead. That was crucial. Got the alignment he needed. Even down his shields, was able to pull out this game.
You know, look, I like the plays by Mormon Matt in this game number 2. He's recognizing exactly what he needs to do. He needs to strip away the protect shields. He never had alignment in his favor at any point in this matchup. Not in the lead, not in the middle matchup, not in the back. He knows I need to land a Brave Bird. I need it to knock out. And not only did he had the patience here at the very end, knowing exactly how many Steel Wings that he can throw before he has to fire off this Brave Bird. And it came down to this, 1 HP for Haydonus. You can see the reaction. He says, no problem at all. 2-0 sweep. What a battle we just witnessed.
Yeah, Mormon Matt really just needed 1 more Steel Wing, maybe 2 more mud shots. It was such close margins there, and it looked like a terrible team composition for him too, right? Skarmory into Talonflame, the Mud Boy versus Abomasnow, and just didn't have the energy lead that he needed on Quagsire to outpace to those debuffing Icy Winds.
Yeah, like I said, I was impressed in that game too by Mormon Matt. He's just understanding, okay, I have my back up against the wall. I don't have alignment on my side. I have to figure out a way to win this game. Did everything that he could, but at the end of the day, just short. That's going to be it for Mormon Matt, though. A great tournament run. Great to see him back here in Top Cut. Not only in Top Cut, he actually had a nice tournament run here, starting off in the winner's side of the bracket, as well as several wins here on the loser side. But Haydonus is continuing to stick around, just gritting his way through these games. They're so close, but sometimes that's what it takes. The difference between a win and a loss, like we said, can sometimes be 1 fast attack. Haydonus has been on the winning side of that several times now.
Yeah, and we saw, of course, Haydonus, I believe, dropped to Elite day 1. He might have to face Elite again, depending on how far they go in this tournament. But he, like you said, has been so resilient. Came in on the loser side, and he's already out here winning. And, losers round 3. It's a huge gauntlet to get through. But, I mean, he doesn't look tired. He looks excited. He looks hyped up. So I'm not too worried about his energy levels.
Yeah, me either. I think that he has the momentum on his side. I think that you can just see the energy that he is channeling outward from him. He just has so much excitement, so much exhilaration when he is battling, and it's great to just see the emotions on a trainer. I think Haydonus is one of those trainers that you can see exactly how he's feeling. Maybe on the other side of the equation, Rise, cool, calm, and collected. He gets he gets a great win. We don't even see a smile, but then when you see Haydonus, all the emotion immediately on his face. We're moving back to the stage here, though. We're going to see some familiar faces. Frostfire 14 here on the loser side of the bracket will be facing off versus a Shady Equation, who has been very regularly featured today.
Yeah, this is losers round 4, so we're very far into the tournament. Again, Frostfire running this very familiar team, did well with it in Orlando. A Shady Equation did well with this team just 2 weeks ago in Indianapolis. So both of these trainers very experienced with the teams that they're running here.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Frostfire is one of those trainers running the Azumarill here. We actually saw Azumarill make our day 2 graphic for top 12, something that we don't see very regularly. In fact, took the place of Lickitung. Lickitung was something I think only featured on 1 or 2 teams here in Top Cut, but this Azumarill we've seen lots of play. In fact, in his interview, he mentioned that it has been that most valuable Pokemon for him, having great play versus Altaria, having great play versus things like Annihilate, and without too many grasses in the meta, and only 1 or 2 electrics, seems to be relatively safe. The question is, can you avoid those lanterns? Can you avoid those Charge-a-bugs? If you can, should have a lot of play.
Well, a Shady Equation has, I believe, just 2 counters for the Azumarill on his side. Of course, the Lantern and the Cresselia. And I think on Shady Equation's side, the Shadow Whiscash is looking relatively safe into Frostfire's team. I think Frostfire is running a very similar composition to the team Abinov used to win Portland, the team that Lyle Jeffs used to win Charlotte, just has that Skarmory in there as the replacement Pokemon. So it's going to be a lot of, I think, neutral play on both sides. Again, you know, top trainers, very experienced with these teams. I think we're going to see some great battles.
I like that call out on the Shadow Whiscash. Again, we keep mentioning it for a Shady Equation versus the Pokemango. That was the determining factor in almost every one of those games. Looking at Frostfire's team, Lickitung seems to be the answer to that Shadow Whiscash, which we then start to think, well, then what does the Shady Equation balance off, balance out to complement that Shadow Whiscash? We've seen a lot of Skarmory, which does do nicely versus that Lickitung for sure. I expect to see even more Vigoroth as well. It's just, you mentioned this before, a Shady Equation, when he finds a team that he likes, he runs it and runs it and runs it, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him do it again here versus Frostfire.
Absolutely. We saw versus the Pokemango, he brought Skarmory, Whiscash, Vigoroth in 3 of those games. The 4th game, he brought Cresselia instead of Skarmory. I think he's still going to be sticking with the Whiscash and the Vigoroth. Just like you said, Lickitung going to be that primary answer to the Whiscash, potentially alongside the Azumarill. Vigoroth very good into the Lickitung as well.
What's interesting, though, is the Charge Bug. If you are bringing that Vigoroth and Skarmory combination, it can be a little bit of a core breaker there. It does take neutral damage from all the flying type attacks from that Skarmory, but you can do a lot of damage with those Volt Switches. And you also resist the counters as well. Relatively neutral versus that Vigoroth, but especially if you've already gotten it quite low, you can get to those X-Scissors so quickly. It's a relatively efficient move. So I would not be shocked to see Frostfire bringing the Charge-a-Bug. It does need to watch out for that Whiscash, however, from a Shady Equation.
That's right. It is a Shadow Whiscash, though, so the X-Scissors do quite a bit of damage. You know, I think something that's going to be really interesting here on a Shady Equation side, you mentioned the Skarmory versus the Charge Bug might be a little bit polarizing there because you also see the Shadow Gligar on Frostfire's side is going to be a very bad matchup against the Skarmory. But I think both of our trainers are ready. They're warmed up. They're locked in, and here we go.
Okay, I don't think there's anything free here, but okay, Frostfire actually having the Lickitung lined up versus the Skarmory. Any surprises here for you, Soph, on the side of a Shady Equation?
Looks pretty standard, exactly what I would expect from Shady Equation. And here it is, we have the Charge-a-Bug versus Shadow Whiscash matchup that we were just talking about. Looks like Shady Equation is letting this go. We do sometimes see trainers shield at the first in case they get an attack drop.
But let's look at this. Frostfire also has his own Shadow Whiscash on his side, and it's going to have some nice play versus that Skarmory, especially if you're able to get some of those Scald debuffs. It does resist those Steel Wings. Here comes the Scald, and you do get the attack debuff. Now this is going to make this X-Scissor a lot less threatening for a Shady Equation. Without that debuff, in many cases, as this Shadow Whiscash, you're needing to shield this X-Scissor, but look, no problem here whatsoever. Frostfire can maybe still force alignment if he's willing to double shield, but I think we're just going to see a Shady Equation build up to 2 Mud Bombs here. I don't think, unless Frostfire wants to use both Protect Shields, yeah, I think this is a smart play. Let this go down, but a Shady Equation definitely benefiting from that debuff and actually goes into this next matchup close to a Scald here as well.
And this could be a nice farm down opportunity for Frostfire if he wants to bring the Whiscash. He might just choose to bring the Lickitung in back as well. He knows that it can take these charge attacks no problem. Might just be hoping that the Whiscash has some play in the back.
Shady Equation actually did reach the Scald there, but was feeling a little unsure. Throws the Mud Bomb, gets some nice chip damage. Lickitung, we're going to see realigned, potentially versus the Skarmory. But no, really, you have a better answer. It's that Vigoroth. You now hard swap into this Whiscash, but with this energy advantage that this Vigoroth has now, you can get a lot of damage out, especially before you can start firing up those Scalds and getting those debuffs. So things are looking good for a Shady Equation right now.
Frostfire putting up his first Protect Shields on this Whiscash. He knows this is going to be the most important Pokemon he has left. He knows the Skarmory and Vigoroth are hard countering his Lickitung, and a Shady Equation feels the same. This Vigoroth might be his most important Pokemon. And I think, did we see the attack drop there?
We did see the debuff there, yes.
Yeah, and there it is. Body Slam coming through. It's actually Charge Attack priority on the Scald here. Shady Equation firing this first one off almost at the second.
Frostfire quickly running out of answers. This is going to DSB debuff, but still do a big chip into this Whiscash. There's essentially a full health Skarmory still waiting in the back by a Shady Equation. I think that a Shady Equation recognizes, though, this Vigoroth has so much play, and with Switch Clocks now up for him, he can maybe go for as much farm as possible, maybe try and catch a Scald on the Skarmory, but no, instead just throws on Charge Attack priority. This is a bit interesting now because it allows Frostfire to Protect Shield, and he has the Charge Attack ready to go. I think this may have even been Charge Attack priority. I don't think he can swap, no.
I think it was, and that guarantees that the Scald is going to be able to land on this Vigoroth, but like you said, still pretty much a full health Skarmory in the back. Remember that Lickitung has already been chipped a bit as well. A lot of debuffs coming up on Frostfire's Whiscash, but it doesn't matter. Here's Shady Equation, just needs to land one charge attack on this Lickitung. Frostfire is still going to throw out this Body Slam. I don't think it's going to do much to the Skarmory at all, though.
Yeah, and that Whiscash has no fast attack pressure versus the Skarmory whatsoever. I think you can even go Brave Bird right away. Just get this Lickitung off the field. This is an energy dry Whiscash on the side of Frostfire. Remember, it threw that Scald into the Vigoroth. Even if somehow it's able to reach a move, you still have your own Vigoroth ready to get some counter damage off. Game number 1 will be going to a Shady Equation with the Skarmory, Vigoroth, Shadow Whiscash team.
Tried and true team for a Shady Equation. You know, the Skarmory Whiscash core is just one of the oldest cores we have in Pokemon Go PvP, so no surprise to see a Shady Equation who's been around for so long making great use of it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at those cores, just like Soph was mentioning, you look at 2 Pokemon that perfectly balance themselves out. Let's take a look at the highlights to start here, though. Game number 1, we saw a debuff early on with the Whiscash, allowing Shady Equation not only to keep switch, but also get some chip damage into the Lickitung. Frostfire responded actually with his own Whiscash there, but nice plays by Shady Equation with his own Vigoroth to get a lot of damage and shields down, setting up the Skarmory to land the Brave Bird versus the Lickitung, and then able to farm down the Whiscash towards the end of the game.
Yeah, Skarmory, maybe a secondary MVP to Whiscash for a Shady Equation, really able to close out this game. Let's talk about adjustments, though. I think a Shady Equation probably going to stick with Whiscash, probably going to stick with Vigoroth. If you're Frostfire, you have to bring something maybe like that Azumarill to try and counter those.
Lickitung has several weaknesses there versus that 2 of those 3 Pokemon. Can you bring it again? Let's find out. Game number 2. It's going to be the Shadow Gligar into the Shadow Whiscash. The one nice thing you have going as the Gligar is you don't take any fast attack pressure whatsoever, but you certainly have to watch out for those Scalds. And a cheeky play here by Frostfire, bringing this Azumarill to absorb all of this Scald damage from a Shady Equation Shadow Whiscash. A great catch here to start the game.
Oh, does get the attack drop, though, so now you're locked into this matchup with your attack dropped for at least 60 seconds. Shady Equation doesn't have a great answer, just staying in with this Whiscash. Knows he has the Skarmory for the Gligar down the line, so potentially just going to be happy to stay in here.
I wouldn't be shocked, yeah, if he just stays. Like you said, you have the Skarmory, which is a decent response here. I think a lot of trainers would be tempted to swap into it, but if you're thinking to yourself, what do I want on this Gligar? Is it going to be this Whiscash that still takes neutral damage, or is it going to be the Skarmory that resists all charge and fast attacks? I think it's a very disciplined play by a Shady Equation, opting to just stay in here, and I love that he's able to get to this Mud Bomb now. You have so much energy as Frostfire. Do you want to let all that energy go? Yes, he lets it go, and this Whiscash is doing work into Frostfire right now.
And he still has a lot of health. Remember, the Gligar did leave with some energy, so it might be able to neutralize the rest of this Whiscash. But a Shady Equation has to be feeling very comfortable. Even if this Whiscash goes down, he knows he has the hardest answer in the books for the Gligar.
The only thing that this Whiscash could potentially still answer on the team of Frostfire would be a Charge-a-Bug. You know that you have you have good play into this Gligar, but you have the Skarmory to handle it. And what's left? It's the Lickitung. Guess what? It's the Vigoroth. This is going to be the hardest possible answer. Double resisting these licks, doing super effective counters. This is looking great for a Shady Equation.
He just had all the answers in this matchup. I think I saw Frostfire maybe verbally concede this game. He knows this Lickitung can't do anything versus Vigoroth. Gligar can't do anything versus a Skarmory. So I think we're just going to be sitting this one out, but I think the game is going to be going to a Shady Equation here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to bring it back to that moment when Frostfire makes that beautiful catch with his Azumarill. A Shady Equation could have been so tempted, especially after the attack debuff, just to bring that Skarmory in, but he made a very heads-up play, recognizing how valuable that Skarmory is going to be into the Gligar, and realistically, when you can get now this Vigoroth aligned versus that Lickitung, all things go in the way of a Shady Equation.
That's right. I think Frostfire's, going well over 100 energy here with his Gligar. I think just wants this to be over as fast as possible. Skarmory not even going to come back in, and I think a Shady Equation going to take this game and move on to our top 4.
Congratulations to a Shady Equation. We have seen some great gameplay, especially these last 2 series here versus Frostfire. Don't forget the games versus the Pokemango as well. Frostfire, another great tournament for him, has a very successful 2024 season under his belt. Had a really great run through the losers side of the bracket as well, and actually started in winners. So congratulations to him on a successful tournament run. but a Shady Equation, he'll be moving on, and I believe he's getting closer and closer to the losers finals. Still a ways to go though.
Yeah, I think just maybe 1 or 2 more matches, but going back to Frostfire, like he said, not just a great run this tournament, but a great consistent season overall. He said in Sacramento that he feels like he's improved so much since 2023, and I think it's been obvious. The top 4 in Sacramento, the top cut in Orlando recently, and then of course here, top 6 finish again.
Yeah, and I believe it may have been your interview with Frostfire, but he had a lot of people to thank. He had so many people that he's scrimming with all of his teammates, all of his friends, a lot of people from across the community that he's been scrimming certain teams specifically. Quickly though, let's take a look at this game number 2. As a reminder, we saw this early catch with the Azumarill and the attack debuff, but the discipline by a Shady Equation to stay in and allow the Skarmory to then get aligned versus the Gligar set up this very one-sided matchup with the Vigoroth into the Lickitung.
Yeah, so tough with that debuff chance with Scald. I think the 50% chance that Frostfire needed just wasn't there. Maybe next season that kind of catch, a water type of the Scald, might be a little bit more probabilistically favorable, but unfortunately not today here for Frostfire.
Absolutely. I want to go back to the comment of all the support and communities that we see developing within Pokemon Go. It realistically is a very social game, just by nature. A lot of the ways that you're able to kind of train your Pokemon and gather resources for the game involve working with other trainers. And when you're practicing for these tournaments, you really need to have someone else to, you can't really just practice on your own for these tournaments. So having these communities, having these PvP communities built, really you can just see the positive feedback loop and everyone getting better at the same time.
Absolutely. I love hearing these interviews when the trainers obviously shout out not only just their families, but all of their friends, some of whom are at the tournament as well. It just makes me very, very happy to see them all growing together, enjoying their time together, and improving together.
Were there any key moments to you that stuck out in either of those 2 games? I mean, we just continually saw a Shady Equation going back to that team that he finds so comfortable. Was there anything that stuck out to you as a pivot point?
I think the Scald's debuff in Game 2 really kind of cemented that win for him. But let's take a look back at all of the games, not just a Shady Equations, but a couple of others as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Losers Bracket rounds.
With this squad, it's actually only broken by a couple of Pokemon.
I was just trying to play as clean as possible.
Lyle Jeff's running mostly standard movesets here. Of course, Azumarill, there is that decision between Ice Beam, Play Rough, or Hydro Pump.
My thought process going in was that I'm just going to run this because I know it well and hope that I'm making the right meta choices. Going into Charlotte, I was actually very concerned about the release of Annihilate early, and because I was planning on running a Vigoroth team. I wouldn't say I had to change much because there was less of the Annihilate than I expected.
It is up to this big monkey to finish off a rabbit and a fish.
Pokemon that I was worried about going into the event, other than Annihilate, was probably Skarmory.
So Lyle Jeffs makes an immediate pivot into the Lickitung.
I was mainly relying on Lickitung to sort of just soak up damage and just kind of outbulk it.
Lickitung definitely doing its job.
For Skarmory, I did have a Charge Bug on my team, so I did have some solid bench pressure with the Charge Bug and the Wish Cache. My toughest matches actually were my first, which was technically round 2, and round 3. I didn't quite have the best alignment in those matches.
Lyle Jeffs tried to claw that game back.
I think I kind of got away with one there. I was able to make a really good catch to win.
Decision time for Lyle Jeffs. Is he able to? He does. He wastes the turn and catches perfectly onto the Lickitung.
And then from that point, it sort of just snowballed.
See him just breathing a sigh of relief.
In the top cut, I would say my most difficult matchup was against Tommy W. He did have an Annihilate, and he had a Mandibuzz. I really wanted to use the Charger Bug versus him, but he did have the really good pressure of the Clodsire.
For it, and now Lyles has great alignment with the Whisk Cache onto the Clodsire.
I wasn't able to play as neutrally as I wanted to versus him. I kind of had to take a little bit of risk.
And Lyle Jeffs moves to the winners finals.
If Lyle wins this one, he's on to the grand finals already.
Lyle Jeffs understands how the Charger Bug and Frost last matchup works.
But I knew going into that grand finals that I was going to try to be aggressive, and I was able to get like a very good alignment game one. After I took game one, I felt very confident that I was going to be able to just seal the deal, but it was just sort of translating the mental aspects of the game to the in-person tournaments and the long grinds that these regionals are.
And he's done it! Lyle Jeffs with a 3-0 victory is your regional champion!
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, and then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion!
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
All that glitters isn't necessarily gold here in the Golden State. We're at the Los Angeles Regional Competition, the last competition for North America this season. The trainers are also competing for bronze and, let's say, silver medals as well, but they do want the gold in the Golden State. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here with DeFi, and we're ready to rock and roll in the losers rounds.
Yes, speaking of medals, we have a trainer here who is no stranger to winning plenty of medals. So we are going to see Elite facing off against Haydonus in a rematch, actually. Elite was the one to knock Haydonus down into the loser side of the bracket. Elite now finds himself in the loser side of the bracket, having lost to Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, both of these games between these trainers were incredibly close. I don't know if you caught it day one, but Haydonus managed to sneak out a win in a very, very hard lineup, but Elite in the end made it possible for him to win it all. I think Haydonus is looking for a little bit of redemption arc here in what we call like a grudge match, something that has happened earlier on in the tournament.
The players are ready. Let's head on down to the stage. So Haydonus really gets a chance to see, okay, how did this go yesterday and what can I do better? I'm sure he's thought a lot about the plays yesterday that knocked him down to the loser side of the bracket. So now he kind of gets to play it out again. How many times would you like to do that when you're playing Go Battle League or something?
So many.
Just to like work the clock back and say, okay, if I could play this one more time.
We were just talking about it even before Cameron in the booth. You said, oh, I should have thrown the disarming voice. You know, know, sometimes it's like, yeah, these split-second decisions aren't the right ones in the moment, but fortunately for them, I mean, Haydonus has a chance to get a little bit of that redemption. And if we think about what he played last time, he's probably a little bit more wary of what Elite is going to play. This was the first matchup that I really noticed that Elite was saving all of that energy, all those charge attacks on the Charge-a-Bug, and Haydonus was probably paying attention as well because he had a lot of catches, a lot of things to try to negate all the energy that Elite was draining, and we'll have to see if he's able to do this in round 1 here.
Yes, our trainers are locking in and getting ready for this battle. Again, we've seen the teams, we've seen these two trainers, and it's time for them to go head-to-head again. It is win or go home here in losers round 4. The trainers have sat down on the stage, and we have a great lead for Haydonus. A Lantern into Skeledirge. Skeledirge can do quite a bit with its charge attacks into a Lantern, however, not an ideal matchup. So now we are going to see that middle game matchup of Charge-a-Bug versus Altaria. Charge-a-Bug, not that bad up into Altaria because you can throw this neutral damage with discharges. They do a good chunk to Altaria.
Yeah, they ended up bringing it fairly decently low. Now in the yellow for the Altaria here, but Haydonus is at a Sky Attack now, letting it go, and Elite uses that first shield because he wants to try to gain a better alignment in this middle matchup here. Going ahead, charging up just a little bit extra. He knows he's got plenty of time before that next Sky Attack is ready, letting this discharge go, and now getting a shield from Haydonus' side.
Yes, so there is a shield. So Charge-a-Bug, that again, that's kind of nice. You can pressure a shield with Charge-a-Bug. However, with Altaria, you are going to outpace to that next charge attack, that Sky Attack to knock out. Elite has to make a decision. Is he going to fight? He is. He's actually going to be fighting for the switch advantage, going 2 shields down. Haydonus deciding, you know what, I've got all your shields down. I can use some heavy hitting charge moves later. I'm going to go ahead and let this Altaria fall and bring in my Lantern.
A very interesting play here. I was thinking maybe he would come in to try to just get a ton of energy on that Annihilate, because when shields are down, Annihilate can really go to town there. Going for that X-Scissor, which is going to do some nice chip damage to the Lantern before the Charge-a-Bug goes down. But what this does is give Elite a big advantage here of coming in with that Guzzlord into the Lantern. Lantern, none of its attacks did very much, forcing Elite to swap out into the Skeledirge, but you saw him shaking his head as well. He knows that the Shadow Ball is going to be reached before the Disarming Voice.
Yes, and Shadow Ball is a huge charge attack with a lot of damage, and boom! Knocking the Skeledirge off of the field of battle, and now the Annihilate is back to try to deal with this Guzzlord. This isn't going to be very effective, but it is going to do some nice chip damage.
Yeah, it's the counter damage that's really doing a lot from the Annihilate there. Neither Night Slash nor Shadow Ball would be doing that much, but Guzzlord is going to go down pretty soon. Elite just doing everything he can to fight back at this moment, throwing the Dragon Claw here. It should be enough to knock out the Annihilate, but there is a pretty healthy Lantern in the back, and the Lantern is not a big counter to Guzzlord. At this low of health, that Surf is going to connect. It's going to feel like a little wash to the Guzzlord, but it will be enough to send it packing.
And packing it goes. Oh, one more move, and then it's going. It wasn't quite enough. We needed one more little fast attack to knock the Guzzlord off the field. And Haydonus maybe getting a little bit of revenge here against Elite for knocking him down to the loser side of the bracket.
I do like also Haydonus' plushes on the screen, symbolizing 2 Pokemon that are actually on the field for him as well. The Altaria and the Lantern being utilized in that last round. 2 very strong Pokemon. Like you talked about, Charge-a-Bug is a decent counter overall. It can hit back to the Altaria, but being part bug typing as well just gives it a little bit of that disadvantage. And even though Elite ended up getting that middle game, Haydonus still ended up taking that entire matchup. We're hopping right into game number 2. We've got dragons galore here. Altaria versus Guzzlord. An immediate swap out to the Annihilate, now met by the Skeledirge. It's much different now when there are 2 shields left in play and a lot of health.
Yes, Skeledirge really prefers when your opponent doesn't have shields, because it's really looking to be able to land those heavy-hitting charge attacks. Where Annihilate what a call! Annihilate can just kind of start spamming out those moves and really can pressure shields in a way that's it's a little tougher for Skeledirge to do.
Yeah, Skeledirge knew that it could take one, but definitely would have wanted to take a Shadow Ball. Elite did not shield up the first one there. Will he use the shield this time? This would be enough to knock the Skeledirge out. Yes, he is. He's going to go for one more Incinerate just get a lot of energy on the Skeledirge here, and now forcing Haydonus to either shield or let that Annihilate go down.
Yeah, so he's got to make a decision looking at his other two Pokemon. Can he get the energy he needs? He actually decides to continue, wants to get the Skeledirge off the battlefield, and Elite actually giving an Elite an opportunity to use that final Protect Shield and then maintain alignment here. Actually, Haydonus swapping back into the Altaria.
Going for that Disarming Voice. No Protect Shields remaining. This is a Fairy type attack. Going to do a lot to this Dragon type Pokemon, and still probably one more Incinerate to go, but no, Elite switching right back into the Guzzlord himself. I think he's going to try to get to that Dragon Claw. He gets to it right before the Altaria and knocking it from the sky.
Now here's the problem. What is Haydonus going to do against this Guzzlord? Taking a look at his remaining Pokemon, Annihilate doesn't have hardly any health left, and Lantern just doesn't, it can't hit even for neutral damage.
Yeah, Lantern gonna try its best here, but Guzzlord is just gonna continue to chop away. Going here for this Surf. Again, we saw it before. It wasn't even enough to knock out when the Guzzlord was in the red. This is gonna chip it down just a little bit farther, but the Crunch is already loaded too, going for one more Dragon Tail before this Crunch. Crunch has a possibility to also debuff your opponent's defense. We'll have to see if that will be the case, but regardless, it's gonna hit that Lantern pretty hard, getting the defense ball on top.
Yes, but Haydonus is able to clear that defense drop if he wants, because that Annihilate is still in the back with low health. However, Elite still has two Pokemon remaining, a fully healthy Charjabug and then that Skeledirge. Charjabug can just very easily go for that Volt Switch down.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to do. It will take a Surf in the meantime. There is a little bit left also on that Annihilate in the back, but it looks like this is going to take it like a champion here, just continuing to Volt Switch away, going for that Discharge, that heavier hitting one for the Annihilate, knocking it down. Elite tying up the series here, 1-1 in losers round 4.
Yes, Elite saying, maybe with my crown, with all my medals, I've stumbled a little bit, but I will not fall. And continues and brings on a 1-2-1. We are going to be going into a decisive game 3 in losers round 4. These two trainers actually brought the same 3 Pokemon. Elite relying on Charjabug, Skeledirge, and Guzzlord. Haydonus, the Annihilate, Lantern, and Altaria. Just switching up the order a little bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Let's look at that. Swapping back into the Altaria. Recognize that Altaria ended up not only losing that charge attack priority, but also the match in general to the Guzzlord, kind of sacrificing it at this place. But Elite, really great pacing overall, getting as much out of the Guzzlord as it could before letting it go back into its ball and cinching the deal here with that Discharge.
Yes, so we are going to have to see, will these trainers, now that we've done kind of that information gathering, we've had the first 2 games, it all comes down to this. Are you going to stay with those same 3 Pokemon, or are you going to switch it up? Is Elite going to bring in that Azumarill, the Shadow Gligar? Is Haydonus going to bring back his double flyer strategy? These trainers have to think, what are all of the different steps that could be taken in the path before me?
I want to bring up this real quick before we get into this moment. First of all, I know that players probably don't like it as much, but I love watching the losers bracket because there is so much at stake here. These are the last 2 of the 4 trainers who are left in this tournament, so a lot is on the line. The thing I wanted to bring up was the fact that we were talking before about most valuable Pokemon and the players that are attached to them, and all 4 of our picks are actually the 4 that are remaining in this tournament.
Yes, it sounds like the casters, we know a little bit about what we are talking about. So we have 2 in the loser side, 2 in the winner side. Let's find out who is going to move on. Which caster is going to be the one to have their pick eliminated first? Although I think we all kind of win a little bit here because we all made some great choices. Haydonus actually making a great choice in his lead matchup with the Annihilate versus the Guzzlord, forcing that pivot, and now we're in a pretty neutral matchup of Lickitung versus Charjabug.
Yeah, Lickitung usually ends up coming out just a little bit ahead on this, but there was one Volt Switch advantage from Elite side, so it does have a little bit of an energy advantage, and most likely we'll be going for those X Scissors because they're just a little bit less energy to get to, while still doing a decent amount to the Lickitung. First X Scissor is going through, not getting a shield from Haydonus' side. That Lickitung is still pretty healthy. Meanwhile, Charjabug is in the yellow.
Yes, and Lickitung Lickitung building up, trying to get to a body slam. However, X-Scissor is going to be fired first. X-Scissor being the charge attack of choice in this matchup, just because you pace to it so quickly.
Yeah, I think overall this is going to be very interesting how they want to play this. We have seen Elite shield very low health Pokemon before, and I'm wondering if he's going to do it again because he is at the attack. No, choosing to let that go down. Once you get a little bit of an energy advantage on what's coming in, it's going to be that Skeletor's. Those licks are going to be doing quite a bit to this Pokemon. However, the charge attacks are not going to be doing much at all. Haydonus is able to reach the Power Whip. That is going to do a little bit more, but it's still not very effective against this fire-type Pokemon.
No, but it does do more damage than that body slam would. So Haydonus revealing his third Pokemon, that it is that Lantern, allowing a Shadow Ball to go through, recognizing that it takes 2 of these Shadow Balls to be able to knock out my Lantern. I can tank 1 just fine. Maybe saving the shields more for that Guzzlord coming back in.
Guzzlord does not like this counter damage, but it doesn't mind the charge attacks as much. I still wonder if he's going to use his shields here to try to keep it as healthy as possible, letting that first Night Slash go through. I like this play by Elite because if it happens to get a Night Slash boost, this is definitely the ones that you are going to want to shield up. Responding now with a Crunch, this is going to be doing a little bit more damage than those Dragon Claws and the possibility for that defense drop.
Yeah, that defense drop could be crucial because Dragon Tail does a lot of damage as a fast attack. Elite thinking, you can see his mind racing, looking for a win condition as this Annihilate counters down the Guzzlord. It's just Skeletor's that remains, but with 2 shields and very low health.
Yeah, the big problem for Haydonus at this point is those counters aren't doing much at all. It is getting so low, forcing that first shield off of Elite, but there is a lot of energy on the line as well. If he can incinerate down, he might be able to have some play. Going for that Shadow Ball against the Lantern. Does Haydonus think this is a catch?
No, I'm not sure. He no shields the Shadow Ball. It's going to connect. Good game, and Elite takes the crown here. It looks like I am the one to get knocked out of those MVP picks first, but I have had so much fun today watching Haydonus's loser bracket run. So congratulations, Haydonus, for a top 4 performance here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, really well played. We saw how close that came down to. What that really came down to at the end was a call. Is this a Disarming Voice bait to get my shield, or is this the heavier hitting Shadow Ball, the thing that would be able to knock him out? Sometimes it's really hard to make this decision. Unfortunately for Haydonus, it was not the right one in that moment, but I mean, like you said, an incredible run by that performer. And Elite, maybe still trying to keep his title of California King, still in the running, officially at least in 3rd place.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a quick look at that last match, kind of relive a little bit of that replay. We are going to see the Lickitung coming out on top. We thought maybe Elite was going to use a shield here, but instead, I think crucially getting some energy on this Skeledirge, getting 3 entire Incinerates.
Yeah, that is big. That is basically enough for a Shadow Ball, which really proved vital for him later on in this matchup. As you can see, this is the big moment. Is this the Disarming Voice? Is it the Shadow Ball? It's the Shadow Ball knocking the Lantern down, securing that victory in losers round 4 for Elite.
Yes, that was so much fun to watch. I'm really bummed out that the Talonflame didn't make an appearance. Instead, Elite and Haydonus opting for other picks. Elite didn't bring the Azumarill, I don't think, either.
No, it was something that I think is definitely on the radar, especially because there is a Talonflame on that other side, but opting for that spicier pick of Guzzlord. Speaking of spicy picks, there's a trainer that is in North America that is pretty well known for bringing a lot of spicy Pokemon, and we have a little special treat because Jim is apparently with them for an interview. We're going to go over to Wholesome _ and Arrow.
All right, thank you, Amanda. I am here with Arrow, one of the trainers that we've seen featured so regularly throughout this tournament circuit. Just wanted to get maybe a little bit of your thoughts here, maybe a recap of your own personal journey this season and how things have evolved over time these last few seasons.
Yeah, this season I've been all over the world for mini tournaments. Had a top cut that turned into a top 2 at San Antonio, and ultimately went to UIC, did pretty well. Had some bumps in the road, but I feel like I'm starting to figure it out again.
Well, you've been here kind of since the impetus of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. How have you seen it evolve over these last 3 seasons?
It's very different from the first tournament that I went to. I remember there being a lot more issues back in the day, but we've kind of gotten on our feet a lot more, and every tournament seems to run a little bit smoother. More people are showing up to each tournament, and it's been exciting to see the growth.
Well, I think you got a sneak peek of the moveset updates as well, revealed on stream yesterday. Did you have any thoughts or any standout callouts that you wanted to make for any of those updates?
Spark got nerfed. Like, I've been very adamant about the fact that I need Spark nerfed so I can love Lantern the way it deserves to be loved. I think Spark Lantern being out of the meta will open a way for many more of Skarm's actual counters to bring into the meta, so I think it'll be more healthy.
Don't sleep on Water Gun Lantern, though, Arrow.
I run Water Gun Lantern. I would never.
He's the Water Gun guy. All right. We will see you at the North America International Championships, I believe. Do you have anything you want to say about the tournament or any predictions?
Yeah, my biggest tournament prediction is that the top 8 is going to be full of NA trainers, so the rest of the world, bring it on.
A bold statement by a bold man. That's all we have with Arrow. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
I'll take that bold statement. I have been casting over in EU for quite a while. I will tell you, there are a lot of incredible trainers over there. However, I know that a lot of North American trainers went over to the European International Championships and they did very well, Arrow included in that. So I think Latin America, Europe, you heard it from him. He doesn't think any of you guys are going to make it in the top 8. What do you think your placement's going to be in New Orleans? I don't know. What do you think, DeFi?
I don't know. I think we have some very tough North American trainers that are going to be hard to put a stop to. Dunebug obviously being the one that everyone is talking about.
Yeah, he is definitely a really great trainer. I think a lot of people who were playing today were a little bit relieved to see him doing a different role, judging instead of playing, and allowing some other people to be in this top cuts. But these performances today have been absolutely incredible. One of Dunebug's known rivals, Rise to Occasion, is still in the tournament on the winner's side of the bracket. And we just saw a grudge matchup between Haydonus and Elite. And we're going to see another one as well, because next up is going to be a Shady Equation and Elite. And Elite was the person who knocked them down to the loser's bracket earlier today.
Yes, Elite coming fresh off of his victory against Haydonus is going into another loser's round battle. We say it all the time, but the road is longer. The road is trickier down in the loser side of the bracket to make it to the grand finals. We still have our 2 winner's side competitors still waiting in the wings. They get to just kind of hang out and relax and watch these showcases like this one, a Shady Equation versus Elite.
Yeah, we saw it earlier today. If Elite's record so far is any indication, hopefully for him, he'll be able to beat a Shady Equation, and being able to do so earlier on in the day, also just beating Haydonus again. But a Shady Equation has been having a fantastic run since the beginning of the day here, really using that MB Pokemon here of Whiscash to the best of intentions. I don't know if how much play it actually has into the Guzzlord or Azumarill, but it has a lot of play into Elite Skeletors there, and also puts a nice stop to the Charger Bug.
Yes, so I am very much looking forward to, because we saw Elite really only lean on 3 Pokemon in that last series. We saw him lean on the Charger Bug, Skeledirge, and Guzzlord, and that's it. I'm really interested to see against a different opponent how he's going to be changing his team composition.
Yeah, I also want to point out here that both of them are running the Vigoroth instead of the Annihilate. It does change the dynamics of a lot of the matchups, but there is no Lickitung on either side to be found, so it does kind of also change that safe swap potential. We'll have to see how they want to play this out. We have a Shadow Gligar in the lead against the Skeletors. Skeletors does not want to be taking a dig from this Pokemon. Meanwhile, just gaining up a ton of energy. Shady Equation going for that Aerial Ace bait.
Yes, but however, Elite knows that it does have the energy for the dig, so deciding to use a Protect Shield here. However, now the Skeledirge gets another Incinerate and is able to throw a charge attack of its own. This is only a disarming voice, but a Shady Equation chooses to put up a Protect Shield too.
Doesn't want to take any of that extra damage. He is out at the dig again right before that it's going to be reached. If Elite wants to go 2 shields down, he can maintain the Skeledirge. Otherwise, this Crocodile is going back into the pond. There it goes, and there's a ton of energy still left on that Gligar.
Yes, using the Guzzlord now to try to be able to get a lot of energy. Going to have to tank a dig. Elite has to decide, is this worth the Protect Shield? Decides against it. Guzzlord, that energy can go into either of these two Pokemon, the Whiscash or the Vigoroth, to do a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, these crunches are going to do nice damage to the Vigoroth, but the Vigoroth's counters are really going to start hurting the Guzzlord, especially when it's so low. We're talking about energy management at this point. I think the Elite has the right plan, swapping out immediately to try to negate any of that extra counter damage it would be able to get. And Shady Equation goes to his MVP Pokemon here, the Whiscash, blocking up the first attack, and he's almost has a Scald ready himself.
Yes, and if he wins that coin flip with the Scald that he's throwing right now, all of these body slams from the Vigoroth will do less damage. Let's go ahead and find out. We see a Protect Shield going up against the Scald. Is it a debuff? I don't see it.
Now, no debuff on this one. That Vigoroth is still full health, fully healthy here, going for a body slam at that charge attack priority. There is another Scald all ready for Shady Equation as well, but this Whiscash is getting very, very low.
Yes, and we saw that was a charge attack priority tie. Whiscash going second in that, having inherently less of an attack stat. Going for Whiscash, Scald almost knocks out the Vigoroth, and there is that coin flip, but that's not where a Shady Equation needed it to happen. He needed it earlier on.
Yeah, if anything, I think it just gave that Vigoroth a little bit more energy there. There are no shields left. This could come down to charge attack priority. Going for that heavier hitting Rock Slide, and it looks like Elite wins the charge attack priority. Will this be enough to knock out?
And boom, the Vigoroth goes down on the side of a Shady Equation. So that coming down exactly to that charge attack priority, which is good information for these trainers moving forward.
Yeah, that is incredible play. I always am so interested when it comes down to just the slimmest of margins at the very end, where that could have gone either direction. All Shady Equation needed was that body slam to land. Elite knowing as well that the Rock Slide was going to be a little bit heavier hitting. I needed to go for that instead of the body slam himself. Luckily for him, winning that charge attack priority. Here you see a big moment. We're not using a shield. Ended up using the shield on the bait instead, and the Skeletor's goes down, but this ends up giving all of this energy to the Pokemon in between. This was a dance between them all. I love this play by Elite there, recognizing that he needs to swap out since he's debuffed, and coming back in and ending up winning charge attack priority.
Yes, I think he seems a little surprised himself there in the moment on camera and really thinking his way through this next matchup. A Shady Equation has to find a way to pivot in order to take down Elite. This is the losers semifinals. We are looking to see who is going to be going into our losers finals to get that shot at the grand finals, to get a shot at the crown.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead jumping right into that second game. Elite needs to win this to be able to go on, to be able to maybe perhaps rematch rise to occasion, because this is a game of rematches for him, and he has a Vigoroth against a Cresselia. This goes a little bit more in favor of the Cresselia here, but these body slams will continue to slowly add up over time. Meanwhile, Cresselia just still Psycho cutting away.
Yes, and trying to build up very quickly to those Moon Blasts. Counters are resisted, but it's not like Psycho Cut does a lot of damage either. So really just looking to be able to generate energy quickly with Psycho Cut. We see a little bit of a chip and dip into your own Vigoroth, which is definitely a great strategy when you're up in the mirror.
Yeah, going for this body slam, wants to get some chip damage off, but as you can see, Elite's Vigoroth is so low in health now, already in the red. The counter damage, if you're Shady Equation, you're just going to counter all the way down, come out with a lot of energy for whatever's coming in. It's sort of negated here in Suzumeral. Elite bringing this in, recognizing that it has really nice neutral play against a lot of the Pokemon on the side, just needs to avoid that Lantern and possibly that Cresselia's Grass Knot.
All right, and a Shady Equation trying to get as much counter damage in as possible. Any small amount of chips in this Azumaral's armor is going to be critical. Bringing in another body slam, just trying to get that Azumaral down into low health. Azumaral looking for the full bubble down, which allows Vigoroth to get to this Rock Slide. Vigoroth actually having been able to deal quite a bit of damage to Elite's Azumaral.
Yeah, the Azumaral is getting rather low, but it is fully loaded on energy, and this play by Elite coming in now, wanting to get a little bit of energy on his Charge Bug as well, but only to be met with the Whiscash. Now, Whiscash does not want to be taking too many of these, but there are 2 shields left on Shady Shady Equation side. This first one now being used now, and going for that Scald, he's going for yet another debuff possibility here, getting a shield from Elite as well.
Yep, so if you're going for that debuff possibility, it makes sense to use your shields early. Do we have an attack drop? I didn't hear anything. Does not look like it.
Meanwhile, still continuing to charge away there. I think Elite knew that Shady Equation was going for the Scald and not for the Mud Bomb, so it allows him to get a little more energy here. Wants to throw a nice timing, getting that X-Scissor and getting that second shield off of Shady Equation as well. Going for yet another Scald, getting the last shield from Elite as well. This mid matchup is so important to both trainers.
Yes, winning this middle matchup could be critical. I heard it. You heard it at home too. That was an attack fall on this X-Scissor, so it is going to do slightly less damage. And we see a quick swap out, and there is the Azumarill and the Play Rough to knock out this Whiscash.
We got a combination play. If that X-Scissor wasn't enough, this Play Rough will certainly be. There's no health left on that Vigoroth. That Cresselia's got to come back in. It can't Psycho Cut down. This Grass Knot is super effective, but that Azumarill is pretty low.
Yes, the Azumarill is low, but there's an entire Charge-a-Bug back there. A Grass Knot is easily going to knock out this Azumarill, but a Shady Equation's thinking, do I have any winning opportunities left? You're building up to 2 Grass Knots, 1 to throw at this Azumarill, and then you need to be able to knock out this Charge-a-Bug. Does Cresselia have what it takes?
The Moonblast is going to be ready fairly soon as well. You have to wonder, will that be enough? He's also going to make sure that Elite doesn't want him to catch on anything. There's still has that very low health Vigoroth in the back for a possible catch on the X-Scissor. Will this Moonblast be enough? It's not even close to enough here. And despite waiting a turn, both of them waited a turn, catching this X-Scissor on the Vigoroth, and this gives Shady Equation a lot more play.
Yes, is this window of opportunity enough for the Cresselia to get through? There's 1 Volt Switch, 2 Volt Switches. He gets to the Grass Knot. This is resisted damage, but should be enough to knock out.
This Grass Knot will connect with the Charge, but Shady Equation has tied up this series, letting that go down. The patience of the man waiting that turn.
Yes, I am excited to re-watch that moment on the replay. That was critical. Like I mentioned, there's a tiny crack in the window, and Shady Equation will use that opportunity, lift up the window, and slide right through.
I think this is partially how people like to play these matchups, right? Of course, you know that you have certain things that are your win conditions. And one of these win conditions for Elite was he needed to be able to land that X-Scissor on the Cresselia, and the only win condition for a Shady Equation was to be able to have that catch. Look at him, he's just getting up a ton of energy. He's trying to do as much as possible. The quickest swap out there for securing the fact that he could use that Vigoroth later as that sacrificial swap.
Yes, and there the Whiscash goes down. We're going to be getting into this end game matchup. Here's that moment of being able to make that catch on the Vigoroth. Elite expending all of that energy, allowing the Cresselia to get to 1 more Grass Knot.
I'm not laughing about the fact that it happened, but I am laughing because I have had conversations with Elite in the past where he has said that his teammates and friends always give him a hard time because he always thinks that he's waiting a turn, but he's never apparently doing it correctly, is what he has told before. I do think that he tried to do everything possible. A Shady Equation, of course, when you're at this caliber, is also expecting this as well. Sometimes we've seen players wait almost 2 turns, be like, okay, who's making the first move?
Yes, it's kind of alarming when you're watching a battle where you're used to seeing the tapping on the phone really, really quickly, and then all of a sudden it stops.
Yeah, you're like, oh, is this a stall? No, I think, yeah, and if people are watching and not quite understanding what we mean is every time, of course, if you throw an attack, you see the fast attack animation going through from the opponent's side. So what he was hoping to do was wait for that animation to go through to make sure that he was throwing before he could actually throw that charge attack. When you don't see any moves going through, it's a good chance that your opponent is waiting too, or they're going to try to go for a catch.
And what I cannot wait for is this final match, decisive game 3, losers semifinals, and we have Shadow Gligar into Lantern.
This is pretty neutral overall. We've seen that it's mostly the charge attacks by both Pokemon here that are going to be doing that hefty amount of damage. A lot of baiting going on potentially from that Gligar, but there's no need to bait from Shady Equation side because those Surfs are going to be doing super effective damage to that Gligar. And since it's a Shadow, it doesn't want to take it at all. Elite already throwing up that first shield, just getting a ton of energy here before now going for that Aerial Ace bait.
Yes, a Shady Equation has to decide, is Elite going to use a bait here? What's the bait?
This is very very big because now there's not as much energy. That Lantern is still in good health, and it forces Elite to make a different decision now, getting that first shield off of the Lantern and still keeping it in really nice health.
And now that Gligar's energy dry and there's been no damage done.
He looks like he was trying to go for a catch there, unable to do so. So he's forcing himself to use that second shield because if you look in the back, there's that Azumarill, and Azumarill doesn't want anything to do with the Lantern. Already at another dig here, but just saving it for later. And now the Vigoroth is coming in to start ramping up, but not before it's going to take a Thunderbolt.
Yes, but now that's going to leave this Lantern pretty down on energy when Shady Equation eventually switches back out, bringing in his own Whiscash, his MVP Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, the Whiscash will be doing a lot of nice damage overall. The Body Slams are going to be more effective than the Rock Slide here, and as Elite is almost at 2, not quite. I think that at this point, Shady Equation probably could stir up a little bit more, going for that Mud Bomb, hoping I think it's going to be enough for him, but he's played out these matches so many times a day, he probably has a good indication of how much it's going to do. It is enough to knock out the Vigoroth, and he has almost 1 Mud Bomb to spare as the Azumarill comes into the field.
Yes, Azumarill going to be relying a lot on bubble damage and then trying to ramp up to these charged attacks, needing to get this Whiscash off the field. There is an entire healthy Vigoroth on the side of a Shady Equation that I don't think has been revealed yet. And then we also have Elite, that Shadow Gligar, but it's down on energy, it's down on health.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely up on energy,
but
up on energy. Down on health. It has a dig already stored, but he's got to strip that last shield from Shady Equation at some point. This is going for a very aggressive bubble down, just Azumarill hopping onto the field and hoping that it can make it here. Now an aggressive swap out. At the same time, a simultaneous swap. Will this Gligar be able to get it in time? It is a charge attack priority.
Yes, and a Shady Equation opting for the shield, but Elite has so much energy. We're going to see the Surf come through. There's no shields remaining. The Surf is going to connect.
This is going to connect. This is going to be enough to knock out the Gligar, and there is only an Azumarill left in this matchup. A Shady Equation hasn't even shown the Vigoroth yet, but he's probably about to, as this play rough will connect with that Lantern. No Protect Shields left on the field, and a low health Azumarill against the world.
Yeah, and this Azumarill, try as it might, the counters are resisted. However, one play rough just not going to do it. Vigoroth is going to get to the Body Slam to knock out the Azumarill and knocking Elite out of this Los Angeles regional tournament.
Vigoroth with the Body Slam. Azumarill goes down. A Shady Equation goes on from the loser semifinals.
A fantastic performance from a Shady Equation. We are not going to see the King of California take another win, another regional win. However, he has had a fantastic performance today.
He played absolutely incredible. Able to take the games off of the Shady Equation earlier on in the tournament. Unfortunately for Elite, this was the end of the road for him here, but you can't be too disappointed with another medal placement here. Let's go ahead and take a look at that last game. This Mud Bomb, enough to knock out the Vigoroth, and just so much on the field. I think Softove had a really good call here. This Whiscash is definitely the MVP of Shady Equation's playstyle. Although this Lantern has put in a ton of work in game number 3.
Yes, very interesting to see. I wonder if next season, if that Lantern is going to be as popular with the power of Spark being dropped just a little bit. But lucky for Shady Equation, that has not taken place quite yet, and able to use that Lantern, able to use that Shadow Whiscash, the two very Pokemon that are getting a bit of a debuff next season.
That is true. I'm very curious. I don't know if anyone heard it earlier on in the broadcast, but Shady Equation was talking about how he had used this exact same team in the previous regional competition in Indianapolis. He said he felt like the team was solid. He just personally made a couple of misplays that he was looking to correct in this tournament, and it looks like he has definitely successfully been able to do so.
Yes, and what we are going to take a look at, because that's exact same team, the Whiscash and the Lantern, that have been so strong all season long. Let's take another peek at what we have coming up next season in the season of Shared Skies.
Yeah, we have to look through this. We were just talking about it. Scald, even though it will do the same amount of damage, does not have that 50% chance anymore of debuffing your opponent's attack. Now, we have to remember these will also not take place until after after the special event in Bologna. So I think all the Pokemon will still be in a similar meta then, but maybe we won't see as many Whiscash just in general, as it seems to be a little bit on the decline, as Spark also for the Lantern will not be doing as much damage, something Arrow is very happy about. And another one that we have really kind of just skimmed over but could be important is that Seed Bomb is getting a buff, and we saw a couple of Trevenants in Indianapolis. Perhaps Trevenant would be making a comeback as well.
Yes, Trevenant definitely misses that meta. The Trevenant Walrein meta, I believe 2 seasons ago, NAIC was what we saw when we saw that was such a dominant run. Taking a look as well, we see Swift is going to be coming into the game, as well as some attack availability updates to Pokemon that are going to learn Thunder Punch. The Scrafty line, the Lucario line, as well as Typhlosion getting a little bit of a quickly pacing charged attack.
I think that these will actually, like Pokemon that learn Thunder Punch can maybe start fighting back a little bit more against Skarmory as well. So even though Lantern is getting a little bit of a nerf because of the spark damage, there are maybe other electric types that begin coming into play. Chestnut, Pommel, and Palma also rounding out that list of new Pokemon who will learn Thunder Punch. And then I was actually talking to Dunebug a little bit earlier, and he's very excited about Lokix being able to learn Counter. He thinks this is actually going to be very interesting and something that he's going to try right away in the Go Battle League once it's available. So heads up play, everyone. If you are ending up matched up against Dunebug, good luck to start, and then also know that he's probably running this Pokemon.
Yes, and we can see all of those Pokemon that are getting the brand new charge attack of Swift, including many fairy types, many normal fairy types like the Jigglypuff line, and then we also see Ursaluna getting it as well as the entire Ursaluna line be having access to Swift, which gives it a same and a normal type charged attack.
That's right.
So it can get that bonus. Finally, we also have that charge attack of Fly that we've been bringing up, most relevant for Salamence, but Fearow, Swoobat, and Swanna having access to it as well.
Yeah, I think Swanna is an interesting one as well. I mean, it has a little bit of place sometimes in the Great League. Depends how spicy you want to get with your picks overall, but we have seen them in regional competitions.
If you want to be spicy and if you just want to have fun.
Girls just want to have fun.
Girls do just want to have fun.
And we are 2 of those girls. I'm really excited for this last. I mean, we're kind of rounding it out to the very end. I know we joked around and we said, "Oh, sorry, like Deepai, like Haydonus went out, and so did the Talonflame. Now, sorry, Jim, because Elite went out, and so did the Azumarill." Softop, looks like it's down to you and me here. We're going to go pretty much up to the winner's side of the bracket as well to see who will be doing against Rise the Occasion and Shady Equation.
We are going to find that out next, going back up again. Winner's side of the bracket. So this determines your ticket to the grand finals. We are now in a situation we are looking at best of 5 matches. It's been best of 3 all weekend, but once we get to the winner's finals, loser's finals, and grand finals, we move into that best of 5 situation. It is a much longer battle. It is a marathon, not a sprint when you're in that type of situation. So these trainers are going to have to be doing a lot of thinking, a lot more game planning with facing your opponent.
That's absolutely true. And in the meantime, too, before this even happens, we have to just bring up the fact that there is another trainer. They weren't on our picks before because this is actually the 2nd tournament that they've been entered in, and they've been doing absolutely fantastic in it, and they are going to be playing next against Rise to Occasion.
Yes. So let's go ahead and take a look. It's Rise to Occasion versus Existing Monkey.
Yeah, Existing Monkey has had one of the most interesting team compositions, I think, in this tournament, being able to just utilize that Abomasnow so well, having a Carbink on the team, which is interesting, and also an Umbreon running Psychic and Foul Play. I mean, Umbreon's on both sides of the field here, not something that I necessarily would have expected in the winners finals.
Exactly, it's different, but how it makes a lot of sense. It has so much great neutral play into everything, and like you mentioned, that Umbreon, that double dark horse of Umbreon running both Foul Play and as well as Dark Pulse. First, let's take a look at Existing Monkey. Again, first top cut performance, Los Angeles Regional top 16, already way beyond top 16 up until this point, and bringing some really interesting picks. We haven't really seen much of that Carbink, I think it's providing a lot of bench pressure, but we have seen the Abomasnow as well as the Annihilate.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of this. Well, I'm wondering overall, as just the Umbreons in general, neither one of them are going to be able to hit each other very hard. The Foul Plays or the Psychics or the Foul Plays or Dark Pulses aren't doing much. Rise to Occasion, we've talked about him quite a few times as well. Very well known within this circuit, top cutting almost every regional he's attended, but still looking for that regional champion title in North America this season. He's running a double debuff team as well. We've kind of talked about this. Dugong and Wigglytuff both running Icy Wind, which is a 100% guaranteed to lower your opponent's attack.
Yeah, and what's more frustrating? Is it more frustrating getting stuck against something that you know is going to lower attack, or losing a coin flip to something like a Whiscash? I'm not so sure.
I think a lot of times, I mean, trainers would prefer to know for sure, right? Of course, you want to play to your win conditions, and if you know that something is going to debuff you, it changes things less, and it's like, okay, I need to rely on this debuff to let it happen. Looks like these trainers are tapping their screens. They are getting ready to go into game one here. We have the Shadow Gligar versus the Umbreon. Like we pointed out before, this double dark Pokemon running Dark Pulse and Foul Play. Foul Play pacing just a bit quicker, but not hitting quite as hard, but they'll do just fine for Rise to Occasion at this beginning portion, as there's no shield from the Shadow Gligar.
Yes, it looks like both trainers content to stay in this matchup, being fairly neutral and wanting to see how it is going to play out. Both the Gligar really relying on its heavy hitting charge attacks, the Umbreon relying more on its bulk to carry it through the lead matchup. If you take a look at what's in the back, we have the Abomasnow and the Lantern for Existing Monkey. Rise to Occasion also bringing a Lantern, but bringing the Wigglytuff as well. The Wigglytuff not finding its two counters that it really wants to see. The Annihilate and the Umbreon are still on the bench for Existing Monkey.
But to be fair, Wigglytuff has pretty decent play against almost that whole team besides the Carbink, so I don't blame Rise for bringing that, and I also don't blame him for putting the Umbreon in the lead. If you want something that you don't need to use a lot of shield investments in at the beginning, Umbreon is a great pick. We've seen many trainers using that. Lantern swapping in, and it looks like Rise is responding with his own Lantern here. This is a great call because this means that Rise of Occasion's Lantern can most likely avoid the Abomasnow on the Existing Monkey side.
Yes, and it looks like Existing Monkey going to get to that Thunderbolt first, but you can see how much of a health disadvantage it is at right now, where Rise to Occasion has a Thunderbolt going right before the Lantern gets to another charge attack.
Yeah, going up to almost 100 energy before putting this down. There are two shields left on the field, and it looks like that first one is being used by Existing Monkey. Wants to try to get his charge attack off as well, seeing if he can do anything against Rise to Occasion here. Going for that Surf Bait. I don't think it'll be enough to knock out, but maybe it would be enough to get a shield from Rise, and it does!
Oh, what a call for Existing Monkey being able to throw that, throw the bait. Now, Existing Monkey has to decide, does Rise to Occasion have the Thunderbolt? Are you going to shield it? Going to actually let it go? Stays on with 1 HP, a very quick thinking swap, and here comes the Abomasnow. Rise to Occasion can't swap out quite yet, so being forced to throw a charge attack here.
I think Rise to Occasion is actually okay with this. I wonder if he will just continue to go down, or if he's going to end up swapping out. The problem is, if you swap out, you switch lock yourself into a Pokemon that can debuff you for that entire time that you're in. He's going to go ahead and catch that on the Umbreon, just using that Umbreon as basically a shield at this point, saying, okay, I don't really need you anymore. You've done your job. Well done, Umbreon. And at this point, now there's still a ton of energy coming back in once more with the Lantern, but this play slightly confuses me, because if that Abomasnow gets to another attack, an Icy Wind, that Wigglytuff is going to be out for the entire rest of the tournament there.
Yes, it is. So it is standing there, and it is going to have to take two, not one, but probably two Icy Winds, bringing the power of Charm down, really reducing what Wigglytuff is going to be able to do. There's two Icy Winds that it is going to be able to throw. Wigglytuff is going to have to stay. Rise does not have an option to clear the debuff anymore.
Yeah, now coming in with that Gligar, wants to try to be able to get an attack. This is the heavier hitting one. Existing Monkey is able to get to the dig because of the double debuff of the Charm here. The real question is this enough to knock out the Wigglytuff? It's not quite. The Gligar goes down. There's so little health on both Pokemon remaining on Existing Monkey's side.
Yep, so Existing Monkey has to make a call. Can it tank a couple of Charms? And it can. Being able to throw both of those Icy Winds, really reducing the power of Charm. If Charm was at full power, then it would have been able to more easily knock out those Pokemon. So I really think that was very key need to be able to throw those icy winds, get the Wigglytuff into a situation where it could not switch back out.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder if Rise to Occasion was thinking about that as well. He definitely saw that there was the Abomasnow, and coming in with the Lantern instead of the Wigglytuff was an interesting choice, especially when it got so low. This catch was absolutely fantastic by Rise. I also think that maybe the other part that could have helped him, although it's so hard to call, I understand, is if he didn't shield up the second Icy Wind and instead shielded up the dig from the Gligar.
Yeah, because the dig is just going to do so much damage with that being a Shadow Gligar. Existing Monkey has a win, but remember, we are in the winners finals. This is a best of 5. He needs 2 more wins against Rise to Occasion. Rise to Occasion needs to come back and win 3 times. That is tough when you're already looking at the road ahead and you're already down 1 game.
What I really also want to bring up about these 2 trainers is just the fact that it's like, we've talked about it many times. Rise to Occasion is a well-known name in this circuit, someone who's been up on this stage many times, has so much experience playing against so many different trainers. This is Existing Monkey's first top cut, and not only that, he is in the top 3. Like, he has been doing so incredibly well, and maybe has a little bit of an advantage in a way that people have not been able to see his play style yet. He's using a very interesting team and has obviously been serving him very well in Los Angeles.
Yes, and being in the winner's side of the bracket, you have less battles. So Rise to Occasion can't even sit and watch him from the loser side of the bracket playing all day. We've been spending so much time on that loser's bracket run because those trainers have such a long ways to go from that side of the table. But here, we haven't seen as many battles from Existing Monkey. There hasn't been as much footage for Rise to be able to review.
That's absolutely true. I wonder if Existing Monkey also will change his playstyle at all, knowing that he saw that Wigglytuff in that very first matchup makes it a little scarier to bring an Annihilate or to bring that Umbreon, and maybe in this secondary matchup, because I mean, obviously, since it does so well against those Pokemon, maybe that was Rise's plan a little bit. Like, okay, if I have one of these Pokemon, maybe I can bench it for game 2 or game 3, you know, the rest of it, because it's going to be so top of mind for my opponent that they're not going to want to bring the hard counters for it.
And here we are down on the field of battle. We are in game 2 of the winners finals, and we have a great lead for Rise to Occasion. We have the fighting type Annihilate up against the ice type Abomasnow. We see Existing Monkey immediately peeling out of that matchup. Looks like Rise to Occasion going to want to get a little bit of chip damage, looking to stay in this matchup. For the Lantern, I would say probably he's going to be wanting to bring in his own Lantern into the mirror, perhaps, or just stay in.
Yeah, I think at this point it's kind of difficult for him. He wants to get as much chip damage as possible, catching a Surf, which is even better for Rise to Occasion here. But the fact that he saw both the Abomasnow and the Lantern, it makes it a little bit nerve-wracking for that Gligar in the back. Definitely wants to take out at least one of the counters and make sure that they can go back in. But you know what we see here? We also see that there is going to be a Carbink in the back. But you know what? Carbink doesn't really actually have that great of a matchup against a Gligar or Annihilate with shields.
Yeah, I am really interested seeing that Carbink. It's not up against like the Umbreon or the Dugong that it really wants to see. So I'm really curious how this is going to play out now that Rise to Occasion has knocked out the opposing Lantern. All shields are still in play. The Abomasnow isn't really in a position where it can fast move down, so it's going to have to throw some energy at some point.
I think if you're Rise to Occasion, you probably don't want to swap out of this, because at least if the Lantern goes down to this Abomasnow, you can align your Annihilate back up with it again. If he swaps out, there's always a chance that this Abomasnow will be caught on the Gligar later. Great counting by Existing Monkey right when the Nexus Surf is ready to go, throwing this Icy Wind, knocking that Lantern out, and Existing Monkey is now going to be faced back up at the beginning of the turn with Annihilate on the Abomasnow.
Yes, so, but then we're going to see a swap out. We're going to see Gligar into Carbink, and that's not really what Carbink wants to be.
Nothing that really the Carbink is going to be able to throw. Gonna throw an Icy Wind here first. He has it, so figures why not make it this counter damage to just a little bit less, and not getting a shield from Rise to Occasion here. Wants to see what that back Pokemon is. It's gonna be that Carbink. It's gonna come in with the Gligar. Like we said before, look, this is not doing that much damage, and it mainly you need to get up to the Moonblast, but the dig is also gonna be important. If Rise is counting, I think think he knows that it's not a Moonblast, but he wants to just keep that Gligar as healthy as possible for this. Gonna go ahead, use that first Protect Shield because he is at the dig and go just a little bit more in energy now before throwing the first one out.
Yes, and we see Carbink so rarely in the play Pokemon in the official championship circuit here. So we're gonna see a dig get shielded here by Carbink, and I'm noticing at how much damage these fast attacks are doing alone to the Gligar.
Yeah, it is true. It is whittling it down over time. Not using a shield on this dig that's big, as you can see, super effective damage. Carbink is very bulky, already at a Moonblast now, going for that Rock Slide bait. Does the Rise to Occasion want to use both of his shields here? You can see him shaking his head. He's not happy at this turnout. He knows there's an Abomasnow in the back, and now the Abomasnow is coming in, at least throwing this aerial ace here. This is going to be super effective should Existing Monkey choose not to shield. He doesn't want to let this go down, I don't think, so he's going to go ahead, but lucky for Rise to Occasion, going to be able to swap out, going for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball.
Yes, Shadow Ball is going to be enough to knock out the Abomasnow here, so let's go ahead and take a look. Shadow Ball going boom, Abomasnow going down, and then we have the Carbink, who is going to get to a charged attack first. It is going to be the Annihilate, but just by a very slim margin.
Yeah, Annihilate able to get this Night Slash. It's not going to be very effective at all against this Fairy-type Pokemon. However, it will be enough to knock it down when it is that low. Rise to Occasion, tying up this series, tying up this best of 5, and basically, it's like we're at zeros again, Defay.
It is. We are 1-1, so this has become a best of 3. So these trainers just need to win 2 times in order to move on and advance. They're looking for that ticket to the grand finals here in Los Angeles. They are looking for the crown. They are looking for that advantage, being able to come in from the winner's side of the bracket.
And I don't blame Existing Monkey at all for bringing a Carbink into that team, especially seeing Rise to Occasion's first lineup. That was such a huge gamble for him, for the fact that Existing Monkey didn't even bring it in. Going ahead, taking out that Icy Wind. The Shadow Ball will be enough to knock out the Abomasnow, and here comes that race you were talking about, not between our dark horses of the Umbreon, but just a race between counter and rock throw damage, being able to get to that Night Slash first to knock it out.
Yes, that was a lot closer, because we were talking about, like, where is this Carbink gonna go? It's not finding the counters it's wanted. We just saw, like, how potent that Carbink can be.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you get a little bit of an energy advantage like Existing Monkey had there, and now everything's kind of back up in the air, right? So if you're Rise to Occasion, you're thinking, man, I'm not sure if I want to bring in my Umbreon anymore. A Carbink, which is going to be a complete wall to it. In a similar way that Existing Monkey was probably thinking, I don't want to bring my Annihilate in case I face that Wigglytuff.
So what do you bring into this matchup? It is really tough. It is a lot of mind games. Existing Monkey just might be showing like, hey, I'm not afraid to bring my Carbink. You need to keep that Carbink in mind and then just keep it on the bench, like continue using it as bench pressure, as he's really been doing this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, you have to wonder, am I going to double down on it? Because sometimes when trainers lose a matchup, I think the opposing trainer thinks, oh, well, okay, obviously since I won this, the other trainer is, going to have to run something different. But, I mean, just like Shady Equation said earlier, I don't think it was the team comp problem. I think I just misplayed something or two. Maybe Existing Monkey is thinking, hey, I should have had that game if I just would have played it just a little bit differently. I want another shot. And it looks like that might actually be the case as we have the Carbink line up against the Gligar. Not the great matchup for it. Again, we'll have to see what he wants to pivot into.
Yes, actually looking to stay in again, being able to do a lot of really nice damage with its fast attacks alone. And we saw that Carbink can comfortably tank a dig even from a Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to do exactly that. No, covering it up, recognizing there's not really a shot that there would be a bait there, since the Air Lace would do absolutely nothing to the Carbink. Just continuing to charge away here, now throwing his first attack, and will Rise to Occasion want to shield and keep that Gligar healthy, or is he going to let it go? He's going to let it go through. I think that it's still going to be able to get to yet another attack if Existing Monkey wants to let that go through.
Yes, and already having used one Protect Shield, not willing to go 2 shields down in the lead. That can lead to such a drastic situation. Instead, going to be happy to win switch advantage at the cost of that first Protect Shield. Now Rise to Occasion deciding, am I going to bring in that Annihilate here, trying to get some neutral counter damage in, and here comes the land Lantern, which Rise to Occasion has Dugong in the back. Dugong doesn't want to see this Lantern matchup, so kind of having to stay in here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see that Carbink later either, but he knows that, okay, at least I have a little bit of an energy advantage on this Annihilate. I'm going to start doing a little bit back to the Lantern. Already one shield has been stripped, and now going for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball. We saw in a previous matchup, Shadow Ball does quite a bit to Lantern. Existing Monkey already used one Protect Shield, using them both up at this point, and I think that we're going to see a shield on Rise's side because he needs to get off this Shadow Ball of his own.
Yeah, so there we have the Surf. Rise to Occasion has 2 shields. You have to use them at some point. So using a shield to shield the Surf to be able to use another charged attack. There is the Shadow Ball. That Lantern is going to be washed back to sea.
Yeah, Shadow Ball will connect. We'll have to see what Existing Monkey wants to bring into this. Will he be bringing in his own Shadow Gligar to get a lot of energy, or will he be bringing back in the Carbink just to try to load up? The switch timer is up. The immediate swap out from the Dugong into the Gligar. The switch timer is up for Existing Monkey, but I think he wants to get a little bit of damage off first, or maybe waiting for a Rise to Occasion to throw an Icy Wind before swapping himself. First drill or dig going through, and it is unprotected by Rise.
Yeah, so we're going to see the full force of that dig, and now we see that swap into the Carbink. There is no Protect Shields remaining, so this is going to connect to the Carbink for some nice super effective damage, knocking the Carbink out, bringing the Gligar back in. However, Gligar has no shields remaining. Rise to Occasion able to utilize this Dugong in order to knock the Shadow Gligar out and take the lead back to kind of wrestle that momentum, taking the game 2-1.
Rise says, I see your Carbink, but you know what? I'm still going to bring in my Dugong there, and I think Existing Monkey was kind of hoping that it was scared off all of the Carbink counters, you know, like that Dugong or also the Umbreon from Existing, and then obviously his Shadow Gligar would have had so much more play.
Yes, I really was interested in that battle. One thing at moment I took note of was when Rise to Occasion stayed in with the Annihilate, because when you're up against an opponent and you notice them not switching out, that can often telegraph to you what they might have in that backline matchup.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and look at this. That first dig, able to connect, getting that Carbink really low here and knocking down that Gligar. This was that second Shadow Ball that you were talking about, DeFi. With no shields left remaining, it's going to knock out that Lantern, and it puts Rise to Occasion in a very good position here. Gligar trying to do everything it can, but this Icy Wind will definitely be enough.
Yes, and now Rise to Occasion with that Dugong has put himself in a great position. He needs one more win in order to stamp his ticket into the grand finals. But Existing Monkey needs 2 wins back-to-back to say the same. The loser of this is going to be going down to the losers finals to face a Shady Equation and that Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, these trainers very concentrated at this moment. And like we talked about before, typically these tournaments are the best of 3 runs, but since we are in the winners finals, this is going to be a best of 5. It is still anyone's game. Existing Monkey needing 2 games to win. Rise to Occasion sitting a little bit more comfortable, maybe breathing a little bit more easy now that he has that next one in. We're going to jump right into that next round here. And Carbink, here we go again, this time against the Annihilate in the lead.
Yes, Existing Monkey saying, I brought this Carbink today. I am going to use it here in the championships. And you can see Existing Monkey really going for that Moonblast, being really the only option for charge attack that it wants to use.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball will connect. It's going to do a lot of damage to that Carbink, but Carbink is so bulky that it's going to be fine. I think Existing Monkey's plan is like, okay, well, I'm going to at least get a shield off of you here, and that's exactly what he does. Rise to Occasion wants to keep that Annihilate healthy. He wants to try to get some sort of alignment. He knows that the counter damage is doing way more to the Carbink than the Carbink Sparklers are doing to the Annihilate itself. And even though Existing Monkey is clicking a lot on the Moonblast, he's not going to reach it in time.
No, it doesn't matter how fast you tap in that moment. It is just not going to power up. And now we have a really interesting situation where the 2 trainers have the exact same Pokemon in their back lines. They both have Shadow Gligar and have the Lantern. However, Rise to Occasion being able to use his Annihilate first. We're also now down to shield parity. So Rise to Occasion, his big advantage here is having that 1 extra Pokemon.
Yeah, and I really like this play by Rise Rise. It was very brave. He went for that Night Slash bait instead of actually going for the Shadow Ball. And Existing Monkey completely fell for it because he was thinking, of course, he's just going to let that Annihilate go down. He's going to save energy. Instead, coming in with a Gligar of his own, now throwing this Aerial Ace, not getting a shield this time from Existing Monkey, but he's got a decent amount of energy. Wants to try to get that Gligar off of the field.
Yes, I'm very interested. I'm trying to see the path ahead of me. I don't have the Future Sight Cresselia, but I'm trying to look and see how is this Annihilate, that deciding factor, that deciding advantage, going to play into the endgame matchup.
I mean, the fact that Rise to Occasion just has another Pokemon is going to be big. He could use it for a catch, he could use it for countering down, just extra damage in general. These Sparks are not doing too much. I think he's going to have to end up using his shield here to shield up the dig. But because he does this, I think Existing Monkey is just going to shield and completely Spark down, come out with a lot of energy to at least threaten what he's going to see in the back.
Yeah, so Existing Monkey now having this energy advantage instead of having a health advantage like Rise to Occasion's Lantern is going to be having here.
Yeah, I think when he saw that Annihilate come back in, he's like, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this energy advantage because I want to see what's coming in at this point. I need that Annihilate out of the way. Show me your third Pokemon, Rise.
And there it is, but Existing Monkey, again, having a little bit of an energy advantage, and Rise to Occasion is switch locked here. He can't use that Shadow Gligar as like a sacrificial swap, as a third shield quite yet.
It's still going to come absolutely down to the wire because he will definitely be able to reach a Thunderbolt, and there was a sliver of health that was a little bit lesser on Existing Monkey's Lantern. Rise to Occasion might be able to end up going for a Surf after this, depending on how much Spark damage goes. It's going to be such a race. Will this Thunderbolt be enough from Existing Monkey's side, or will it be Evil Reach in time? Charge attack priority going to Rise to Occasion. Surf's coming through.
Yes, Surf's coming through, and let's see the knockout coming. Lantern uses Surf, knocks out the Lantern, and Rise to Occasion punches his ticket into the grand finals here in Los Angeles.
Punches his fist into the air as well. I don't think that either trainer was aware which one was actually going to win that charge attack priority. It wasn't something that had happened in any of the previous matchups yet. I mean, that was great for Rise. That Spark damage is doing so much, and Surf's up for that Lantern there, giving Rise to Occasion that win and into the winners, the grand finals.
Yes, going towards the grand finals, I was on the edge of my seat. I was holding my breath because that charge attack priority tie ended up being so crucial to propel Rise forward there. Let's take a look at that last battle.
Yep, going for that Night Slash again, not very effective, but when it's so low that Annihilate had so much energy here, this was the play that I said. This was a really good of Rise, baiting with that Night Slash instead of going for that Shadow Ball, getting that shield, and then being able to use the Annihilate later in the game was huge. As you can see, this charge attack priority, both of them clicking it. One is kind of frowning about it, the other one is pumping his fist in the air as this Surf now lands on the Lantern.
Yes, but I think it is a bit of all smiles moving forward. These trainers, both, again, Existing Monkey, first top cut ever, and taking some games, making Rise to Occasion sweat a little bit. A trainer that we've seen time and time again stand victorious.
That's right, and he's guaranteed at least third place in this tournament overall. He will be facing off against a Shady Equation again to see who will be going up from the losers finals. Again, these are best of 5 matches.
They are. So we just saw the winners finals. Now we are going down to the losers finals. A Shady Equation has been waiting to see who his opponent is going to be, and sitting across from him now is Existing Monkey. Let's go ahead and take a look at both of their runs. You can see a Shady Equation starting out pretty early today in losers round 2, having to go through Out of Pocket, Pokemango, Frostfire, and Elite as well before arriving to this losers finals. Existing Monkey came in from the winner's side of the bracket, had a much shorter road. You can see here Existing Monkey having bested Mormon Matt, having bested Frostfire as well, and then going down 1-3 to Rise to Occasion to deliver him here to the losers finals.
You know, this tournament has had a lot of what we call those grudge matches where players have played each other multiple times in the tournament. I wouldn't count out Existing Monkey being able to beat a Shady Equation, being right back up there to play against Rise to Occasion one more time, but a Shady Equation has been playing absolutely incredible this whole tournament. He's got a team he is comfortable and secure with. Everyone knows that he is a fantastic player, so these are going to be very interesting matches to watch.
Yeah, so I don't want you trainers to go anywhere. Will Soph's pick her MVP, that Shadow Whiscash for a Shady equation. Will that rise victorious, or will existing Monkey stand on top and go into the grand finals to take on Rise to Occasion once again? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well played, man. Good game. GG's. Good game.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying-type Pokemon are immune to ground-type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Los Angeles bringing you the final North American Regional Championship of the season for Pokemon Go, and we're getting very close to crowning our regional champion. My name is Soph Toph, and I'm joined by the immensely talented Wholesome _.
That's right, Soph, and I'm so excited to be here for starting going to be these losers finals, but eventually these grand finals as well. It's just so electric here in the arena. We have some former champions with Rise to Occasion still in the running. Can't wait to see him again. But to start, we are going to be seeing a Shady Equation facing off versus Existing Monkey, and I just love the storylines leading up to this losers finals. When we take a look, especially at a Shady Equation, he seems to just have gone on another level, having first been in the losers side of the bracket. I think really it was in that maybe the Pokemango battle where he had almost lost. We had to have that dispute. Ever since then, I don't know if he's even dropped a game. It has been an insane run.
We were talking behind the scenes about how some of these losers matchups feel like they could have been grand finals, right? Everyone is playing so well. Of course, like you said, we've got Rise to Occasion, two-time former regional champion already in the top 2, headed to the grand finals, and we're about to find out who's going to join him.
Let's move over to the stage. We just mentioned a Shady Equation, but Existing Monkey with a great storyline as well. This is only his second regional. I don't think anyone was predicting Existing Monkey to be at this point here in the tournament, and he's done so well with a very signature Pokemon as well here with this Carbink. It's been very curious to see how it performs. Some good matchups, some not so good matchups, but he's been consistently playing it throughout.
I felt like it didn't really perform up to his expectations in that matchup against Rise to Occasion just now, and I'm not sure about how it's going to stack up against a Shady Equation. Has to watch out for things like that Skarmory and Whiscash core that a Shady Equation has been seen bringing it time and time again. Taking a look at these accomplishments once more, like we mentioned, Existing Monkey, this is just his second regional tournament ever. First time top cutting. Let's take one more last look at this team right here.
Yeah, that's right. The Abomasnow, again, non-shadow. It's running Icy Wind as well. It's going to be complemented by the Annihilate, the Shadow Gligar, the Carbink, the Umbreon running Psychic, and then Lantern as well. Psychic has proven so valuable in certain situations. However, it can be detrimental in certain matchups as well.
I feel like we haven't seen him bringing it as much as he did on day one. Looks very good into Shady Equation's team. Shady Equation, of course, top cut Indianapolis just a couple of weeks ago. Last season, top 3 in Portland. He's here in the top 3 once again. Let's see if he can improve on that placement.
He's going to be running the Skarmory, the Vigoroth, the Lantern, Shadow Whiscash, a Pokemon that has been so instrumental to his success, and then the Cresselia as well as the Shadow Gligar. So you've mentioned it so many times, but he seems to be leaning on this team of the Skarmory, Vigoroth, Whiscash very regularly.
That's right. Even if he doesn't bring those exact 3 to every game, I think he's going to be leaning on some of those picks. Let's see what we have here. It looks like we're already getting into this game 1. Existing Monkey leading the Annihilate into Shady Equation's Cresselia.
As a reminder, this is a best-of-5 series here in the losers finals. Existing Monkey with a quick swap here, actually now bringing in this Umbreon. It is met by a Shady Equation's Vigoroth. This is great for a Shady Equation right off the bat, able to fire off this Body Slam before the Umbreon throws one of its foul plays.
Umbreon, a very safe Pokemon in general for Existing Monkey in this matchup. This is probably its worst matchup right here, of course, taking those super effective counters. First foul play, getting fired off right here, not going to do a lot of damage. Vigoroth might even hang on with more than half of its health remaining.
Yeah, this is maybe even a situation where you'd want that Dark Pulse, because foul play, you're going to need 3 of these in order to knock out this Vigoroth. Meanwhile, Vigoroth is just chipping away time and time again with these counters. Even a little bit of an undercharge there, maybe hoping to get some additional energy from that Annihilate later on in the form of a farm down. But no, here we have a Shady Equation getting to this Body Slam. I don't think this is enough to knock out though, Soph.
Not sure either, but this Umbreon is going to have to hang on for 1 or 2 more counters if it wants to get off this second foul play. Looks like it does hang on, actually able to survive maybe 2 more counters from that range. Foul play coming through, and it looks like Existing Monkey going to be able to flip switch advantage here.
Interesting, because the Shady Equation had the Body Slam, could have thrown it, maybe wanting to deny any energy, recognizing that this Cresselia should have a lot of play regardless of where it's placed. Even though if we take a look at the Shadow Gligar, with a bit of an energy advantage, can still find some ways to get some value into that Abomasnow. But I predict a quick swap out here, maybe throwing the Air Leaf first to get one of the Protect Shields. With that energy advantage, is able to force this Protect Shield, so.
Yeah, and I think Existing Monkey, realizing this Abomasnow going to be his most valuable Pokemon for the remainder of this game right here. Shady Equation actually staying in, maybe waiting for the Abomasnow to throw some energy. Looks like a nice overfarm from Existing Monkey, though, before he throws the Icy Wind.
Yeah, I like the timing there by Existing Monkey, getting as much energy as possible before that Shadow Gligar is able to reach that aerial ace, now has the aerial ace loaded, waits one turn, and will be firing this off. This is after one debuff, probably not enough to knock out. An Existing Monkey recognizes that, lets it go, and hangs on.
And he's thinking that to win this game, he's going to have to land a couple of charge attacks, maybe with the Annihilate, but here's an Icy Wind coming through from the Cresselia. This might have the potential to make it so that Annihilate can survive one Moonblast, but he's shaking his head, not sure if he's quite going to be able to outpace these charge attacks.
Well, you get the debuff, but at what cost? This Cresselia now has such a significant energy advantage that it puts this Annihilate at a bit of a disadvantage. Now that said, this Annihilate is going to be able to reach a Shadow Ball before this Cresselia is able to reach the next Moonblast. This could be a game of baits here.
Goes directly for the Shadow Ball. That looks like a charge attack priority on the Moonblast from Shady Equation. But you have to remember, this Cresselia is one stage attack debuff, and Shady Equation actually tries to make a call, lets the Shadow Ball go.
Yeah, that's gonna spell disaster. Unfortunately for a Shady Equation, only has this Gligar remaining. These counters are adding up. You are able to get to this aerial ace, which will do a ton of damage. The question becomes, will this Abomasnow be able to hang on? I know this is gonna knock out the Annihilate. Is the Shady Equation gonna be able to take this one? Powder Snow comes through. It's not enough. The Gligar hangs on. Game number one going to a Shady Equation.
Wins by just a thread there. Existing Monkey really needed that Abomasnow to be able to get in one more Powder Snow. Maybe could have gone for the simultaneous knockout, but looks like a Shady Equation, like you said, able to take that game one by just the slimmest of margins.
So I've said this before, but a Shady Equation seems to be one step ahead of his opponents. I think he was one step ahead of me as well. I'm seeing some of these plays like not throwing the body slam on the Vigoroth, and then also not shielding what could have been a Shadow Ball there. In fact, it was a Shadow Ball. A couple decisions that you're thinking, okay, is this going to translate to a defeat? No, he knew exactly how much HP was still on that Gligar, and it was able to win that game for him.
He knew he had two answers for that Annihilate Bleed, didn't necessarily need switch advantage, and you see right here in this replay, he's giving it up, knows he has two answers, and Existing Monkey's Annihilate just had nowhere to go, really needed the Abomasnow to do all of the heavy lifting there.
Yeah, and that Gligar did so much work at the red HP, able to not only take out that Annihilate, but also survive versus this, versus that Powder Snow. So I think we're moving right into game number two. Let's see what the response is from Existing Monkey, ready to run it back.
Looks like he's got the Umbreon again, but this time it's in the lead instead of in the safe swap, matched up against a Shady Equation's one of his favorite Pokemon, that Skarmory.
Yeah, Shady Equation has had so much success with this Skarmory. We've seen chip and dip. We've seen just winning matchups as well. Versus this Umbreon, in many cases, we've seen the Brave Bird fired after one Sky Attack, which normally is enough to knock out as that second charge attack. I'm a little curious to see how this backline for Existing Monkey is going to perform, though. That Lantern as well as that Annihilate, a lot of vulnerabilities to that Cresselia on the Shady Equations team.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Existing Monkey wants to try to bait out that Cresselia, but you have to wait until the Skarmory is relatively low on energy. I don't think you want to bring the Annihilate in straight into a loaded Skarmory. Neither do you want to lock in a Lantern onto a Cresselia.
Existing Monkey doesn't know this. Oh, actually, interesting. He swaps right away, so with all that energy, but a counter swap by a Shady Equation brings in the Cresselia as a response to the Lantern swap in, and now able to get to this Grass Knot before the Lantern is able to reach the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Grass Knot going to land here, and this isn't a great matchup for the Lantern. We've seen time and time again, two Grass Knots is pretty much perfect range to take out a Lantern from full health.
Well, I like the recognition by Existing Monkey, knowing that Umbreon is likely going to have some play later on, but on the same thought, a Shady Equation recognizing, hey, I'll bring in my Cresselia so I get to avoid that Umbreon matchup and get some value here versus this Lantern.
Grass Knot coming through here. This is almost certainly going to knock out the Lantern, and it looks like Existing Monkey is happy to have baited out this Cresselia, lets it go, maybe going to come in with the Umbreon and try to finish it off once and for all.
Umbreon does have some energy, wants to get to this foul play before a Shady Equation is able to reach the Moonblast. Throws on, could have maybe been a slightly better timing there, but still, I think that one foul play is going to be very close to knocking out this Cresselia.
Yeah, looks like Cresselia is actually able to hang on. Gonna be able to reach a Moonblast, which could be huge for a Shady Equation here. Gonna actually let this go. So this Moonblast is going to connect onto this Umbreon. Existing Monkey putting it all on the Annihilate.
Yeah, Shady Equation still has so many options here. Not only does he have a great matchup here with super effective wing attacks coming from this Gligar, he still has this Skarmory with a full charge attack store as well. I don't see a lot of options for Existing Monkey. I think he agrees with me. Recognizes that this is not going to be a win for him. Takes that aerial ace, gonna let a Shady Equation just wing attack down, and has to now go back to the drawing board, down 2-0, to figure out how do I win 3 straight games.
4 shields remaining on that game right there. And you mentioned earlier, it seems like a Shady equation is just one step of his opponents, and he certainly had the team read on Existing Monkey in that matchup. He had Skarmory in the lead in order to avoid the Lantern, and in the back, he had the perfect answers for both Annihilate and Lantern in that Gligar and Cresselia.
Looking at our replay, again, we saw that switch in of the Lantern met by the Cresselia. Cresselia was able to not only knock out the Lantern, but it hangs on versus this Umbreon as well. Gets to the Moonblast, takes it out, and then it's all a Shady equation from there. The Gligar into the Annihilate. You still have the Skarmory with a Brave Bird loaded as well. Existing Monkey now 1 game away from the end of his tournament run. Gonna need to figure things out in game number 3.
Well, 2 shielding and Annihilate is certainly usually a good idea, and I think he actually had play against pretty much anything on Shady Equation's team in that scenario, but unfortunately it was Gligar, which was the only thing probably that would have been a very hard counter for that Annihilate.
I know we've talked about this Carbink, but I don't know that you can really bring the Carbink versus a Shady Equations team. What is its target going to be? Maybe that Cresselia has some play against, but still the Grass Knots are going to be super effective. Almost every Pokemon on a Shady Equations team has at least decent play versus that Carbink.
I completely agree with you. I don't think there's much play at all for the Carbink. I certainly expect Existing Monkey to stick with the Umbreon. We'll have to see what he chooses to pair with it, but it looks like we're actually jumping straight into this game 3. Finally, a good lead for Existing Monkey. He's got the Umbreon exactly where he wants it. Quick switch out by a Shady Equation.
Okay, with the energy advantage, this Gligar will be able to reach the Aerial Ace and force a Protect Shield from Existing Monkey, but you have to like this as Existing Monkey. You want to get your Abomasnow aligned versus this Gligar that takes double super effective damage from Ice-type attacks. You're not going to be able to farm all the way down. In fact, you want to get a debuff out as soon as possible, knowing that a Shady Equation is likely going to be counter-shielding, looking to try and get that next Aerial Ace off.
Actually, Protect Shield coming up from a Shady Equation, like you said, it's a little bit ahead on energy compared to this Abomasnow. Looks like a Shady Equation is over farming, maybe wants to give minimal farm to something that might come in, but Existing Monkey is putting up his second Protect Shield here, probably going to go for the full farm down.
What's important for Existing Monkey is to make sure this Umbreon stays on that Cresselia, and more importantly, he doesn't know this yet, but there's a Lantern that might get aligned versus that Skarmory as well. I think for a Shady Equation, if he's going to try and close out this series, it's going to need to be on the back of this Cresselia. Let's see if he ends up prioritizing and bringing it in. No, actually brings in the Skarmory. This is great information for Existing Monkey. He now knows the full team for a Shady Equation.
He is down his shield, but it looks like alignment was the more important advantage to have in this game. Looks like he might even be able to reach another Icy Wind right here, throwing it at the last possible second to minimize the Steel Wing farm down by a Shady Equation, so nice precise play there as well.
Well, for a Shady Equation, the Skarmory wasn't going to have any play whatsoever, so I like the sacrifice of the Skarmory, knowing that now this Lantern's going to get matched with it. Immediately brings in the Cresselia. Up a Protect Shield, though, you do have access to Moonblast. Probably not going to be able to fire it off before we see the foul play, but no, actually just before is able to reach this Moonblast. You need to knock out this Umbreon and still have enough HP and energy to take out the Lantern as well.
And look at that, that Moonblast does less than 50% of the damage, and I think a Shady Equation probably needed that 10% chance at the attack drop there. Didn't get it. Here comes the foul play from Existing Monkey's Umbreon as well. Gonna put this Cresselia very close to half health.
You're able to tank 2 of these though, but keep in mind, you have to be thinking to yourself as a Shady Equation, what is the hardest hitting charge attack I'm going to run into? It is absolutely going to be this foul play from the Umbreon, hitting for super effective damage. Nice Protect Shield there, but look at the HP already on this Cresselia. Let's not forget about this Lantern still hanging out in the back for Existing Monkey.
Absolutely. I think even if this next foul play from the Umbreon doesn't quite take out the Cresselia, the Lantern can absolutely clean up this game for him in order to keep him alive in this tournament. Foul play coming through right here. Again, probably not going to be able to take out this Cresselia, but certainly do enough to close things out.
This Cresselia has to find a way to get to 2 Grass Knots for that Lantern, and while it has some energy right now, you're taking super effective Snarls, and you're so close to getting to this next foul play. Have to throw the energy, and I don't even know that you're going to make it to another Grass Knot. I think you're just going to get sparked down. Lantern doesn't really have any threats whatsoever now, just a low HP Cresselia, and then that Skarmory as well. This is a great response by Existing Monkey, good recognition, and great team that he brought here in game 3.
Had the alignment that he needed, did have to go down a shield to maintain it, but recognize sometimes switch advantage is more important than shield advantage or energy advantage as well. And able to take this game 3, he's still down 1-2, still needs to do that reverse sweep, 2 more games to win, but he's staying alive here.
That's right. Step number 1 is recover, win game number 3, and then figure it out in game number 4. Try and tie up the series, and then try and see if you can punch your ticket to the grand finals in game number 5. I really like bringing that Umbreon there, and thankfully for Existing Monkey, he had the Cresselia that he was able to meet it with. I think that middle matchup was key though. Like you said, willing to invest both Protect Shields, knowing that you can fast attack through that matchup and maintain alignment, which set up that Lantern to be aligned versus the Skarmory and keep your Umbreon aligned versus that Cresselia.
Exactly. Umbreon is really safe for Existing Monkey, but if it can get into an advantageous matchup, not just a neutral one, it has a lot of play. Here's that switch-in matchup we were just talking about. Looks like the Abomasnow coming out of that had a lot of health and energy, able to land 2 Icy Winds on that Skarmory.
And a couple subtle plays as well. You called this out, Soph, but waiting till the very final moment to throw that Icy Wind, ensuring that you have as little energy as possible. We're seeing great plays from both of these trainers in this losers finals. A Shady Equation, though, just 1 game away from punching his ticket to the grand finals here on the loser side of the bracket. I would not be surprised to yet again see that Skarmory maybe bringing the Vigoroth, though. That could be interesting, knowing it has a decent amount of neutral matchups, but specifically it has performed so well into that Umbreon, which Existing Monkey perhaps thinks is a key to face off versus that Cresselia.
I definitely expect a Shady Equation to bring the Vigoroth back. He dropped it in that game, and Existing Monkey actually maybe read that in advance. You remember he was actually ABA weak to the Vigoroth.
Right.
Umbreon lead, Abomasnow in the back, and luckily for him, you know, had the right read that a Shady Equation wasn't going to bring it.
Okay, well, they're still getting locked in here. I do expect to see a response from Shady Equation. I don't think he's just going to run it back, hoping for the best. I think that he recognizes that perhaps a team of 3 needs to be tweaked just a little bit. Here we go. We're moving into game number 4. This is winner go home for Existing Monkey. A Shady Equation 1 game away from the grand finals.
And it looks like a Shady Equation is adjusting to that Vigoroth. Existing Monkey may be relieved that he didn't lead Umbreon for the 3rd time in a row here.
Yeah, this Cresselia, though, on the side of a Shady Equation does look quite strong, especially if you're able to get shields down. Could have a devastating impact in the back. For now, we are having this Lantern versus Vigoroth matchup. A Shady Equation's Vigoroth landing the body slam early versus this Lantern. Lantern now has a Surf ready to go.
Yeah, Surf fired off here. This is a little bit of an advantageous matchup for Lantern. It's just a little bit bulkier, able to hang on, whereas Vigoroth, once it even reaches 2 body slams, I don't think it's quite enough to take out a Lantern from full health.
Yeah, at this point, you really have to try and go for maybe the 1 shield matchup if you're going to win this as Vigoroth. Here in the 0 shield, the Lantern certainly has the advantage. Body slam doesn't knock out, that Rock Slide doesn't knock out either, and you can just simply go for double Surf. I think that a Shady Equation can dictate the pacing here. If he wants to protect shield here, I think there's even an opportunity where he can simply just counter down before this Lantern is able to reach the next Surf. That's exactly what he does. He has now invested 1 Protect Shield, but he has energy going into this next matchup. Oh, a quick swap now, actually. So we have a shield advantage for Existing Monkey. Now, with this Cresselia swapping in, may be able to try and land a Shadow Ball.
And a Shady Equation is actually baiting with the Grass Knot here, wants to fire it off before he has to use a Protect Shield. Looks like Existing Monkey does fall for the bait here. It's just a Grass Knot. He is at the Shadow Ball. Oh, and he's throwing a bait of his own with a Night Slash.
Okay, trying to strip away this final Protect Shield. This would be a huge call by a Shady Equation. He shields it, lets the Night Slash go. That is going to be huge. And actually a swap now by Existing Monkey, bringing in his Gligar.
And he doesn't know it yet, but that might have been a huge mistake. That Annihilate has no play into that Gligar. I mean, it's going to need a lot of energy if it wants to land a Shadow Ball down the line, but now this Gligar is so chipped. Maybe you can get off a dig and start threatening this Cresselia, though.
Yeah, but I think Existing Monkey really just needed to go straight Shadow Ball there. I think opened up some win conditions for a Shady Equation. Here comes the dig. I don't think it's quite enough to knock out. This Cresselia has quite a bit of energy, hangs on, has the Grass Knot ready to go. I don't think this quite KOs, but it does take away most of the HP from the Shadow Gligar on the side of Existing Monkey.
It would actually be better for Existing Monkey if it didn't KO. He probably wants some farm potential with his own Annihilate, but now look at this. He's almost about to get farm bound by the Vigoroth, but a Shady Equation last second chooses to throw this first body slam.
He wants to get rid of this Gligar. He doesn't want to get farmed down and give it energy, but at the same time doesn't want to get farmed down by the Annihilate. Only gives it 1 counter. There's not a Shadow Ball stored at this point. Just, I believe, 6 counters just above this Night Slash. You need to not only get through this Cresselia still, but still need to also get through a full HP Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, has a huge energy lead here. Going for the boost, this is probably the only win condition. Get this Night Slash shielded and then get a boosted Shadow Ball.
He calls it again!
Oh, well, of course, but a Shady Equation knows from full health, you easily live a Shadow Ball that is not boosted, and I think at this point, the Shady Equation has this game in the bag.
What a call. Not once, but twice here by a Shady Equation. Either of these could have been Shadow Balls. Now shielding a Night Slash. You cannot hang on versus the Shadow Ball there. Oh, but we do have a boost. Will you be able to get to the Night Slash here? Yes, I think you will, but keep in mind, this Cresselia is still around. I'm curious to see, can you counter down before this Cresselia is able to farm down. No, it doesn't knock out. Oh, and a simultaneous knockout with Cresselia still around, though. That means that a Shady Equation will win game number 4. He punches his ticket into the grand finals.
And calm, cool, and collected. Even with the boost, he knew that his Gligar could hang on. He had the double aerial ace, knew he didn't even need to throw it. And, you know, just like you said, ever since that series versus the Pokemango, it feels like a Shady Equation has been absolutely locked in this tournament.
He's figured out the equation here for these battles. There's no doubt in my mind. I've been so impressed. It just seems like he's shifted into the next gear. He wants to win this tournament. Any opponent in his way. We are just seeing collateral damage at this point. I'm so impressed here by a Shady Equation.
Absolutely. He's now in the top 2 of this tournament. Remember, he's never been to a grand finals before. His highest placement ever was Portland in 2023, where he finished top 3. And now he's got to go up against one of the titans on the circuit, a repeat regional champion who is no stranger to the grand finals, and that's going to be Rise to Occasion.
I can't wait for this matchup. In the meantime, though, let's take a quick look back at game number 4. We saw a very close game, but keep in mind, it was a battle of baits in many cases because a Shady Equation made some insane calls late in this matchup. It's all on this Annihilate, and a Shady Equation not once but twice is having to make calls. Do I shield these Night Slashes? This was a huge moment, though, Soph.
Yeah, this is a boosted Night Slash coming through, double boosted actually, but the Gligar, look at all that energy, almost at 100 energy. Shady Equation, though, I think he knows his matchups. He knows exactly how much damage even a boosted Night Slash is going to do to the Gligar, and he knows that he lives that.
What I am so impressed by Shady Equation is he's had so much success with that Shadow Whiscash throughout this tournament, especially here in day 2. I don't think we saw it in any of the games there. Despite having great play versus certain Pokemon, you can just see that not only is he so adept at that Shadow Whiscash, but his entire team so skillful, able to pilot all of those Pokemon so adeptly. And if I'm Rise, I'm feeling a little worried with how much success I've seen here in this loser side of the bracket by a Shady Equation.
Well, a Shady Equation did start the day on the winner's side of the bracket. I think he actually fell pretty early on in the day to Elite, but since then, like you said, has really just been powering through. He is going to need to win 2 best-of-5 series in a row against Rise, though, to take the title.
We've seen it happen before in California. Let's not forget a 3-0, 3-0 that we've seen by Elite previously. Let's look at this bracket, though, on the loser side. What a journey that we've seen here from all these trainers. Existing Monkey, what a run. Let's not forget to congratulate Existing Monkey. Going from really not super successful tournament in his eyes to all the way in top 3. That deserves some claps in the chat without a doubt. But a Shady Equation, an absolute gauntlet here through the loser side of the bracket, starting in round 2, beating Out of Pocket, the Pokemango, Frostfire, Elite, Existing Monkey. So impressive, Soph.
Those are some big names you mentioned there. A couple of regional champions as well as some frequent top cutters as well. Let's take a look at that winner's side of the bracket. We saw Existing Monkey winning his first 2 matchups to make it to those winners finals against Rise to Equation. Of course, dropped that series and then, of course, dropped to a Shady Equation just now. But we're almost in the grand finals right now. We just have one more match to go to crown our regional champion.
As we're getting ready for those grand finals, I want to take a quick look back actually at our caster MVPs. We can highlight some of the Pokemon tied to certain trainers and how they've been able to leverage them. Haydonus, we did see a lot of play with that Talonflame early on. Unfortunately, his tournament run ended. I think he tied for 5th. Elite, though, had lots of success in day 1 with the Azumarill. I didn't see it quite so much here in day 2.
That's right, and then bottom half of this graphic is actually the 2 trainers we have left. We've got Rise to Occasion. Remember, he's running that double dark moveset on Umbreon. He said he has some secret strategies, some matchups in particular that he thinks Dark Pulse is critical on. And then, of course, a Shady Equation who will be joining him in the grand finals. We've seen him use the Whiscash, but not just that. Like you said, so skilled with his entire team of 6.
I think that's the case for Rise as well. Both of these trainers, while that may have been their signature Pokemon at certain stages of this tournament, they're showing that they can use any Pokemon, any tool in their tool belt. They're very adept at using. So I've been impressed not only by a Shady Equation, but also by Rise. Realistically, he has just seemed cool, calm, collected, unstoppable in many situations, powering through the winner's side of the bracket. It's not his first rodeo. Let's not forget, he has won tournaments in every season except this current season, and that's the goal. And it is the final tournament. He's hungry for this win, Soph.
You know, he told me a few weekends ago there was a practice kind of online tournament, and he did pretty well, got pretty far, but he was saying, you know, I can't be making mistakes like that. if I'm going to be one of the best, I just can't be making mistakes like that. And we've seen him today. He just looks so cool, calm, and collected. Maybe just a few mistakes here and there, but very, very small ones at that.
What's interesting to me is a little bit of a dynamic difference between Rise and a Shady Equation. Rise is known for attending basically any tournament that he can possibly attend. He's been to so many regional tournaments, and one of the trainers that we see at locals, he will drive in some cases hundreds of miles to attend local tournaments because he is trying to get involved in every single battle that he can, get all of that practice. Up in, I believe, that North Texas with Dunebug and with a lot of other very talented trainers, there's a great battling community there. On the other hand, a Shady Equation, not necessarily known for being a frequenter of all these tournaments. The tournaments that he has been to, though, normally has a lot of success, and we're seeing that again today.
I think Rise might have more tournaments than Existing Monkey and a Shady Equation combined, but let's talk to our two grand finalists, the stars of this tournament. I think we have Amanda in the lounge with both Rise to Occasion and Shady Equation. Take it away.
Thank you, Soph. Yes, I am here with the people who will be in the grand finals. I'm with Rise to Occasion and Shady Equation here, going off a back-to-back win. Let's actually start with you, Shady. Did you think that you would make it this far in the tournament? You came in from the winner's side of the bracket, but early on in the day, you did accept your first loss.
Yeah, for sure. No, I did not think I would nearly make it this far. You know, after losing to Elite, it was a pretty tough loss because I really felt that I had a pretty good shot against some team comp-wise, but, you know, he really outplayed me at the start, so I was a little bit off-put, I think, but, you know, after sort of getting to play a couple matches, you know, I thought I played a pretty good set against, like, Pocket, and that sort of helped me gain my confidence back, and, you know, ever since it's sort of just been, like, you know, rolling with the punches and seeing how things go.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Rise, you are on the winner's side of the bracket. You haven't played as many matchups this day. They've been coming incredibly close, but you've managed to squeak out these wins. How are you feeling about your confidence level in this? You've won a regional championship before. This is the last chance of this season. Can you do it again?
I will try my best. Shady's an incredibly tough opponent, so it's going to be difficult. But I try to fake it till I make it. So yes, I am confident.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but actually, so we did this whole caster's pick of, you know, different players and also their most valuable Pokemon, and you two were actually on the selections here. Shady had the Shadow Whiscash selected, and I picked the Umbreon with the double dark attack. I'm going to ask you first, Rise. Do you think that this Pokemon has much play into Shady's team?
Yeah, he's got a Vigoroth, which is a great check to it, so it looks okay against his team. It's got some neutral play, so we will see. And
how about you, Shady? Do you think that Whiscash is coming in?
So I'll be honest, I don't actually remember Rise's team that well, but what I will say is that in general, I think, from what I remember, I think Whiscash is a pretty solid Pokemon into Rise as well. I think, you know, maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think he has a water resist on his team, which means that if so, then, you know, Whiscash can really put in a lot of work if needed.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of your Pokemon, even though we're calling these your MVP Pokemon, you guys have been really utilizing, obviously, your whole team to a large extent. I know, Shady, that you don't go to quite as many tournaments. We did talk about your Indianapolis team, because that's the same team that you're running here. Can you walk us through, like, what made you think that this team composition would be a good team composition? And, yeah, obviously, it's pretty successful so far.
Yeah, for sure. I actually came up with this team maybe about, I'd say, a month before Indy, actually. I scrimmed a lot with it, you know, shout out Inadequates like I always do, but I sort of got a really good hang of it, I felt, through my practice. And, you know, Indy, I finished, I think, 9th overall, which, you know, I was very happy with. I thought a lot of the things were outside of my control that sort of affected the games I lost, so I was really willing to sort of run it back and just sort of see, you know, how it would do, given, you know, a few extra shots, and it's definitely paid off for sure.
And how about you, Rise? Is this team a certain specific team that you've built specifically for Los Angeles, or is this something that you've been kind of, you know, had in your back pocket for a while?
I've been trying out a few different teams lately and settled on this one. I wasn't sure if it was bad with Wigglytuff and the unique Umbreon moveset, but it's working well so far. And also shout out to Inadequates. My mom actually texted me during Inadequates' watch party. He was hoping I would shout out his practice tourneys that I was doing this week, and I didn't. So shout out to Martine.
I thought you were going to say shout out to Martine's mom, and I was like, okay, we can also do that as well. She's a great lady. I won't take up too much more of your guys' time. Congratulations for getting so far in the tournament. You guys are going to be, like, very soon deciding who will be the last North American regional champion of this season. Do you have any last words? Let's start with you, Rise.
It's been a great time here, seeing a lot of people on the West Coast. SoCal has a really great community here, and it's my first tournament on the West Coast since Vancouver in that very first season. So I'm looking forward to it, and it should be a great finals.
How about you, Shady?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've been looking up to Rise for a while now. You know, I've been in his streams a lot. I love to watch him. He definitely learned a lot from him. So it'll be exciting. David versus Goliath. See how it goes for sure.
Yeah. That's what they all say.
Well, I think we're all excited to see these matchups. So we'll go ahead. We'll kick it back over to the casters. We'll let you guys get ready for the grand finals with these two Titans.
All right, thank you, Amanda. We are so excited for these grand finals to get underway. David versus Goliath, according to Shady. That's very interesting. You know, I had heard out in the crowd that Rise may have almost didn't show up to this tournament, and he's here in the grand finals. But realistically, anytime Rise attends a tournament, there's a chance he's going to make those grand finals. So if any just initial thoughts that you have going into this grand finals here?
I think for anyone who's been around in the community for a long time, if you've been playing Go Battle League, hanging out in Twitch streams, you know these two trainers. They have been around pretty much since the beginning. Both of them have been top of the Go Battle League leaderboards. Both of them have competed at numerous regionals. So, I mean, I think Shady is selling himself a little bit short. Maybe doesn't have the play Pokemon resume that Rise has, but certainly has the skill to challenge.
One thing that stands out to me about Rise is that he's so willing to try and experiment with certain teams. He's not that person who's just adapting and grabbing someone's team and saying, I'm going to copy paste and try and force my way through this meta. He's trying to be one step ahead. I believe it was Knoxville last year where he was one of those pioneers, I think with Shadow Alolan Ninetales at the time, which I feel like became one of the most standout meta changes throughout that entire season. I don't know if Wigglytuff is going to be that Pokemon here, but it has certainly won him some battles here, not only in this tournament, but in day 2 specifically.
Absolutely. I mean, I definitely remember, I think there was a game day 1, maybe against Signal, where he just invested a shield in the Wigglytuff, forced switch advantage, and there is absolutely nothing the opponent could do. So I think Rise also is really good at recognizing when he needs switch advantage and when he doesn't. Maybe he can go for a shield or energy advantage as well. That's a compliment that I've seen given to Rise, so I definitely think it's true.
Certainly, and not only in the switch spot, but sometimes, hey, I'm going to save that Wigglytuff in the back, keep 2 shields. 2 shields Charmer, that's the Go Battle League strategy that we see very regularly. So I'm curious to see how that Wigglytuff will perform. We haven't seen it every game or even every series, but when we see it, it's normally very impactful. And we've talked about the absence of poison type Pokemon. The only one that we really saw featured here in this tournament was the Clodsire from Dr. Roastbeef. Now it's the grand finals. There's no poison Pokemon. It's going to have to watch out for that Skarmory though, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the main answer on a Shady Equations team. I don't believe he has another Charm Resist, but I think everything on his team, especially the Pokemon he's been relying on, like Vigoroth and Whiscash, those have a lot of great neutral play into Wigglytuff, can definitely outspam there. So I think even if without a Charm Resist, I think Shady will have a lot of play if Rise chooses to bring the Wigglytuff.
All right, well, players are getting ready on stage. Let's move over, and for the final time this North American regional season, we're going to introduce 2 battlers here. We've got Rise to Occasion on the winner side of the bracket and a Shady Equation here on the loser side. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 series, and a Shady Equation coming in from the loser side not only will need to win 1 series, but after a bracket reset, win a 2nd as well.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a disadvantageous position for Shady Equation there in terms of the overall tournament, but we've seen him come back from difficult situations, and this one is going to be maybe no different for him.
If I'm putting one matchup out there between 2 Pokemon that I think will be the spotlight, I'm expecting the Shadow Gligar from a Shady Equation and the Wigglytuff from Rise to Occasion. I'm curious to see how that matchup may play out, but let's take a look at these teams. We have Rise, who has so many times relied on this key Pokemon Lantern, also complemented by the Dugong, Umbreon, all dark moveset, Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, and the Charmer, Wigglytuff.
We heard them talking in the interview about how these Pokemon are going to play out in this matchup. I think Shady mentioned that his Shadow Whiscash might look pretty safe into Rise's team. Yes, there is the water resist on the Dugong, but you're still able to spam out those neutral Mud Bombs. Let's take one final look at Shady Equation's team as well. He's got that Skarmory. That's going to be the main answer to Wigglytuff. Of course, the Vigoroth, Lantern, and Whiscash that he's been relying on as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. There are some overlapping Pokemon here, right? They both have the Shadow Gligar. They both have the Lantern. Lantern. I think one key difference is going to be the counter users, however. Vigoroth versus Lantern, or sorry, Vigoroth versus Annihilate. A Shady Equation has used so much Vigoroth throughout this day 2. I don't know if it's going to be quite as impactful into Ryze's team unless it's able to get lined up maybe versus that Dugong or versus that Umbreon. Let's find out here. These trains are still getting locked in.
We've seen this dynamic before where you have a Pokemon that looks really safe into 5, like Shady Equation's Vigoroth, but you have to watch out for that super hard counter in the Annihilate. Same story for a Shady Equation's Gligar, by the way. It's really safe into Ryze's entire team, except for that Dugong.
Okay, one key Pokemon as well that a Shady Equation has been unleashing into several matchups is the Cresselia. It'll have some nice play into that Annihilate. Does quite well versus the Charmer, Wigglytuff. But so we're ready to go. We're locked in. This is the grand finals. Let's get some hype in the Twitch chat. Let's get some hype in the crowd. It all comes down to this: Ryze versus Shady.
And Ryze has that Shadow Gligar in the lead, and Shady has that Cresselia. Such a neutral matchup, but we've seen this play out a lot of times. Both trainers are going to need 2 charge attack to finish this matchup.
All right, in comes the dig. No shield, it looks like, on the first one, letting this full dig go through. Does quite a big chunk of damage, but this Cresselia is able to hang on versus both. Does not want to bait here. Does Shady go straight for this Moonblast? A small chance for a debuff. Ryze opting to no shield.
And as Shady Equation, you have to imagine that Ryze is bringing that Umbreon that he's been relying on so much during this tournament. He's probably happy that the Cresselia is getting to avoid it. Both trainers are actually over farming here. A Shady Equation going for the grass knot, getting as many Psycho Cuts in as he can. Looks like Ryze to Occasion is going to try to build up some more energy before trying to take out this Cresselia.
All right, I think there's a lot of opportunity for over farm. Don't want to go over 100 energy. Want to throw before there could be a charge attack priority on the next turn. Here comes the dig. Aerial Ace probably not enough to knock out, and this is going to go unshielded by a Shady Equation. Down goes the Cresselia. Maybe okay with the shield advantage here, but bringing in the Lantern now is a Shady Equation that needs to watch out for these digs.
Yeah, again, doesn't have enough fast attack pressure on his team to really be able to farm down this Gligar, but a Ryze to Occasion, gets the successful aerial escape on a Shady Equation, might be able to reach a dig now as a result.
I would have liked to have seen maybe a Shady Equation go straight for that Surf before you reach that second dig, but perhaps just the double shield Lantern strategy maybe sparked this Gligar all the way down. But no, a quick swap from Ryze, bringing in the Umbreon. There is no Skarmory that's going to be immediate. There is no Cresselia. I think that you just stay in this matchup as a Shady Equation.
Yeah, you don't have a great answer. Umbreon is incredibly neutral into both of these back 2 Pokemon. And actually, you see that Lantern in the back by Ryze to Occasion, so this is a little bit of a risky play if that Lantern ends up getting locked onto the Whiscash, which it's looking like because the Shady Equation is just staying in. That could spell bad news.
The tenacity of a Shady Equation, recognizing just how valuable this Whiscash can be. Didn't bring it at all in the previous series, now has it ready to go in the back here versus Ryze. Now here we see Ryze throwing not the foul play, but the Dark Pulse. This is going to be favored here into this Lantern, but you really need to get a lot of damage into this Lantern, somehow find a way to neutralize it. Let's not forget that he still has that Gligar hanging out in the back, though, with just a sliver of HP.
Looks like a Shady Equation is very happy to see that the Umbreon has dumped all of its energy onto the Lantern. Gonna start farming up energy with the Whiscash. Dark Pulse coming through from Ryze to Occasion. It's gonna go unshielded as Shady Equation has no Protect Shields left, so we're gonna have to see how he chooses to deal with the rest of this Umbreon.
All right, here comes the Dark Pulse. Does a nice chunk. Switch clocks are up now for Ryze to Occasion. You need a charge attack to knock out. Actually, I think waited a turn there, maybe tried to catch a charge attack. At this point, though, you're capped on energy as a Shady Equation. You're not going to farm down. You're forced to throw energy. So I like this strategy from Ryze, just providing an energy dump, and it does knock out the Gligar. This brings now in the Lantern with a shield advantage, but this Whiscash still has a ton of energy.
Yeah, 1 Mud Bomb definitely not going to be enough to take out. You need to reach 3 here, 1 to take the Protect Shield, 2 to knock out, and it's going to come down to this. If the Lantern's Surf knocks out the Whiscash, that's going to be terrible for a Shady Equation, but I think it might just be at enough health to survive 1 Surf.
Keep an eye on the switch clock, so a Shady Equation almost has that switch clock ready to go. Ryze actually able to get the Surf off just before switch clock was available. This Surf is going to be hitting for neutral. This is Shadow Whiscash. It takes 20% more damage. Will it knock out? No, it hangs on with just a sliver of HP. This Lantern has energy. Can it get to this Thunderbolt to knock out its own Lantern? Here it comes. I think this is going to be enough, so
it is enough, but remember, Ryze still has that little bit of an Umbreon in the back. If it can get a Snarl down here and hit that Whiscash in the back, I think this might be a good game in favor of Ryze.
Okay, but actually throws the foul play, does not go for the Snarl down. Didn't want to risk getting sparked down. This Umbreon is now energy dry. It's going to be met by the Whiscash. Still for Shady Equation. It's a battle of fast attacks. 1 Snarl is all you need, and game game number 1 on the back of Umbreon going to rise to occasion.
Such a close game there. Shady Equation was just one mud shot away from reaching that final charge attack, which would have taken out the Umbreon. I think the Whiscash just needed a couple more HP to be able to close that game out.
No Vigoroth there in game number 1 for a Shady Equation, which I think is such a good answer to that Umbreon. You obviously don't want to take several of those Dark Pulses, but it's going to be probably one of your best answers. Let's look back at game number 1. After the Cresselia went down, well, actually remember, Rise invested that Protect Shield very early on, and he goes for that bait, able to strip away both Protect Shields with that Gligar, which then a Shady Equation had to play 2/3 of that game with no Protect Shields.
Yeah, absolutely huge baits there, getting both Protect Shields. And Shady Equation was playing it well, you know, stayed in with the Lantern versus the Umbreon, had the Whiscash for the Lantern in the back, but, you know, just again, not enough health, got chipped down too much by the Umbreon.
All right, and as you can see, that Snarl was all you needed there. Rise to occasion. Maybe he could have even snarled down the previous Pokemon and unleashed the foul play into that Whiscash, but he knew exactly the energy counts. He knew exactly the HP. He was one step ahead, and he is now 2 games away from being your 2024 Los Angeles Regional Champion. A Shady Equation going to have to find a way to respond.
Yeah, he is on the back foot a little bit here, not only in this series, of course, because he's down 0-1, but also in the overall tournament. Remember, he's on the loser side of the bracket, so he needs to win 3 games here before Rise can win 2, and then, of course, win another best-of-5 series.
I like that Shadow Whiscash. I think that had quite a bit of play. It got lined up versus the Lantern, but it was low enough that all you had to do was get a Surf off and then just a little bit of fast attack pressure from that Umbreon. So great adaptation by Rise, despite not having the switch advantage, having his Lantern, which he just seems to run every game. So I feel that he, of all the trainers, just says, Lantern, every game, let's go.
Well, it's pretty safe into a Shady Equations team. If you can avoid the Whiscash, which we still saw it able to take out there, avoid the Whiscash and avoid the Cresselia, you have a lot of play.
Okay, we're moving into game number 2. Rise 2 wins away from winning yet another regional championship. We're going to see the Umbreon again, this time lined up versus the Shadow Gligar on the side of a Shady Equation.
Pretty neutral matchup here. We're going to see both trainers just farming up a little bit of energy over the charge attack here. Shady Equation going for this very first dig is a little bit more efficient than Aerial Ace.
I think for Rise, the X factor is going to be his own Shadow Gligar. Might have some great play into not only that Vigoroth, but maybe the Lantern as well. Actually, a swap now by a Shady Equation, swapping in his Lantern to catch this charge attack from the Umbreon. This is going to be the foul play, so nice call there, and not really taking too much damage. This is actually going to bring out Rise's own Lantern now.
Yeah, and a Shady Equation is just a little bit ahead on energy here, able to reach this first Thunderbolt, but you have to think, as Rise, maybe your foul play actually put enough chip damage onto this Lantern to help you spark down after a Thunderbolt.
Well, keep in mind, it takes so long to get to those Thunderbolts, so you can overfarm so significantly, and as you're overfarming, you're able to get a lot of chip damage in the form of those neutral sparks. So here comes the Thunderbolt. This is going to be very close to knocking out a Shady Equation's Lantern. Shady Equation wants to get some more value out of his own Lantern, uses the Protect Shield.
Must be very happy to not see another bait here. Throws the Thunderbolt just before Rise is able to reach his own Thunderbolt. We'll have to see if Rise decides to put up a Protect Shield. He does have a lot of energy on this Lantern.
I think that a Shady Equation wants to get his Vigoroth realigned versus that Umbreon, maybe even willing to put a second Protect Shield here. Keep in mind, though, this could be a serve. He's maybe thinking, is he going to bait? This Thunderbolt absolutely will knock out, and a Shady Equation opts to let it go. This is going to allow Rise to maintain switch advantage with an even shielding scenario. Switch clocks are back up, though. Maybe he tries to pivot out to avoid a farm down from this Vigoroth.
Well, he's very close to another charge attack here, so able to reach the Surf, just going to fire it off, still has a little bit of health and a little bit more farm for a Shady Equation. So we'll have to see what Rise decides to do. Maybe he switches out, like you said, to avoid a farm down, and yes, there it is, brings in the Gligar to now absorb this energy.
But that chip damage is so valuable because now you just need one Aerial Ace to knock out this Vigoroth after the wing attacks, maybe a couple more wing attacks beyond that as well, but it makes this job so much easier. However, a Shady Equation does swap in his own Gligar. I think they are very close to being on even energy now. A Shady Equation still has one Protect Shield. Does he want to use it on this Aerial Ace from Rise? Yes, he uses his final Protect Shield.
He has seen all 3 Pokemon at this point, thinks that Aerial Ace is going to do the most damage. Almost at 2 Aerial Aces there, but not quite. Rise to occasion, got his wing attack through. He's going to shield this up and try to get that energy off.
Will this be a charge attack priority? Are they both one away? No, like you said, Rise has the attack ready to go. It's not going to be enough to knock out. How much can a Shady Equation overfarm? He wants to go into this next matchup with energy, but this Aerial Ace is going to leave him dangerously low. How much can he afford to overfarm? I think he might be 1 or 2 away from that next Aerial Ace.
Yeah, but if the Lantern comes in, you probably want to get... Well, actually, no, the Lantern is very low, right? The Snarls from the Umbreon actually aren't going to apply a lot of fast attack pressure, so maybe he can go for all the way for the dig. Yes, there it is. Oh, but the catch on Lantern!
What a devastating catch. That wasn't just the aerial ace, it was the full dig. Going to be absolutely absorbed here with a third shield in the form of this Lantern. Now Umbreon has a lot of energy and needs to get through this Vigoroth. Shields are down. You've got 2 foul plays. 1 Dark Pulse, probably not enough. You need to land not 1, but 2. And I think Rise has both of them loaded.
A Shady Equation did get the body slam there, but it's not going to be enough. He needs a couple more counters, not able to get them, and Rise is going to throw off the second foul play. Huge catch there to deny a Shady Equation's energy.
Tournament-winning plays potentially there with that catch on the dig. So impressive. Now you just need 1 Snarl to take out the Gligar. Game number 2 going to Rise. He is 1 game away from a regional championship here in our 3rd season of the Play Pokemon Championship Series. What an impressive start to the series so far by Rise.
And Rise, like we said, no stranger to the main stage. He's probably really getting excited now and trying to keep calm. Like you said, just 1 win away. He can even drop a couple more games and still be in the driver's seat in this grand finals.
Keep in mind what a Shady Equation needs to do here. He needs to win 3 straight games, force the bracket reset, and then win another 3 games. That's 5 wins. Meanwhile, Rise simply just has to win once. That is so challenging for a Shady Equation. Looking at these replays, though, it was the Umbreon show, getting lots of damage into all the Pokemon. Don't forget, though, we did see this great catch. 1 Snarl, 2 Snarls. We see the catch here. Yes, the dig absorbed fully by that 1 HP Lantern.
And really great recognition by Rise there. That Gligar was at such low health, it really had to throw its energy. Otherwise, Shady Equation probably would have needed to, anticipate the catch. But that is so difficult in these different settings, especially in such a high-pressure one as the Grand Finals.
So if you're in the headset of a Shady Equation, what are you telling him to do right now? What is that maybe one difference maker that he can adapt to try and turn the tide here against Rise?
You need to get Vigoroth on the Umbreon. You need to forget that you're down 0-2 and just play normally.
That's right. Just treat it like it's 0-0, right? You can't feel that pressure, that almost doom that some trainers just have weighing on them. This is where resilience and tenacity comes into play. A Shady Equation, I think he's ready to get locked in here. Rise, meanwhile, trying to determine what is going to be that winning play here. We haven't seen the Wigglytuff. I don't think we've seen the Dugong either. I think it's just been that Lantern Umbreon Gligar that we have seen so regularly throughout this tournament.
Well, a Shady Equation hasn't been bringing the Skarmory. Even though we've seen him bring it in past matchups, he really might need to actually bring it to get it aligned on the Gligar here. Still expects Rise to be relying on the Umbreon, though.
All right, we're moving into game number 3. This could be it. Let's see here. Game number 3, Rise versus a Shady Equation. We're going to see the Annihilate for the first time. It'll get matched up here versus the Shadow Whiscash.
Nice matchup for the Annihilate. You have a lot of fast attack pressure here, especially against the Shadow variant of this Whiscash. Expect to see Shady throw this Scald very soon, going for a debuff. Rise actually goes straight for the Night Slash, doesn't even build up to the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, maybe trying to throw on charge attack priority there, wanting to get some damage off before a potential debuff. It takes this Whiscash down below 50% HP, but this is going to be a lot of damage coming in the form of the Scald. Rise uses the Protect Shield.
That counter comes through there, and the Scald is going to go shielded, but Shady Equation actually going to switch out into that Lantern. He knows it's very safe into Rise's team. Rise is still staying in here. Maybe wants to, banks the Shadow Ball before coming to the Umbreon.
Okay, this is interesting now. We see the Umbreon come through, and we've seen this matchup play out so many times. Umbreon with Dark Pulse has some good play into this Lantern. I'm curious, Rise is probably calculating right now which combinations of Foul Play and Dark Pulse do I need to take out this Lantern. Meanwhile, takes a little bit of chip damage here, throws on good timing, and is able to get this first Dark Pulse into the Lantern.
Looks like he's hoping that he countered the Lantern into double Dark Pulse range potentially. Looks like that actually might be right. With a couple more Snarls, that might be just the perfect amount of damage you need. Meanwhile, Shady Equation farming up a lot of energy with this Lantern. Gonna fire off a Thunderbolt here.
I think you're gonna need a Thunderbolt and a Surf to knock out this Umbreon, so I think the ball's in Rise's court right now. We have the Dark Pulse loaded, maybe even a little bit of an overfarm. You risk getting to the Surf, and I like the way, even though this is not optimal timing, you know that this is when you can throw before this Lantern is able to reach its next charge attack. The question is, does Dark Pulse knock out? No, Lantern hangs on, has the Surf ready to go, but no, actually,
the Surf.
I think had an over tap there, unfortunately. Maybe trying to swap back into that Whiscash, had a full Surf's worth of energy, but the Lantern goes down.
And that could be devastating, because now not only did you knock it off the Surf, you have to take this extra Foul Play, which because you didn't knock out the Umbreon, now it still has all of its energy.
That Surf could have been critical. Like you said, it would have knocked out that Umbreon. Instead, you get this chip damage into the Skarmory, and now this Annihilate comes comes back in. A Shady Equation needs to make a call, but no, he shields this Night Slash, unfortunately, recognizing that this counter damage is so imposing. You pretty much have to shield everything at this point.
Yeah, remember Rise to Occasion. He switched out of that lead matchup with a ton of energy. Now just able to throw these Night Slashes because, like he said, those fast attacks are really starting to add up. Shady Equation trying to overfarm just a little bit here, throwing this Sky attack. Rise is shielding up. He knows that these counters and this Night Slash that he's about to reach are going to be absolutely pivotal.
Look, Rise has to get through this Skarmory somehow. He does not want to have his Gligar locked into it. He shields down now, though, and whoa! Able to get the charge attack priority. Great counting. Doesn't go for the Night Slash. It may not knock out, goes straight for this Shadow Ball here. This is going to take out the Gligar. You still have to get through this Skarmory, though. Will you get fast attack down? Do you have enough HP to take out not only this Annihilate? No! Here comes the Night Slash. Will this be enough to knock out the Skarmory?
And this might be it, Jim. This is a Shady Equation's last Pokemon. Didn't even see the Gligar, and it looks like Rise is able to take this series 3-0.
3-0 sweep. Rise to Occasion is your 2024 Los Angeles Regional Champion. He's going to be etching his name into the Pokemon Go Walk of Fame. We see some chatter here happening with the judges. I wonder if they're looking at that moment with the surf on the Lantern. A Shady Equation was not able to get that surf off. I think that there's still some chatter trying to determine, was there some impacts on the game or was that working as intended?
All right, well, they're still discussing the game. There is that moment you were talking about. It sounds like there might have been some one-turn lag when a Shady Equation entered with the Skarmory. I mean, I see the score is still at 2-0. I think the judges are going to take a look. It is possible that it's not over.
Yeah, if this would be a huge turning point. In fact, this has happened once before. Let's not forget, going back to a Shady Equation versus Pokemango, when he was essentially down and out, we did have that dispute that was successfully overturned, and we saw a Shady Equation able to then take that follow-up game. So he's been able to dig deep before, but he has a huge journey still ahead of him. Assuming that he's able to get the reset here, he still needs to then win that first game, as well as 2 more, as well as another bracket reset series.
Well, it could be that the time they're spending sitting on the stage here, maybe talking back and forth, this could be the mental reset that a Shady Equation needs. And let's take a look at this moment. I think this is what they're disputing. Looks like the Skarmory might have come in late, and if it didn't, it might have been able to Steel Wing down the Annihilate fully.
Good call. So it wasn't really actually just that Lantern matchup. What we're looking at here is going to be the Skarmory. Maybe able to get the full farm down there, unleash a Brave Bird. We'll have to see what the judges are thinking about that moment and the match itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brave Bird quite knocks out a Gligar there, even if you're able to get the full farm down. But I'm not sure either whether the Gligar would be able to reach an Aerial Ace in time, because that's essentially what it comes down to, right? Brave Bird plus Steel Wings versus Gligar reaching an Aerial Ace.
Yeah.
Would have been really close.
Yeah, absolutely. At that range, Aerial Ace would have knocked out. And keep in mind, there's still the opportunity to make a catch attempt, I believe, with the Umbreon as well. So, yeah, we're taking a close look at this. I mean, we know that's going to be knocking out. I think it comes down to that moment when the Skarmory comes back into that matchup.
Yeah, it's possible that the game wasn't quite over. Still some play for Rise, like you said, maybe even a catch attempt. Maybe the Gligar is able to hang on as well. But you know what? If you look at Rise's backline, I think the Shadow Gligar might be the only thing that a Skarmory could think about even one-hitting from there.
I think at this point, if you're a Shady Equation, you know that it's not in your hands. It's up to the judges at this point to determine what the outcome of this review is going to be. You're just trying to stay prepared, ready to go into that next matchup should you get the opportunity. Here we go, the Skarmory yet again. We are going to be seeing these fast attacks, trying to see, are they synchronized? Are they out of sync? It's so close, hard to tell, Soph.
I think they're definitely out of sync, and the question is more whether it was actually impactful. Looks like the review is not going through, and Rise to Occasion is in fact your Los Angeles Regional Champion.
Rise to Occasion not dropping a single set here in Los Angeles. Yes, he is your Los Angeles Regional Champion here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. What an impressive tournament run that we saw from Chris here. He went straight from casting here to winning a tournament. This man is on fire.
And this is his 3rd year in a row winning a regional championship. It's so funny. He said he was disappointed with his performance at Play Pokemon tournaments this series, even though he had a lot of top cuts, disappointed with his performance in practice. And here he is winning the final regional championship. I think we're still going to see more of him at NAIC and Worlds, but congratulations. Like you said, etching his name into the history books. That's 3 regional championships.
Yeah, and that first season, there were only 3 regionals, I believe, as well. So that's exclusive. He has one of those legacy titles, you can say, in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. Congratulations again to Rise. I don't think he's disappointed at this point.
No, I think he's pretty happy. I think this is exactly the performance he was looking for all season. And, you know, he really showed today why he has been one of the top trainers in the circuit for so many years, right? Like you said, staying on the winner's side the entire time, staying calm when it counted, and, you know, heading into the grand finals, a 3-0 versus a very formidable trainer in a Shady equation. So, you know, congratulations again, Rise. You are a top trainer for sure.
When I look at some of these trainers and just how adept they are at certain Pokemon, to me, it was the Lantern story for Rise to Occasion. I feel like he brought it almost every single game, and especially in mirror matchups, he seemed to always know what to do. But we saw a lot of flex play from some of his different Pokemon. Sometimes it was the Wigglytuff, sometimes it was his Dugong. Don't forget about the Dugong as well. But it's so great to see when these trainers lock in and they can just go on these insane runs. 3-0. Keep in mind, a Shady equation, we were just hyping up so much saying he's on a tear, no one can stop him, Rise is scared. 3-0 into a Shady equation.
I don't know if anyone said Rise was scared, but I think you're right. You know, Rise is definitely a trailblazer, like you were saying before. Set the trend last season with the Shadow Lola Ninetales, and here, you know, making a very unconventional team all by himself. He has the Umbreon, of course, double dark moveset. I think he really pioneered that, maybe brought Umbreon back into the ether of the Pokemon Go community, and, you know, running it all the way to the grand finals. Also had that Wigglytuff, the double water, as well in the Lantern and Dugong. So unique team from Rise, fantastic plays, and that's what it takes to become a champion.
I agree. Let's revisit some of those plays, though, some of those championship plays throughout the full match here in the grand finals here in Los Angeles. Game number 1. Guys, remember, this was a 3-0 sweep. Rise making quick work of a Shady equation. Game number 1, we see this Gligar, I think, getting a successful bait with this Aerial Ace, taking both shields, and then finding ways at the end of the game to win with this Lantern.
Yeah, really put him in an advantageous position for the rest of that game, and here we see the Umbreon able to just finish out that game, even though, remember, a Shady equation had the Whiscash for the Lantern, just not enough to finish it out.
I know we've talked about that Umbreon so often, but in game number 1, Umbreon able to hang on. It's so bulky. Game number 2, though, we saw some nice plays from a Shady equation, catching this foul play, but Rise had the response, and yet again brings in his Lantern into this mirror matchup and had such a great, masterful play in that mirror. But don't forget, this Umbreon, it's not done yet. Needs to try and take out the... Oh, I forgot about the catch here, absorbing the full dig into the Lantern.
And that was actually huge because a Shady equation still had some of a Vigoroth left, but Rise to Occasion was able to outpace it to the double foul play.
And yet again, 2 consecutive games is snarled down by Umbreon to close out a game. Game number 3, Umbreon is back, not quite able to take out the Lantern initially, but don't forget that Surf was unable to be launched. That was a definitely big factor there by a Shady equation in game number 3.
A little bit of indecision costing him a charge attack, and then having, of course, to take an extra bit of damage onto his Skarmory. And here's that Annihilate taking out the Skarmory. We don't even get to see the Gligar on Rise to Occasion side, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah. So that Lantern on the side of Rise, I think it was just so strong throughout this entire tournament. Maybe so strong, and he used it so much, perhaps scared away that Skarmory in those first couple of games by a Shady equation, a Pokemon that he had leaned on extensively in this tournament run. We didn't see any Wigglytuff, though, from Rise. Maybe a little bit disappointing, but just like you said, he's been a pioneer with some of these Pokemon, and he seems to always be one step ahead. Congratulations again to Rise.
Well, we've talked a lot about Rise. We've talked a lot about Shady. Let's take a look at some of the other stars of this tournament. Here are our final standings, our top 8 trainer. We got the top 3 there, Rise to Occasion, a Shady equation, Existing Monkey. I think we'll see them on the stage pretty soon. And then, of course, look at these names in the rest of the top cut. Elite at number 4, of course, our California King, 2-time regional champion there. Frostfire also doing very well in these California regionals. Haydonus, I think some of these trainers are even have gotten their championship points, so we'll be able to see them in Hawaii.
I can't wait to see some of these trainers facing off versus some of the other trainers that we talked about very regularly throughout the season. Folks like Lyle Jeffs, folks like Dunebug. But this is an absolutely stacked top 8, and cool to see 2 Azumarill in the top 8 as well, making it into the top 5 from Frostfire and Elite.
And we had some unconventional Pokemon from Mormon Matt and UX there at the bottom of the graphic as well. The Quagsire and of course the Gudra. But let's focus in on these top 3 trainers. We saw them in Grand Finals, Winners Finals, and Losers Finals. Rise to occasion on the left, finally getting his regional win of the season. A Shady Equation, also his best run yet, an Existing Monkey. Such an impressive performance for just his 2nd regional tournament ever.
Yeah, I think we've got 3 great stories here. So we've got Rise winning this championship after what he considered a disappointing regular season. Here on the final regional, finally gets that tournament win here in the 2024 season. A Shady Equation having his best ever tournament. He's made top 3 before, I believe. Now here, top 2. Another incremental step towards that championship. An Existing Monkey coming out of nowhere, able to take go all the way to the Losers Finals and take 3rd place.
Yeah, I love seeing these trainers do so well, you know, having their best performances yet, and I hope that we get to see more of them next season, maybe at some future tournaments even this season, although I think Rise, we will definitely be seeing more of at NAIC and Worlds.
All right, well, we are ready with our award ceremony. We're going to take it over to the stage with DeFi.
Thank you so much, Jim, and hello, Los Angeles. We are here today for the final award ceremony for the North American Regional Circuit. I am so excited to talk to you about these 3 trainers who have all had fantastic performances today, the best performances of their season. First off, we have a trainer who it's their 2nd tournament ever, their 1st top cut. Let's go ahead. I want to hear some noise for Existing Monkey. Congratulations. Tell me a little bit about what inspired you to begin competing in this 2024 season.
Yeah, it was really a lot of my friends that really pestered me to go to these tournaments. They really believed in me that I was good enough. So I decided to finally make the journey out, and I think it really paid off this time.
I think your friends were right. You certainly are good enough. How does it feel to have that 3rd place going into this just phenomenal performance today?
Feels really amazing. Everyone I played was really good. All the games were intense, and I'm reasonably happy with how I played. So it's definitely a good feeling to be up here.
I'm glad that you're feeling good. What advice would you have for trainers who are maybe watching at home on Twitch, on YouTube, and are thinking about, maybe I could try the official tournament circuit as well? What would you say to them?
I say definitely just go out and give it a try. I think the best way to improve is by practicing, and the best way to practice is by competing. It's a really great experience.
All right, and I'll give you one last opportunity. Any other shout outs? You mentioned your friends. Anyone specific you want to name?
Oh man, there are too many to name, but maybe in particular, Soph, Mango, DJ, all of those 3 really are my closest friends in the community, and really helped me, inspire me, and motivate me to compete here.
All right, let's hear it again for Existing Monkey. Congratulations. In 2nd place, we have a trainer who is known for being consistent. He certainly has the equation to do well in these tournaments. Let's give it up for our 2nd place, our finalist, a Shady Equation. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So this is your best tournament finish yet. And having gone to so few tournaments, it always feels like for you so much is on the line. How does it feel to achieve this finalist position today?
Man, just being able to make grand finals is really a dream come true. You know, coming into the day, I always had high goals, but you know, being able to bounce back after that first pretty bad loss really feels good on my end. I'm really happy to have made it as far as I did.
We are glad, and we were so happy to see your performance today. Standing out to you, what was your most memorable match? If you look back on your tournament run, even pulling something from day 1 or something from today, what really stands out to you from this, your top performance here?
I really would have to say my second match today against the Elite. You know, after losing to him pretty badly the first time, I know he's an amazing trainer. I really respect him a ton, and you know, just being able to sort of focus in, not like get too down, and just always identify my win cons, I felt really good about that one for sure.
Yes, taking out the California King out of a California tournament is certainly something to be proud of. And just what other final thoughts do you have? Is there anyone you want to shout out here?
Yeah, for sure. You know, shout out two of my faction teammates, the Elite TMs and Deoxys Alberta Forum. You know, they've always been supporting me, love them a ton. Shout out to my boy Alex, he knows who he is. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, let's hear it one more time for a Shady equation. And finally, we have our champion today of the 2024 Los Angeles Regional Tournament. He said in the grand finalist interview that he likes to fake it until he makes it. Well, I certainly say he has made it today. Let's give it up for Rise to Occasion. Congratulations. Rise, this is your 6th regional tournament in the 2024 season. Not even discussing that you also flew across the world to attend EUIC, but now you have finally secured it, a title here in the 2024 season. How does it feel?
Feels amazing. You know, the first 2 seasons I was able to win my 3rd regional of the season, and was lucky to have that success. So it's been more of a grind this time. It's my 6th regional, 7th competition. My previous performance was my worst performance ever at EUIC. I went 2-2, and not only did I go 2-2, but I just played really bad. So it feels really good to come back from that with a really good performance here.
Yeah, and tell me a little bit more about that, because something that I always associate with you is that perseverance, is that ability to really reflect and move forward. Tell me about that process, about going from EUIC, which you did bring up. It was a tough performance for you, bringing that back now to Los Angeles and taking the crown.
You know, when I got the chance to interview SJ after his win in Indianapolis, he made a remark like sometimes even a player like him struggles with that confidence in himself, and he has friends that help lift him up. I think he said, Softo, if your co-caster, help lift him up, and I can really echo those sentiments because I just have a lot of supportive people around me that help give me that confidence. And I was being honest in the interview, like, fake it till you make it. I think sometimes I go in with a mindset like anything can happen, it's all about fun, and it is. But I think if you go in with a confident mindset and saying, I can do this, I can win this thing, it can resemble in your gameplay.
Yes, and what is next for you? Will we see you at NAIC before your Worlds performance?
I'll be at NAIC. Rise, why are you going to NAIC? You already got a regional title. Because I like to compete, I like the competition, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in a couple of weeks.
We are all looking forward to it too. What would you recommend to people who are out there preparing for NAIC or Worlds? What are you going to do to prepare?
You know, it's funny. After playing Brandon and Existing Monkey and a Shady equation, I was doing inadequates practice tourneys this week, and they both 3-0'd me in the last one I did. So it was kind of ironic that I got a chance to rematch here, and so inadequates practice tourneys have been getting a lot of love lately, and that's one thing you can do to practice, and yeah.
All right, huge shout out to Martine. Any other last shout outs for you, Rise?
So I've gotten some flack in the past for being too generic with my shout outs because I don't want to leave people out. So if you'll spare me a minute, I can be more specific this time. I want to thank my family, my mom, my sister, my dad, my brother-in-law, Dean. This weekend, I got the chance to visit family in Fullerton, California that I haven't seen in like a decade. My cousin Jimmy's here right now with his fiance, Hannah, and shout out to my Uncle Joe, Aunt Carol, cousin Mike for we had like a little barbecue pre-Memorial Day. Don't want to embarrass your co-caster Softo, but shout out to her. She's been a really supportive friend, and I feel really appreciative that she's always had my back through whether I'm doubting my gameplay or my skills, or whether I'm questioning if I'm good enough to get other opportunities I've been wanting. Thank you for always having my back, Soph. I appreciate you more than you know. And then shout out to my Dallas local scene. Dunebug, Mango, Arrow, Bopper, everybody that I play against. It's great prep for these big events. And honestly, seeing people like Dunebug and SJ and Paulasha, she's been killing it overseas. They inspire me to up my game and to try and strive to be the very best, if you will. So thank you all for the inspiration.
All right, let's give it up for the very best here today. Rise to occasion. Congratulations again. And that is going to wrap it up here for the awards ceremony. Let's go ahead and close it out over in the lounge.
Thank you, DeFi. Yeah, we're here back in the lounge. The dust has finally settled over the last regional competition for North America this season. Guys, what are your thoughts? Wholesome, let's start with you.
Umbreon's back, that's for sure. In fact, for Rise, I think it was one of the most consistent Pokemon that we saw on his team throughout the tournament. I am just so impressed not only by the skills of Rise, but with how much play Umbreon seemed to have in matchups like versus Cresselia, especially versus neutral matchups like Lantern. I think that we're going to be seeing some of it at the North America International Championships.
Yeah, and what about you, Softof? You had a nice shout out from Rise there at the end as well. And I think a lot of trainers who are here in LA are really like people that you've gotten to know over the years of Pokemon Go.
Rise is certainly a very humble trainer. Very happy to see him, like you said, Wholesome, etch his name into the history books. The only trainer to win those 3 regional championships in 3 different seasons. But I'm really happy to see a couple other trainers as well who haven't quite made it so far before, like Existing Monkey, really making a name for himself. I'm sure we'll see more of him next season.
Yeah, speaking of all these other trainers, let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets of all these trainers who have made it on to day 2, starting with the loser side of the bracket. There were so many of them. We can, anyone you really want to shout out there, Jim?
Well, I mean, just looking at Existing Monkey, he actually came in on the winner's side of the bracket. He wasn't knocked out, or he was knocked down in the winner's finals. Unfortunately for him, a Shady Equation just went on that tear, and I think that he faced a Shady Equation in his final form, right? We had seen so much great plays. Look at all those names that a Shady Equation took out of Pocket, the Pokemango, Frostfire, Elite. That is one of these toughest gauntlets that I've seen in a loser's bracket.
Yeah, and of course, Elite was the person who knocked him down from the winner's side of the bracket where Shady Equation came in from. And then, like we talked about, all of these trainers just doing a fantastic job. Rise to occasion, basically playing from the very beginning, beating out Dr. Roast Beef, Elite, Existing Monkey, and finally Shady Occasion in a 3-0 victory. But that's not all. You talked a little bit about Umbreon. Let's look at this day 2 usage of the different Pokemon that we saw. We saw it a little bit earlier on in the day as well. So what are these Pokemon at the bottom?
You know what? It looks a lot like the day 1 usage to me. We see Annihilate there in the #1 spot. And we saw time and time again these heavy-hitting Shadow Balls land, as well as the farm down opportunities that the fast attack pressure creates. Of course, Shadow Gligar maybe was a little bit on the downtrend the last couple of tournaments, but look at that. It's actually the same usage as Annihilate here in day 2.
Yeah, so I think each one of these Pokemon had their moment in the spotlight. None of these Pokemon here, I feel like, really struggled on day number 2. Each of them had that opportunity to shine, and it was really, really impressive to see how each trainer maybe had that signature Pokemon that they were able to employ in their matches.
I'm glad you brought that up, Jim, because speaking of those signature Pokemon, we had some picks earlier on in the matchup, and I was saying it was actually kind of funny because our 4 picks actually made it into like the top 4 people who were in the tournament as well, top 5 perhaps. But let's go over our caster predictions at first. I have to admit, I didn't see any Shadow Magnezone, but there was a decent amount of Cresselia, the Guzzlord, and Dugong.
You know what, Amanda? Actually, I heard about one Shadow Magnezone in the tournament. I went out into the crowd. I started asking everyone, where are the Shadow Magnezones? Where are the Shadow Magnezones? Trainer Rem ran the Shadow Magnezone. There was at least one here at this tournament.
All right, props to him. So how do you feel that you did on your caster predictions here?
You know, I have to say, we thought Shadow Sableye would be on the rise, and both Jim and I did put it. DeFi, of course, also put that Purified Sableye. I feel like we didn't see quite as much Sableye action as we were predicting. I'm also going to say that my Whiscash down at the bottom there should have been a Shadow Whiscash, a little bit of an oversight on my part. But, across the board, I think we did pretty well. Of course, the Annihilate from DeFi, as well as the Gligar from you, Jim. I think those were tied for usage. So, you guys could consider yourselves maybe the winner of these caster predictions.
That was pretty bold of me to pick that Shadow Gligar. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of action in that one in the past.
Well, speaking of, you said maybe you should have said a Shadow Whiscash. Well, we do have a chance to show that on our most valuable Pokemon here. You did have it for a Shady equation, and it really came in handy for him overall. Elite, another trainer who did really, really well, playing out a Guzzlord in an Azumarill core. And of course, I don't want to brag here, but again, we can bring it up a couple more times. Rise to occasion, our Los Angeles winner, running that double dark Umbreon, really to secure him that victory in the end.
It was great to see, though, because Rise had so many different Pokemon that he leaned on depending on the matchup. Sometimes it was the Wigglytuff, sometimes it was the Lantern, oftentimes it was that Umbreon. I'm still so impressed, though, by the Snarl, Foul Play, Dark Pulse moveset that he ran. I think we're going to be seeing more of that in tournaments to come.
Yeah, I mean, tournaments to come, not so many left in this season. Sadly, like we can say before, this is the last one for North America. Los Angeles closing it out, but everything is going towards the next one that's right around the corner in New Orleans.
Absolutely. NAIC is going to be an absolutely huge tournament to close out the season. Rise to occasion, you know, second place at NAIC last year. I'm sure he's excited to be there, maybe try to improve on that performance. And don't forget, we've got the NAIC preview show coming up on May 31st. You'll get to hear all about some of the trainers that are going to be there, predictions for the meta, maybe even some hot takes from some of us here.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you want to be involved in the show, you absolutely can. Make sure to submit your questions to that as well. I don't know, did you guys do your hot takes already? Is there any sneak preview that we can say? Don't say it here. You're going to have to, guys,
Mum's the word.
Tune in to the show.
All right, you know, I'm so excited about NAIC specifically because this is going to be trainers, in many cases, final opportunity to get their championship points that they need for the World's Tournament. The regionals are over here in North America. Locals are ending. It all comes down to this. So I think that we're going to be seeing trainers, especially in a new season, trying to experiment and be one step ahead of some of their opponents.
Absolutely, and we were showing earlier that the Pokemon were going to be getting some new move sets coming up soon. However, we still have one more tournament in this actual World of Wonders meta, and that is going to be in Italy, in Bologna. This will be the last actual regional before NAIC, before Worlds. Make sure to tune into that on Twitch or on Pokemon if you aren't following already. This is going to be a very packed tournament and a special event to boot.
Yeah, and those European tournaments are always very impressive. We sometimes see a little bit of a different meta than North America. Of course, like you said, it will still be taking place in this current World of Wonders season. So we'll just have to see how creative those European trainers can get. Maybe they'll be taking some inspiration from Rise.
Yeah, that maybe will be, but I don't know. We talked a little bit about the new possible moveset updates. What do you think we're going to see at NAIC, Jim?
Well, I'm expecting more Umbreon. I know we mentioned that one already. Umbreon, I think, is going to be something that has so much neutral play and then also is a great answer to things like Cresselia. I'd mentioned this before, but Cresselia actually had been on the previous 5 winning teams that we've seen at different regionals. Umbreon, a great response to those Cresselias. That said, I'm thinking maybe a little bit of a downtrend from some of the water types that we regularly see. Lantern, at least the Spark variant of Lantern. I would not be surprised to see a comeback of Water Gun Lantern that we have seen win tournaments in seasons in the past.
Yeah. What about you, Soph? I mean, like, what would you be playing if you were going to be playing at NAIC?
I think one of the big challenges in preparing for NAIC is kind of figuring out what that counter to Skarmory is, because that Pokemon can be so oppressive if you don't have a hard counter like Lantern on it. We might see people pivot more to Charge-a-Bug, for example, or like you said, that Water Gun Lantern.
Yeah, I think all of these are really great insights. Make sure you guys are following along on the channels. Make sure that you are watching these shows. These are not ones that you are going to want to miss. We've had a lot of fun interacting with all the different posts. You can always use #PlayPokemon. And we're rounding out the end of the show, but I do have to say one more thing before we go. We have to give a special shout out for our subject matter expert, Michelangelo, celebrating his birthday.
Happy birthday, Michelangelo.
Happy birthday.
The unsung hero of the production.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he was behind the scenes doing so much work for us that really improves the stream a lot. I think we have a cupcake here for him.
Nope, Jim already ate it.
Okay, which Jim is going to show us right here. Beautiful cupcake TCG card right there. You want a nice fire energy as part of that gift to you, Michelangelo, but thank you so much for your work.
Because we think you're fire. And that's all we have for this show. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Congratulations once again to Rise to Occasion for winning this. And don't forget to tune in for the last regional event, the special event in Bologna next weekend.
The Obama skull is crazy, bro. Like, oh my gosh.
I was terrified of this fast data. Yeah.
You know, my original plan was to run the game 1 line again in game 2.